ah. Majokko Meimi. Hi. Hi. I just wanted to say hi in 3D. I'll turn this off for later. But I thought I wanted to use this. I say hi. Hi. Baby boy. How have you guys been? I ruined my sleep schedule by staying up too late. My wonderful sleep schedule. What happened? It's I'm trying to get my elbows in so it will like actually register. Nice. Okay. What do you mean by mature, Meimi? What the heck does that mean? I literally look the same. It doesn't look different at all. You guys just make things up. Hi. I ended up like waking up late today, and then I was doing work, and I was so sleepy and tired when I went to sleep. I like took a nap and I woke up right when I was supposed to stream. I don't know what happened. I woke up very tired feeling too, so I don't know. Wait, this is me shrugging, by the way. I don't. The distance is a little funky, but that's me that's me shrugging. What do you mean shows you my wrinkles? Huh? Hang on. Huh? You wanna take a better look? Huh? Are you sure you're not projecting here? I did put on... I was, my face has been kind of ravaged from winter, so I did put on, like, face mask and stuff. I'm slowly recovering my poor dry face for the springtime. But it's so nice out recently. I'm so happy. I feel like I can finally live again now that it's warm. Hang on, let me do a springtime music. Springtime music. Yippee! You woke up a little later than usual. You had something important to do? Even on the day off? Dude, I have to go sometime and get all of my like adult stuff done. I've been running. I've been high-key avoiding all of my responsibilities. I have to do let's see. I have to do my taxes. That's the most important part. But I need to call back my dentist. My dentist has been trying to reach me and I've still been avoiding them. I've avoided them for a whole month because I was like, you know, quote unquote busy last month. But now I have no excuse. I should go. And I need to go to my optometrist that I've been avoiding as well. My mom, right? Maybe mama, she's going overseas. And she's like, I'll buy you some glasses. Get me your prescription. I was like, I might need to update that. I may need to update that. I'm not sure if my glasses are like accurate right now. So she's like, well, what are you doing? Go and get it. And I'm like, but I have to walk all the way. I don't want to do it. So I should probably do that. And then, what else is there? Oh yeah, I need to get my hair done. My bangs are a little long and I don't want to ruin it by trimming it myself. And my hair is long, but it's like unstyled. There's like no layers in it. I was considering getting another perm, but I feel like my hair isn't long enough to perm right now. I feel like they would cut off the edges too. The ends are like a bit dry, so it would just end up with short hair again. Every time they perm my hair, I get hair like up to here, shoulder length perm, basically, because I don't have a lot of hair I know. Short girls, we can't get our hair too long. Otherwise, we start getting antsy. It just makes us look shorter and shorter. I don't know how much longer I can grow this out before I get antsy when I to get like trimmed off or something. So, I wore gloves the other day because I didn't get my nails done. My nails are a little lopsided looking right now. I didn't trim them properly. They're all very blocky. I mean, I can just paint it myself instead of paying someone, but still. I'm like ready to get myself a repaint. Like of a car. I need to get everything refreshed for the spring. So yeah, I've got lots of responsibilities, but that's not even the worst part. All the stuff that I owe. I've got all my like videos and songs I have to record that I haven't been doing. That's also something that I should do soon. I was even looking at other stuff there, like, and I was like, nope, I should not sign up. I should not sign up when I still have responsibilities. I should do them first. The taxes is the most problematic part right now. Because the problem is, even if I file an extension for taxes, right? I still need to pay what I owe because that doesn't get extended. I don't know what I owe, so I do have to do them. I should probably do them Sunday. And then basically I will pay the money and then file an extension. Last year I did that. And then like I overpaid and they came back and was like, you didn't actually need to pay this much. Which is better than owing the money. The scariest thing in the world is the IRS. So I might just do that again. Last year I paid like $3,000 or something like that. And I think they returned me 1,000 something. I don't know. I just don't... why can't they just tell me on their own? They just tell me what I owe so I don't run into these problems. But I do have to expense everything. That's the longest part. Takes me forever to expense everything. You know, I always start off the year by keeping track. And then, you know, I just keep buying things and then I don't keep track anymore. Well, at least for my gacha budget, I send them to my Mane-san. So I do have a paper trail of that. But then, like, I get reimbursed for that. So I don't know if I don't know if that counts. Like, technically, if I was reimbursed for it, I can't, like, count it off. Otherwise, I would have to count the reimbursement as income. No? But is the reimbursement considered income? I don't know. No one's here to tell me these things. I don't have an accountant. An accountant would hate me because I would never get my stuff done in time either. Problem. I know witches can't escape from taxes only if I live on the human realm. But because I live and operate and do business in the human realm, I do have to pay human taxes. It's only fair. Otherwise I would be, you know, I'd be a tax evader. Because I'm doing business with humans. Problem. But for the moment, I have upcoming stuff to worry about. I am in the I'm in the Musicverse karaoke relay this weekend. Which is a problem because it's so soon! And I need to like practice the songs that I said I would do. And I need to reread all of Yu-Gi-Oh! That's kind of what today's for as well. I don't remember half of the story of Yu-Gi-Oh! So the point of the karaoke relay is that we tell the story of a royal figure. A royal figure basically through music. Okay, it's supposed to be like what is it called again? A music box? Musical question mark? I don't remember. But it's like a musical where they use like normal like pop music and stuff, not instead of original songs to tell the story. Yeah, and it's also 40 minutes. Yeah, I thought it was only half an hour. It's 40 minutes. I'm going to die. It's so long. So last year, if you recall, I did it was supposed to be like a story, any story you want to tell. So I did like the fairy tale, the tale of the blue rose. And I did that one a little bit more like, I don't know, like solemnly, I guess, fairy tale like perhaps, with like fairy tale music and in little basic acting and whatnot. Because like it's a I don't know, it's a fairy tale. But this time, a lot of people are doing funny ones, so I figured I'd do something more funny too. So that's why I want to do the pharaoh. Atem is a teen pharaoh. You know, he's a noble figure. But I don't really recall his story that well. Even if I choose music to go along with it. 5 songs with story intermissions? No, shut up. That's so much. Yeah, I need to learn some music fast. And then I need to write the like song, the story parts in between. Ugh. It's gonna be so hard. It's always like, oh, this is such a great idea. Wow. So it's so creative that we get to do something that's not just a karaoke relay. And then it's always like, I remember last year I was also freaking it. I was also spending so much time practicing my songs because I didn't know the songs that well. Kiss from a Rose and Speechless. I like had to practice those really hard. And I practiced Phony and I didn't even end up singing that one. That was like my emergency. I think I have too much time. I managed to stall enough, I guess. I didn't have to sing that song. What do you mean Sly for Red? Hoy! No, I'm not saying about GX. I'm saying about the first season of Yu-Gi-Oh! I just don't quite remember the Yu-Gi-Oh! Story that well. Like, what the heck was the Shizu doing? I know they were all like, blah blah blah. Yeah, all of them have the evil millennium items and using the guides. That's not great. What was the Shizu doing? She wasn't evil. She was trying to get Atom's, like... I don't know, actually. Was he trying to get his memories back? Was he trying to, like, stop Merrick? No recall. I only remember what they told me in Abridged. And they didn't tell me much in Abridged because they were being funny. I feel like I should read the manga or something. That's probably easier. That's probably faster. So yeah, I gotta practice. Blah blah blah. Well, today is not karaoke. Sunday is karaoke. And also before that, Nanonya is coming over, so I need to figure out my setup so that we can do a hand cam duel and all that. I don't know how it'll go. I hope you guys will be able to see the cards. My main hope is that the cards will be visible and everything. It will be a little scuff, I guess. I just need to transfer all the scenes onto my laptop. My OBS. She's this plot point lady. Well, what's the plot point? What was it? Guilty for ruining her brother? Wait, is she brothers with Merrick or something? Are they related? Why are there so many, like, Egyptians? Why are there so many ancient Egyptians? I don't know. I'm gonna have to go back and see. Let's see. What else is there? That's like the main stuff. Oh yeah. So I sent back feedback for my fumo, by the way. So in case you didn't hear me yap last night at like 2 a.m. Shame on you. That's when the best yaps happen. But my fumo is in production and I got like the first draft and it looks really good. It actually looks really good already. But I sent back like some feedback about what I want changed. So hopefully with the next round it will be perfect. And then we can get them made from the manufacturer. And then I can finally get them shipped to you all. All my the orders from last June that have been stalled because of the fumo. But thankfully it looks really good already. I asked my my artist friend Kohi to take a look, and they told me that like apart from the hair part that they could fix, they thought that the head could look a little bit bigger so that it would overall look a bit better, like balanced. And I agreed, and so they made me a little graph and everything. I was like, oh my god, this is so useful. I sent it to my Mane-san. So excited. They're also gonna make fan art of me. There's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna make some fan merch of me, of me, and they might, if it's like early enough, they'll bring it to more cons, but they'll at least have it for ahhh. I'm excited. I want to see more cool, more maybe merch out there in the wild. Bigger head? What are you talking about? It's a fumo. The head is supposed to be big, okay? The head was actually kind of small to fit the hat on top. It was like the hat was like dwarfing it, and I was like, well, I know the head is important, but can my head be just a smidgen bigger? Just a match, okay? There were keepers living underground. She took him into the world above, and it tainted his mind. Oh. Wow, that's very Catcher in the Rye of him. Immediately loses his innocence and hates mankind. Okay, buddy. Wow. When is Offkai? Offkai is in July, I think. Is it in July? Or June. It's usually in July or June, actually. Now I think about it. Because it was released. It was like back to back. Yeah, this year is in July, thankfully. Last year, it was like we were Virus Gen anniversary, and then it was like Offkai, and it was like so busy back to back. It was awful. This year there's a month apart, and it's in July 24th to 26th. So grateful we have we have a month in between to prepare, so I can prepare for anniversary, and then we can prepare for Offkai separately. Whatever preparations we may have, I'm not sure. Waiting on the fumo for some of the orders. Yeah, the fumo is the only thing that's like we're really waiting on, because our first manufacturer ghosted us. That's what happens when you don't have enough orders. Manufacturers only care about you if you have like a really big orders. But we went to the second manufacturer, and they gave us a mock-up, which was like crazy because the first manufacturer did give us a mock-up already. Like they were in production for a bit, you know, like we were getting mock-ups before we had pre-orders open and everything, because it was already planned. So like they had worked on it, and then they just suddenly dropped it. Which is like, can you tell us ahead of time that you don't want to work on it so we can find someone else faster? Jeez. But it's okay. Then the mock-ups look really good. There's like the one detail, my rose, right? It's like a plushy rose, and it looks really cute actually. They have like a embroidered like rose detail, and it's like squishy looking. It's like soft and plushy. There's only one rose though. The hat is really nice and big. The colors are pretty good, I think. The colors overall. My first one, I sent feedback because I didn't like the layering of the hair. This one, I think the hair is fine, actually. I think it's pretty good. And they even have like a slight gradient color for like the ends of my hair, how it's like darker blue. They just are missing the purple underlayer, so that's what I told them to fix. The clothing and everything look good too. Yeah. I mean, maybe I'm just not picky enough, but I think it looks fine. I'm excited to see it in real life. But yeah, last minute assignment. Well, I don't know. I just we've like, cause we've gotten stuff with them. Anyway, Meimi already just a giant plushie. What? What does that mean? Huh? How big are your plushies? I'm bigger than a plushie at least. Okay. I guess I am a little squishy. I am very fuwa and soft. Yeah. Cons are like, we don't make money off of cons. We don't make money off of cons, so it'll be nice if we can get some. We're thinking about getting some basic merch that we can sell at Offkai too. So I'm happy if anyone stops by. Oh, my bottle freaks out when I try to drink. I guess I at least got my hands. What do you mean 1-to-1 plushie is 3 feet? Oi! 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 I should have made my lore that I'm... See, like, I don't have a fruit. You know, when Hello Kitty's like 3 apples. I don't have a fruit. I'm too purple. Too purple to be a fruit color. 5 taros tall. They don't stack well though. Yo. Is wiggly in 3D? Well, the tracking just likes to be very wiggly, I think. Blueberry? I'm not blueberry. I think blueberry... I have like so many colors on me, and none of them are blueberry color. Blueberries are very dark blue, and I don't have a dark enough blue on me. 6 or 7 orbs tall. Hey! You guys think you're all that? Have you ever seen a crystal ball in real life? They're not that big. I'm not an eggplant. Oi. Oi. The size of a body pillow? I could probably crawl inside of one. I'm not like super skinny or anything though. I'm very like petite but average size, okay? Stop imagining me like really tiny. I'm not like some bedraggled kitten. I'm an average witch size, okay? Witch to human, you know, translation just doesn't work that well, okay? An NBA player? Well, listen. You guys are like this small. You guys are like this small to me, okay? You're like this small. I can't get my other hand to... to stay. Yeah, there we go. You guys are like this small to me, okay? So you have nothing to say for yourselves. Half the size of a normal witch? How big do you think witches are? Witches can go from very, very big to itty bitty too, okay? We don't discriminate based on size over here. Body pillow. In your body pillow sounds like ASMR idea? What would that even be? I would just sound muffled. What are you trying to do? Kidnap me? Why am I in there? Another place in a crate? You could fit in a crate too. Don't talk big. You could also absolutely get stuff in a crate. Like, that's hard to do. Huh? As a model you used last night? What model did I use? Oh! The chibi one! Oi! I'm bigger than that at least. Humph. I'm trying to think. Because like, even though I'm short, I'm like not the smallest one in our company. If only Mochi were shorter. I feel like body mass wise, Mochi is like smaller than me. If we were to both curl up in a ball or something. She's so thin. She's just sticking bones. I have curves, okay? I have flesh and soft curves, okay? How tall is Hattie? Wouldn't you like to know? Is one hat tall, okay? Hello to the chat, Tomoe Carmine. Hi. When are you gonna join me? Huh? When are you gonna join me? Then we could do dances together. You wanna do FMD dances together? Oh, that reminds me, I recently bought something. I keep buying things, which is, you know, bad for my taxes, honestly, because I'm gonna have to pay 3,000 or something. I bought something on Steam. It was like a Japanese thing. What it's supposed to do is it's supposed to be a music video maker. Basically, what is it called? VRM Dance Dream MV, which is like the most Japanese to English name ever. Okay, but it's supposed to be... Penguin Lord, thank you so much for 100 minis. You know, in 2025, Patricia Crowther, the oldest witch in England, died at the age of 97. A famous Wiccan figure back in the 70s because she had a radio show hosted by the BBC on the topic of witchcraft. Well, that's all you guys know. That's what the public knows, and that's how we leave it, huh? You only think she was 97? You only think she was 97? She just got bored of living in the human world, okay? After a certain age, we can't really hide that we're human age anymore. So that's why we gotta go off and either start a new life on a different corner of the world or go back to the witch realm. But yeah, is Mochi or Meimi more Chihuahua code? I'm not a Chihuahua, okay? I'm not a Chihuahua. I am a Pomeranian. Very different, okay? Okay, very different. But anyway, I've got this new technology that I just bought, and I didn't try it yet, but I'm very excited. We can take a VRM file, which is like our Vroid files and whatnot, and you can put it in, and then all you do is like there's like settings and stuff to make music videos, like you can add effects. You know how I was like futzing with Miku Miku Dance and it was not working well? This is for people who find Miku Miku Dance too hard. I'm like, that's me. Sign me up right now. So like, I wonder if you can make a stage with like multiple people and stuff. I think we can just load motions and it looks better. The problem with the Warudo ones is like I can load stuff in Warudo worlds, which is fine, but I don't really know how to do like the special effects. And I pretty much just like I have to just like kind of record it in like OBS, and the quality is not very good because I can't really like record in super high quality. So hopefully I can make some cute dance videos and whatnot. The power of multiple costumes? I do! If you have a V-Roid, you can have lots of different costumes. This is my Alice fit. Because I thought it was more spring-like. I don't have that many spring-like outfits. But I do have a couple of different other fits. I'll switch to 2D later. Slept through 100 years, that's why she looked the same. I was preserving, you know, myself. The problem is, I wasn't getting any mana during those 100 years I was asleep. So, I did not get any stronger. And I'm not any better at magic because I was sleeping and slacking. What do you mean I sometimes have the attitude of a chihuahua? Huh? Okay, no. First of all, no. Okay. I'm not entitled to your space, but I am entitled to protecting my space. And that's what Pomeranian is, okay? If you step on my turf, then I'll yap at you. But if you're on your own, you know, turf, you're in your own lane, I'm not gonna yap at you. I don't pick fights I don't win, okay? I'm over here, you know, protecting my own mental health, and sometimes I have to bite back. I will bite. I'm very bitey. No, blah. It's hard to do jazz hands, actually. It's really hard. I don't know why. Everything I try, all my hand trackings is like not great at doing fast movements accurately. Magic the not gathering. Yes, I am. That's why I suck at magic. I don't have enough lands. What do you mean true chihuahua? That's not what a chihuahua is. You guys just clearly don't know that many dogs, okay? You know, like, chihuahuas are very, like, I don't know. I feel like they're very anxious dogs, okay? They're very, like, they're very fighty. But they're very anxious, actually. They're very scared. Which might fit Mochi, because when you actually get close to her, she's, like, scared. Stiff. You know the real evil dogs? The dogs that know no fear? Yorkies. If you're about to get your ankles bit, it's a Yorkie. I don't know. But the Yorkies that are truly evil, they, like, go up right up to you. Like, they are the face of the devil himself. I admire them. You know, their disproportionate strength to their body mass. I feel like chihuahuas shiver a lot, you know? They're like, they're very anxious sometimes. Too much hate inside a tiny body. That's because they're so small. Their body is so small, they can only feel one emotion at any given time. They can't contain two. We're shorter and smaller, so we're closer to hell. And allow us to draw upon our hell-given powers better. Pomeranian's a baby version of a Shiba? No! That's not correct at all. Clearly don't know anything about dogs. Pomeranians are German Spitzes. But even so, they're like American Eskimos. They're more in the family of like American Eskimos. They're not at all anything to do with Shibas. They're not Japanese, first of all. Baka. Pincers? Chihuahuas on steroids. I don't think I see too many of those, not gonna lie. But I did see some Pomeranians the other day, and they were very, very cute. And the tiny one was indeed the most yappiest thing in the world. The tiny one was like... I want to say they were like pretty young. I think they were like 1.5 years old or something. They had like no body mass. Their body was like a tiny rat. And they were yapping so hard. Their dog dad was like telling me about how that one day they just unlocked the power to yap. They were like, ow, ow, and then they just let out a huge ow. And then he was like, it was like they unlocked something. They were like, hey, this is fun. Look how much power I have. And ever since then, they wouldn't shut up. They're like, yeah, his older brother is like, or maybe it's a girl, like is much quieter, thankfully. But the small one, I just can't get to stop yapping. It's just like a toddler, you know? You're like, wow, I can shout! And they would never stop shouting. Touch so many dogs, they're an expert. I like dogs. I like all animals except for the ones I'm afraid of. But even the ones I'm afraid of, I learn about because I have a healthy fear of them. A healthy fear and respect. Like, I don't know about you. Wait, did you ever watch, what is that weird show with, like, the kid that acts like a monkey? The one with the Thornberries! With the Nigel Thornberry! Oh my god. And, like, yeah, so that one, for some reason, unlocked the fear of Komodo dragons in me. Watched an episode once where the Komodo dragon was just evil, and I looked them up, and they're actually really scary. Like, and yeah, now I'm just like, yeah. Did you see how big they are? Do you see how massive they are? Like, I would not win. Meimi versus Komodo dragon. I don't know if he would still follow me whole, but he would get a big chunk out of me. Yeah. I don't like the Komodo dragons. They're very scary. And And then I feel like I've definitely watched National Geographic or something starring them at one time. The noise of the baby thornberry. The boy, that's a monkey! It was the easiest way to describe it. I was like, the main character's name is Eliza. I remember that much. But I was like, that's like such a generic name. But then I was like, Nigel! There's only one Nigel Thornberry. Why is he so iconic? Curious George? I think. It's not like I have deep memories of Curious George or anything, but maybe I watched it on TV when I was a child. It's like a children's TV show, isn't it? I don't know. I don't know if I watched like religiously or anything. Rugrats and Wild Thornberries crossover? Was there a crossover? I don't remember that stuff. My favorite childhood TV show was wait, what would I say I like the most? I like Cyber Chase. Even though it tried to teach me math. There was like a lot of I don't know. A lot of seasons of it. I think they did a lot of reruns or something. And then I would pretend I knew a lot about math. I did not. Curious George was my favorite when I was little. Really? Why? I don't really like monkeys that much. I don't think I like a lot of monkeys. That might just be my bias, though. They have opposable thumbs. They have too much power. Inuyasha on TV. You watched that on TV? What? Really? I don't know if I watch most things like on YouTube, I think. Or maybe not on YouTube, maybe on other sites, but I did like Inuyasha though. So Funny Monkey? Courage the Cowardly... No. I don't like Courage the Cowardly Dog at all. Weird. I like, Fairly Odd Parents. The monkeys scare me because they're evil. That's what I think too. But maybe, like, if you go to parts in Asia, right? If you go to parts in Asia, like, monkeys will legitimately, like, steal your stuff, right? And, like, we had to be very careful that some monkey didn't make off with our food. They were, like, very demanding. Because, like, you can imagine the deer in Nara Park, right? I've never been. But you know how, like, they got so used to people, they just go up to you and, like, demand food? But imagine the freaking monkey! Like, those things are so smart. They can go into your backpack, they can dig around, they will not quit, right? So I feel like in general, that and like the Legend of Sun Wukong and stuff, just in general, like, we don't take monkeys lightly. I try to stay away from them because I have no trust. I think I would lose. I would lose against a fight with a monkey, actually. I'm not good at melee, okay? I need to stay ranged. Shiny teeth from Fairly Odd Parents for the song review. Why would you do that? Cyber Chase is 148 episodes with 15 seasons. They're on the 16th season? Oh my god. Okay, I don't know how far I watched, but... The Cyber Chase lore is deep. I want to know if they saved Motherboard. I just know that Motherboard got corrupted and that was a big deal. That was a huge deal. Fist fight monkeys at my home. They're persistent. Yeah, I would lose. I would absolutely lose. Shiny teeth as a banger. That is pretty good. What do you mean the age revealing? No. I'm 123 years old. But you know, there's also something called... there's also something called a lot of reruns and stuff. Actually, my parents, we like... when we first moved to the human realm, we weren't very well off. So basically, I have like a lot of hand-me-downs from my family friends and whatnot. So they basically had illegal bootlegs of like shows and Disney movies and stuff. We would have like copied version of like movies and stuff. That's just like, you know, like you just have like a CD or something and it just says like Snow White. That's how I watched a lot of stuff. I was also shipped off. To China for a little bit when I was really, really young. So I watched some like Chinese stuff when I was a baby. I don't really have core memories of then, but like I remember watching Doraemon in Chinese and like a little bit of Conan, Detective Conan. So I remember liking them. And then I watched like live action Sun Wukong. The Monkey King. The live action. I've never watched the animated or anything. That's all I remember. And then I don't know. A beat of finger monkey? What the heck is a finger monkey? Huh? Bootleg DVDs are fire. I just remember that like I don't know, I was kind of like, oh, like so you can buy things and they have like covers on them. All of my stuff just have labels on them. Live action Journey to the West was goated. I thought it was really good, but then like my Chinese was not great, so I didn't understand the philosophical stuff about the like the monk or anything. I was just kind of like, haha, funny monkey. I like the action scenes. They were really good. And they acted pretty well. I feel like I would enjoy it now. Doraemon gang. It was all in Chinese though, so like, I don't know about my comprehension. I just remember liking him. Mega Unks know Doraemon. What do you mean? Everyone knows Doraemon. Everyone knows Doraemon. What else? You know what else is really big in Asia? Tom and Jerry. Everyone loves Tom and Jerry. My family loves Tom and Jerry. And like Looney Tunes and stuff like that. I don't know. It's just really popular. 80s Journey to the West. I know that show had a banger opening. Did it? I don't know. I don't remember openings and stuff like that. What is it? I don't know. My parents are very like... They like a lot of Asian shows. Their English isn't very good. Although they do also like watching English shows. My family also really like I don't know, they liked old people stuff. Like Friends and whatnot. So I've watched a couple episodes whenever they would watch it. Crayon Shin-chan. I never watched Crayon Shin-chan though. Dora the Explorer, who would win? Doraemon is so much better than the kids shows here. Dora's so lame in comparison. Dora is like, oh my god, do you know what a pencil is? He's like, yes, Dora, I figured that out a while ago. Doraemon's like, oops, we accidentally caused a time anomaly, or like we did something stupid, we have to go back in time. And fix it and whatnot. Doraemon in Spanish. Chinese Tom and Jerry gacha? What? What do you mean by gacha? They have like pachinko parlor Tom and Jerry? Old school Mr. Bean? Yeah, my family loves that kind of stuff. Fear of monkeys? Okay, I don't know if I fear monkeys. I think my fear is stronger of reptiles in general. I definitely don't like snakes, don't like sharks and crocs and dinos and Komodo dragons. I don't know if I fear monkeys, I just dislike them. You know, like I dislike bears too. And I think I'm more scared of bears. Swiper, no swiping. Dora was so boring. I never liked watching it. I never watched a lot of shows, though, if I think about it. I don't know if it was just my disinterest or I just, like, wasn't around. I wasn't watching the right TV or something. And I didn't get into it. Like, I didn't ever watch, like, Blue's Clues, for example. I don't have the Blue's Clues nostalgia. Everyone, like, watched that. What else was there? Like, Lazy Town? There's, like, a lot of stuff that people talk about. Camp Rock. And it's just like, we had different childhoods. I was already on Vocaloid. Actual Tom and Jerry Gacha mobile game? Is that allowed? That feels like... That feels scummy. Like Cookie Run Kingdom. Like gacha for kids? Is that allowed? Never like Boots? Boots was a monkey. Well, I didn't dislike Boots, but I didn't love them because they were a monkey. I know, Mitsurugi is fine, honestly. But, like, it's the snake. The one snake they put in Mitsurugi deck that I don't like. Because he looks very serpentine. Adventure Time? Oh! I watched a little bit of Adventure Time. But I also didn't super get into it or watch it or make it my personality or anything like that. Yeah. I don't dislike it. I like parts of it. I liked the first season of My Little Pony. It was a good show, all things considered. It's a good show for girls. There's nothing wrong with it. But I didn't keep up with it. I don't know. I just don't have a very obsessive personality for things. So the things I got obsessed with were anime and games. You know, weeb stuff. A polar bear prison? You know, those polar bears are up to no good. Okay, they need to get prosecuted by the law just like everyone else. Avatar: The Last Airbender? I didn't watch it all. No, I still need to watch. I like know what happened. I know what happened, but I didn't watch the last season. Yeah. Care Bears gets a pass? No, I didn't really care about Care Bears. Because I don't like bears. Well, I guess my dislike for bears didn't start when I was a kid or anything, but I also don't think I particularly like them. I don't know. They're just bears. They're just teddy bears. Whatever. They didn't have interesting lives and challenges and magic. They cared for each other. Bleh. Ew. Empathy? Human emotion? Miss me with that. Where's the world saving? Okay, I want some world saving over here. They had a wedding in My Little Pony? Was that in season 1? I don't remember about a wedding. The main thing in season 1 was the gala. I remember the gala. Have you been cursed with Teletubbies? Not... I don't think so. I've seen cursed Teletubby mods. I've seen the Teletubby mod in, like... What was it? Left 4 Dead? That's pretty scary. I don't know. Are you supposed to unironically watch and like Teletubbies? It feels like FNAF. Teletubbies is like FNAF before FNAF was FNAF. So creepy. I don't like things in suits. I never like went into Disney and really liked people in suits, you know. I prefer like the princesses. They're real people, they can talk to me. They're not trying to be a big mouse. Don't like things in any kind of suit. New Farfa video with the walking tortoise. They swap decks? Like, is it like on purpose or do they sabotage each other? Anyway, I have I do have some videos lined up, but Cartoon Network versus Nickelodeon. I feel like I like Disney Channel though. feel like I'm pretty basic. As a kid, anyway. Before I was watching anime on the webs. I don't dislike either. I probably watched a bit of each. I don't really remember that stuff. I don't have a very good, like... I don't have a strong memory in general, so I don't really remember my childhood that like vividly. I will vaguely be like, oh, I think I remember that, or I think I enjoyed that. I haven't seen it, but knowing them, they probably did that. Oh. What? You're making stuff up? Burn the suits, especially the monkey ones? Well, nowadays I don't mind it as much. Because as an adult, I know there is another adult inside. But before, I was just like... You know, it's like, you know when there's a dad inside the Santa suit. So you can't, like, fully commit to being like, wow, it's Santa. I'm just like... Somebody is underneath there. And if I hug them, I'm hugging some stranger adult. I'm sorry, my suspension of belief isn't very strong because I'm a witch, okay? I know magic exists. I know how it works. Disney morning cartoons were great. I just know when they draw the little Disney Channel thing. Cute. Old school Nick and Cartoon Network. See, like, I missed out on a lot of the good stuff. I really want to watch the stuff that, like, everyone said they really liked. I like Teen Titans. Teen Titans and the Young Justice. I like Teen Titans and Young Justice. I think there was a lot. I don't know. It's just like I was very girly, okay? When I just thought like, oh, this show is like for boys. I wasn't interested. A bad run-in with the mall Easter Bunny. I think when they made me take pictures, I was very grumpy. I was very like, I don't want to smile. Why do I have to smile? I don't like this bunny or whatever. Precocious child. Fate of the Wild White Forest. I'm fine. I will watch your stupid White Forest lore video. I don't even know which one you talked about. I googled it and there's a lot of them. There's a lot of different ones. You guys can pull it up when the time comes, okay? I do have a bunch of stuff I saved to watch later list. Ed and Eddie, Dexter Lab, Samurai Jack. No, I never watched any of those. You sound very boyish though. Don't know those. I watched a lot of old anime though. So instead of watching TV, I would watch like, I would go Google like older shoujo animes. I really like magical girls, right? So I watched like Saint Tail and Tokyo Mew Mew and Card Captor Sakura and stuff like that instead. Hannah Montana and Wizards over Waverly Place. Maybe. Ren and Stimpy? What's that? What's Ren and Stimpy? I linked one Phantom. That was like forever ago, okay? Unless you mean like right now. Did you do it right now? I googled it, there was a lot. Powerpuff Girls and Dexter's Lab were the same people? I liked, back when you were at school, what kind of movies did they let you watch? You watched the first Avatar? You mean the blue people? In school? You were watching stuff like that in school? Is that educational? I think when they put out, although to be fair, when they put out movies, that's like when the sub is there and they don't know what to do with us. But I think they made us watch like Joan of Arc and it was traumatic. I don't know. They made us watch The Gladiator? We had to like sign a freaking slip to be like, my child is allowed to watch R-rated movies, and it was The Gladiator. Stuff like that. The modern Pocahontas. No, it's terrible. I don't know. I did watch it because my parents like watching movies. But like, other than the cinematics, it's kind of whatever. I think the second one, I like the cinematics and the children. But like, the story is so bad. It just makes me mad. Like, I want them to erase the part of my brain that knows the story because the ending makes me so mad. They did everything wrong. It's just, I don't know. They write stuff for cheap emotional, I don't know, to elicit emotional rage. Criticism of colonialism. I don't know. It's like the second Frozen movie. When you write about quote-unquote natives and you want to like seem very smart about it. But I feel like it's just perpetuating stereotypes even worse. They made us watch Bill Nye. I think we might have watched some Bill Nye. He was a cool guy. Justification my English teacher gave? Really? Really? My English teacher made us watch like... What did we watch? Pride and Prejudice. Stuff like that, you know? I feel like there's a lot of actual literature adapted into movie nowadays that's actually good. Movies in school was the last day before holidays. Oh, really? What did they make us watch from then? But like... I feel like they just kind of let us off at that point. Just did whatever. Shrek on school some days. I love Shrek though. I don't think I ever watched Shrek in school. I watched Shrek in summer camp before. Lord of the Rings? They let you watch Lord of the Rings in school? What? What? Okay. Actually, my story of watching Lord of the Rings was like, I kept hearing everybody make a big deal about Lord of the Rings. And nobody I knew liked Lord of the Rings, by the way. It was just like, oh, it just seems really popular. So one day, I took my sister to the library, which is where we got most of our stuff. And I was like, hey, you wanna watch Lord of the Rings? Sounds pretty good, right? Like, we like fantasy. She's like, yeah, sure. So we borrowed the first Lord of the Rings DVD. And I only borrowed the first one. And we were left on the cliffhanger. And I was like, oh my god, it's really good. But what happens? And we had to wait until we got to go to the library again to get the next few. So that's how I stumbled upon Lord of the Rings. I don't have any like nerdy friends. It was awful. I wasn't really allowed to use the internet either. It was just like a random happen chance that like one day I was just kind of like, this sounds like a good movie. Do you want to borrow it? Bless the library, you know. The good part was like you had to return Blu-rays in like 3 days or something. So we did get to go get the next few relatively quickly. Hot Fuzz? What's Hot Fuzz? You know, I did watch a weird movie in class once. But I think it was in college, actually. We watched, the one with Channing Tatum. Magic Mike? We watched that because it was about, like, the female gaze. Otherwise, I would have never watched a movie like that. I didn't even know it existed. But then, the whole point was, like, even with, like, a movie that was supposedly written for the female gaze, it was actually very, like, it like, gave a lot of, agency to the male characters and like wrote about like their backstory and their feelings and their life and stuff. So it was still like different than like when women get objectified in stories or whatever. So that was like the quote unquote like assignment part of it. I don't know. That professor was pretty cool though. Most of the time they made us watch movies on our own time, and I didn't want to watch it. I would just like kind of skim it. But yeah, part 1 of 12 movies on YouTube. 1 of 12? 1 of 12? Well, the sites I used definitely had a lot of weird ads, but nowadays I definitely pay for everything I watch. That's why when we do watch-alongs, I have to make sure it's on streaming. or we buy the streaming Blu-ray DVD. The first time you ever watched Lord of the Rings was in Hololive Yen did a watch-along? That's crazy! Really? It takes VTubers to get you to watch Lord of the Rings? Okay, but Lord of the Rings is actually really, really good. I think I only knew about it because I heard it was like a cinematic masterpiece or whatever, and I was like, oh. I was like, I even watched like the Blu-rays after part where they were talking about the set and everything. I was like, wow, this is so pretty and everything. Back when YouTube was lawless. Let 10-minute videos? I don't remember if I remember this stuff. Maybe when I was maybe like when I grew up, my family friends were all older than me, and they were also very lawless and taught me a lot of lawless things. I feel like they showed me a lot of really old internet memes. They would show me a lot of stupid internet memes on YouTube. But even then, I still like learned about a lot of the memes after the fact. What was the memes back then that they showed me? They taught me, which one? Actually, like, I feel like, badger, mushroom. And I was just kind of like, why? Did you watch The Hobbit? Yeah, I watched The Hobbit. I like The Hobbit. That was like a way after though, right? If you had a chance to read the books. Actually, no. I never got a chance to read the books, but I heard the books are pretty different. My sister read them though. I'm not like a lore girly though, so I would never enjoy the Silmarillion or whatever. I don't really like world building by itself. I like care about characters and like character driven plot. But I think The Hobbit is probably written a very charming way that I probably would enjoy though. Trollface and Doodles? What's that? The Rings of Power made no sense. Oh, I did not watch that. I heard bad things about it, so I didn't look it up. Girl swooning over Legolas. He was cute. It's definitely very cute. If you asked me if I like Legolas or Aragorn, I probably would choose Legolas. I also liked Pirates of the Caribbean, so that helps, I think. The Badger movie, yeah! Stupid stuff. Legolas shows you can melee combo with a bow. He's Monster Hunter accurate. He's the only Monster Hunter accurate bow user. The books are wildly different, especially The Hobbit. Really? Really? That different? You know, my favorite... I really like British humor. If you, like, for storybooks. I really like silly, witty stories. So if it's, like, humorous or funny, I might enjoy it. I really like, the one that I always, recommend people to read. I really like, the OG Howl's Moving Castle. That book is so funny. I know a lot of, like, fans of the books cry that the Ghibli one is really different. But I think both have their own charms. Legolas so cute, they made Legolas too. You can't disagree. He looks cute. I wasn't obsessed with him or anything, but he's definitely my favorite. I don't think he's my favorite character, just my favorite looking guy. There's a cartoon movie of The Hobbit? Really? Hobbit's a children's book? Yeah, I know that. What do you like in Pirates of the Caribbean? Who do I like? Who do I like? Obviously, Keira Knightley. She's unrivaled. She's so pretty. And then she becomes Pirate King and stabs men. Like, power. Power of fantasy for women. You can be beautiful and laced up in a corset and be a pirate queen, okay? Absolutely iconic goals. Willow? Wait, who's Willow? The book, there's no romance between elves and dwarves. I think... Is there romance between elves and dwarves? Huh? In the movie? I don't remember this stuff. Jack Sparrow, the only character I remember in Pirates? What? Really? Okay, he is iconic. He's really funny. When I went to Tokyo Disney Sea, there was an English actor for Jack Sparrow. And he was so in character. He looked exactly like him. And he said all these funny lines as we were walking past. He was so good. And I was just thinking, like, Japanese people who don't even know English wouldn't even understand his wit. Like, they wouldn't, like, appreciate how good he was at acting. He was amazing. Also, I remember I went to Disney World after they installed the Star Wars, like, attractions, right? And I had, like, at the time, because I worked briefly in a Disney store before. So I had, like, I don't know, I had, like, some pass to get to do a private photo shoot with Kylo Ren. And then I was like, he was so tall. I like had never liked Kylo Ren before, and this guy is like has a mask on and everything, but he was like so tall and so intimidating, and he threatened us and everything. I was like, I think I'm like, I swoon at how accurate they are in character. I don't like the suit people because they can't talk and like interact, but like the actors are so good at their jobs. I think, like, who else was there? There was, like, Alice. Alice was also really good. She was, like, really sweet, and she was, like, pointing. At the time, I had, like, a selfie stick, and she's like, oh, I know what this is. This is a stick. And, like, I don't know. The other princesses were also really fun and in character. So, yeah. I feel like I will be easily impressed if I got to see them. One of the cousin, brothers, or uncles of Thorin falls in love with the elf? You know, who doesn't? Who wouldn't? Immune to Sauron's powers? Eh? Why do you guys know such deep lore? It's serious business for Disney. Yeah. They, like, really grill their characters. Which is very cool. Working in a Disney store as well. It, like, teaches you confidence. Everyone else is like a Disney wannabe. A theater kid or something. I was just there being like, dang. I'm gonna learn from them. And be a better salesman. Okay. We ended up yapping for an hour about unrelated things. Should we actually watch some videos? I never liked the what is it? Mr. Dragon guy. What is the series called? Mr. G.R.R. Martin's. Yeah, I watched a couple episodes. I was not sold. Not sold on his series, so I never liked it. It was crazy how everyone liked it when I thought it was so mid. I was like, please, open up any single fantasy book aside from this. If an elf married a non-elf, they would just outlive them. Yeah. Yeah, and... it's tragic and all, but there's a lot of stories like that in history, no? If a witch marries a non-witch, he might outlive them too. Unless we succumb to mortal injuries. Which I don't want to. Challenge Gaston to push-up match? I think I saw Gaston in like... I don't know if I got a picture with him. Maybe still smaller than my thumb? What do you mean? You just have a very fat thumb. Are you Mr... Are you the Puss in Boots guy? A Puss in Boots guy with the fat thumb in the pie, huh? Is that you? Huh? Game of Thrones? Yeah, Game of Thrones so mid. Did not like it. Well, I heard the adaptation wasn't very good, so... I don't mind political intrigue, but half of it was just like shock factor, and I don't like shock factor. I don't like gore and whatnot. Questionable passages? Write Elden Ring's lore? What? He helped write Elden Ring's lore? That's another game I don't know anything about. A lot of people have watched, like, Elden Ring lore videos, no? Is that the next thing I should figure out? Do you guys like Elden Ring lore? The witch wait for her love to reincarnate or they move on. Listen, I'm a villainess for a reason, okay? I have powers, and they don't need to be morally correct. I will wield my powers if necessary. But also, the person that likes me, they should be prepared for that. Like, I feel like they should not... If I ever died in a just way, like, they should not move on. If I become, like, an evil villainess that takes over the world, they should also be prepared to ride or die at my side. That's the kind of morals I'm talking about, okay? If they die, I might just become one of those witches with a skeleton at my side. Lich King 2, let's go. They're making an Elden Ring movie? I don't trust anything. I don't trust any live adaptation. I think like they should at the very least be animated. I've never heard of a live action adaptation that worked well aside from Sonic. Which I still think is a pretty good show. I'm excited for the next one. I don't know anything about Sonic, and then I went into those movies and I really enjoyed it. So can I control an army if I get to be an ally? Sure. You can raise the Lich army. Go, you know, go have fun. God forbid a man have a hobby. You like Elden Ring? Really? So many people like Elden Ring. Why don't you come to the Monster Hunter side, huh? Not that Monster Hunter really has lore. Dragon Ball Evolution, PTSD. See, like, I don't know. I don't watch anything until someone tells me it's good. Like, enough people tell me it's good, you know? I'm very jaded. I don't like too many movies. We're having 40k live action. See, like, I'm afraid of that kind of stuff. I'm very afraid. You don't hear too many good things about previous live actions. Yeah, what even would the Elden Ring movie be? He banned dodge rolls 5 times when fighting various lore-related gods. Do a barrel roll. Shouldn't the person in question already know what they're getting into when dating or marrying a witch? Yes, but I feel like it's good to, like, you know, like when you go into a date with anyone, you gotta put out your, like, life expectancies. You gotta put it up front, right? Like, okay, here are my values. Here are what you can expect from me. Here are my boundaries. If we can't compromise on being morally gray, then it won't work out. You're the kind of person that, like, shies away from jaywalking, it's not gonna work out. The answer to will you bury a body with me is, you know, how soon? How soon we should do it. Fantasy when hearing FF? A fan movie of StarCraft? Sci-fi, you mean? People who don't know the difference between sci-fi and fantasy? Sometimes bad movies can be fun. Well, then, like, I asked you guys if I should watch the Minecraft movie. Afterwards, people were kind of like, no, I don't think you should watch the Minecraft movie. Jack Black aside. Comedic Elden Ring manga? What? They made Elden Ring funny? It's so solemn. Hmm? Weren't they also going to do a Legend of Zelda live action? Like, Link is also mute, so I don't know how it works either. Final Fantasy XIV, a non-fantastical and grounded. I think Final Fantasy XIV is too long to make a good movie, though. I could imagine, like, a short one, but... yeah. Like, I never watched the Mario movies either. Because I heard it was just okay. Maybe jaywalking is dangerous. Look at this scrub. Look at this. Look at this scrub. Scrub. Scrub, everyone point and laugh. I know jaywalking was a great area. I'm just saying, you know, like there's a tier list for like the highest are like manslaughter, manslaughter or armed robbery, or then there's like tax evasion, and then there's like graffiti, and then there's like jaywalking. And like what level you would be at for what kind of crimes you would be able to commit, I'm always at the top. If you're at the bottom, then it's like loser. Look at this goody two shoes. They already showed Link and Zelda for the movie. They did? I kept seeing like fan stuff. I didn't know if it was real or not. Where does arson fall into? Pretty high up there, I think. Depends. I think arson... I think the degrees of arson is like, would you be willing to set something on fire with people in it or not? Right? Like, if you just destroy a couple of like burnable things, that's not that big of a deal. If you're committing arson in a whole like house, now that's different. Mimi's on tax evasion route. I always been there. I'm just saying, why does a witch have to pay taxes? Yeah, animation is so good. The Puss in Boots movie is so good. Sonic is good. Why do they have to mess things up? And they should hire actual voice actors instead of making Chris Pratt voice everything. So that's the, you know, that's not even a hot take. Everyone has this opinion. That's the popular opinion. Jaywalking is above graffiti? What? Absolutely not. Graffiti is destruction of public property. Defacing of public property? Really? That's like a big fine. Jaywalking is only frowned upon in China and Japan. Not China. What? Have you been to China? Those cars don't stop. You jaywalk at your own risk. There is no such thing as pedestrians have right of way. It is the scariest place to go, even if you do have the right of way. Everyone in their tiny little like electric scooters or motorbikes or stuff are gunning for you. There's no such thing as brakes. I feel like I was constantly a threat of my life walking around following traffic rules in China. In Japan, it's frowned upon. Yeah, so I mean, like, I'll follow the rules in Japan or whatever. But like, if literally no one is there and no cars are there and it's like night, I'm going. I don't care. I don't care if someone frowns upon me for being a dirty gaijin. Anyway, okay. Now that we discussed the Meimi jail speedrun. The death character from Puss in Boots? His moments in Spanish? Doesn't everyone know that much amount of Spanish? It's like basic Spanish. It's an okay movie. I have nothing to do on Minecraft. I watch enough boring stuff. I watch Pretty Cure right now. Which is like a... It's like a children's toy commercial per episode. Asian driver mentality in a nutshell. They're scary, man. Bikes and scooters have right of way in China. Always, even if they have red light. Yep. Always watch. You have to have like 5 eyes in every direction. Jaywalking can endanger other people. Graffiti is just being a twat. Listen, man. I will actively endanger you. You haven't seen active endangerment until you see to me. Riding a bus and our bus got cut off by a scooter. Dude, every single Asian drama has me scarred. I'm just like, as soon as somebody gets into a scooter or motorbike, they're going to be like, they need brain surgery in the next episode. I don't trust. The amount of car crashes they get into is insane. I jaywalk my broom. I told you I don't have a broom license. I don't have a full-time... I mean, I have a license. I don't have, like, a broom. Brooms are expensive, okay? I don't have broom insurance. So I can't. It's, you know, it's reserved for the wealthy. Okay, let's watch stuff, okay? It's been an hour and a half. Did you have fun yapping? Did you have fun? We got lots of yapping in, right? Room insurance is wild. Well, what do you think? You think we don't have traffic laws? What happens if you like crash into something with your broom? Who's gonna pay for it, huh? Yeah, that's right. It's a scummy world out there. Which capitalism? Yo.
Majokko Meimi.
Okay. No more 3D, okay? Wow, look at that. Look at that transition. It's another main model now. Maybe I'll put Cupsy away. My beloved. Or maybe Cupsy should get over here. We don't need bunnies. It's the springtime of Cupsy. A jaywalking delinquent now. I don't know. This outfit was requested. I don't feel like it's very springtimeable, but it's still cute. Cupsy is still here. It's like I can still hear his voice. Let's see. I actually kind of wanted to watch these the Yifan videos because there is I don't know, there's just a lot of them and they all look like they have catchy titles. But also I have some more cheater videos as well that looked interesting. Where can I buy a hoodie like that? Pastel Melon. Just kidding, I don't have a collab yet. I would like to have a cool Meimi hoodie, that'd be cool. I'm trying to work on the t-shirt. I'm trying very hard to get a Meimi t-shirt at the very least. I asked... I basically was like, please, 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 please. Just kidding. I haven't gone to that level yet. But I'm like, can I have a Meimi t-shirt? Please, 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 please. I'll start pinging them. I'll start pinging them closer to I want it, ideally I want it for anniversary so we can get all 3 of us to get t-shirts, like virus t-shirts would be really cute. I know everybody has been wanting something like that and I keep being like, I want to make them. Did you watch Joy vs. Weevil? I did. I watched that one already. Mr. Red Muffler Man told me himself he was working on some other video soon. And it will come out eventually. A Meimi bandana? How would you wear a bandana? There's no way you guys actually wear bandanas. People told me they wouldn't even wear a hat. I was sad. I was like, what? You wouldn't even wear a hat? I think a Meimi hat would look really nice. Like with some subtle embroidery, right? Right? always wore down my parents when I was a kid. Well, I'm not asking collaborator. That's why I'm just asking. I'm asking the rest of Virus slash Mane-san, like, please, you wanna use our budget on this, please? Can we use our budget on this, please? Working out with at the gym? You use bandanas at the gym? Don't you use like a sweatband? That's something different, no? Like maybe a like a towel. But I feel like Oshi towels are like, would you really use them? Would you wipe your sweat with it? I think you would if it was like just like the logo or whatnot. But if it was my face on it, would you really smash it into your face? That'd be kind of pretty. Now that I admit it, I'm not proud of it. Whiny kid! What kind of hat? Like a baseball cap? Would you prefer a baseball cap or a beanie? I personally use beanies more, but I think like a snapback kind of or baseball cap would be fine too, right? I don't know. I think they're kind of nice. A gym Meimi merch would be funny. You guys, how many of you go to the gym? Now I need to pull this. I'm pulling this. Are you a gym bro? I don't think this will influence my upcoming merch, but I will keep this in mind for the future. Extra says to use a towel. True, actually. You're so right. Buy more. Beanies don't work when I have summer all year round. Why are there so many of you in the summer all the time? What the heck? Beanies are cool. Beanies are a fashion statement. I have a Pushin beanie that I wear. I don't really wear baseball caps though. I did have a Diva cap. Back when I played Overwatch, I had the Diva baseball cap with the Diva bunny. That was pretty cute. I don't know where it went. I bought like some like hats, but I just every time I wear them, it just feels wrong. I don't know how to style them, I guess. I'm just not a sporty girl. A Meimi Grimoire? What the heck is a Meimi Grimoire? What would that even be? I think the only thing I could imagine is a card binder. But I heard card binders are kind of hard to make. At-home exercise? Without any gym equipment? See, look at all these people admitting to not being gym bros. Don't pose. You don't need to be a poser here, okay? I don't go to the gym either. I'm listening to this while deadlifting at the gym. The times I got dragged to the gym, I would watch like Cupcake Wars on the TV. It did not help. Summer was not fun with living with dad who controlled the thermostat. What's with dads controlling the thermostat? I guess. I don't know. I don't think my family was very stingy with a thermostat or anything. If anything, I'm always perpetually cold. So I don't mind being in warm weather at all. We're containing all of your spells. That would just be cards. That would just be cute cards, huh? A day planner? Would you seriously use like a notebook? I mean, I'm not against notebooks, right? I think notebooks are pretty cool. But like I don't know. I don't know about selling it. I feel like I have the problem where if I have a pretty notebook, I'll treasure it and not use it ever. I have several like this, which is why I'm banned from buying more notebooks. Instead, what I think are useful, I use my card binder. I have this cute card binder that has like, it's like a fan merch with like little Yu-Gi-Oh chibis on it. Although I keep my Pokemon cards in there too. And then I have a sticker binder. I think that's useful. My sticker sheet binder is super useful. I put all my stickers in there because they're reusable sticker sheets, so you can like take it off and move it around if you want. For my sticker collection. And then I have a binder for postcards. Like little postcards that I buy. And then I have a teeny little binder for like small Polaroids and like business cards and stuff like that. Yeah, those are all more useful. If you only do cardio, are you a gym bro? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not a gym bro. Ask another gym bro. A bad looking notebook? Well, nowadays I just use my iPad. I do use my iPad a lot. I write down my schedule and notes in there if I can. You work out with 300 pounds daily through lower back extensions? I like how you explain it, because I was about to say, what the heck is that? A kind of exercise pushing weight and holding it with the back. My back is weak as heck. I would not be able to do that. I would like to make lots of fun merch eventually, but you know, we can't make too many. It costs a lot. So right now I feel like personally I would like a hat or a t-shirt. So that's my like something I'm trying to push. Is paper going extinct? I don't think so. I have like a sketchbook as well that I just don't ever get to use as well. Wait, I have something embarrassing to admit. I bought a sketchbook from an online influencer. and then I'm also proceeding to be too afraid to use it. I used it a little, like I drew like one or two things. I was like, no, my ugly drawings are going to grace the pages. I got it because it was signed. Like I got one of the ones that was like the first 50 or something will have like a doodle and a signature in it. Can you guess who? Can you guess what online influencer sold me a cute sketchbook? It's still cute though. It was really cute, okay? But now I feel bad because I don't want to use it. It's just like I could just draw on my iPad instead, and like if it's bad, I'll just Control C and delete it. Although I don't think I'm very good at drawing whatever the medium. It is pretty. It's really cute. I don't know if I can find a picture of it, to be honest. Let me see. I don't think it's a waste of money or anything. It was signed and out. Oh, I can find it! Oh my god, I can find it! Okay, I found a picture of it. Wait, hang on, let me get the video. Let me get the picture up. Probably from TikTok? I'm not a crazy brain-rotted TikTok girl, okay? Is this one? It's cute, right? It's really cute. It's got Temmie on it. This is Lily Peaches. It's Lily Peaches. I got the pink one. It has like Temmie doodles all over it. It's so adorable. And then she has like a silly little doodle and her signature in it. Yeah. It's cute, right? Like it's good material. It's like an actual nice sketchbook, okay? I wasn't like scammed or anything. The extra upcharge was for the signature. But you see, like this kind of thing, you can't like really rip the pages outside. I don't want to mess up in it. So I'm like, I'll get better at drawing. And I just never got better at drawing. Right? It's cute. It's cute. This is back when I watched a lot of Lily Pichu. Back when I still like League. League of Legends. I liked offline TV. That were like the first streamers I ever watched, right? And like the first time I saw like female streamers, and that was like, oh wow, girls can be streamers and do YouTube content and whatnot. So I was a Lily fan. A mini Meimi on every page? Listen, I don't know if I can draw a mini Meimi on every page, okay? I would sign the front or something, but that would be kind of hard to do. The thing is, like, paper products are so hard to make, actually, in the US. They're very expensive, right? They're less expensive if you outsource it, obviously, but when you outsource it, you have to get like a 50 minimum or something. Because it's so cheap. It's like cheap to make, but not cheap to ship or sell. So I feel like it's not great. Did you play League? Well, if you search on my channel, do a really quick League of Legends search, you might get your answer. Wait, do we have any like League shorts? I made a bunch of shorts back in the day, back when I had like a shorts budget. Now I get clips instead. I don't think we did. We did. I did make one. Okay, here. Hang on. This is my League of Legends experience, guys. Maybe the jungle will come and get us. It's a Yi, isn't it? I should have known. Yi players have no rights. Oh, oh my god, Elsa! I hate your guts! I hope you know! I hope you know! I hate you so much! Yeah, yes! High skills champ, by the way! High skill champ just has to click on me and does a billion damage! I can't even... Okay, I'll help you. So yeah, I'll help you, sir. Oh my god. I don't know how to help you. I'm dead too. So yeah. He was like, help me. Do you want me to play League again? Oh my god. You want me to play League of Legends again? I have more. More clips of this nonsense. I also have clips of me teaching Pokemon Unite player Roa League of Legends terms. 3M Hava League is go as an addict. She was good. She like literally would carry us. It was crazy. When we played like when we played off stream, she would be like, "You want to get your daily win?" And she would like carry us so hard. There we go. Surrendering? Are you serious? We won like 2 fights.
He's just like, I'm not having a good time. I'm gonna surrender.
I'm losing my lane, and it's all about me. So like, boo-hoo.
Ooh, careful those dudes.
I know. I don't know about this.
He doesn't have ulti though, so it's all good. I'm so far away from him.
Ha! Baited. That's what I say if I totally meant to do that, guys. Baited. So baited.
Oh.
Yeah. Only death on this channel with Koha. See, we did win sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we should have surrendered.
Hard carry.
Surrender 15 minutes ago. I don't know.
Never surrender. Never
surrender.
Yeah.
Watch us play. I was a Lux player because of Lily Pichu. Fought in the trenches. Just don't watch every other second where I miss my freaking skill shots. I don't play League anymore. You're 1 year sober. Just watching that Yi kind of tilted me. I can't believe they banned Yasuo enough times that they made Yone. I can't believe it. Garen is honestly not even that big of a deal. I'm mad when Set exists, you know? Just like in the game. His entire presence. There's so many champions where it's just like on sight. My blood pressure is raised. If you want Meimi cursing and Meimi mouthing and Meimi hating on the existence of people just living, you know, going about their day and living until they decide to click on a champion I hate, then yeah, you should beg for more League content. But until then, I'll be happily League sober for a bit. What do you mean if you ever make it to tournaments? Why would I make it to tournaments? What the heck? Why would I do that? Oh, you know what? That's fair. Yeah, I forgot to unban logs. You can unban him. It's been a month. I forgot because YouTube is so hard to do. Okay, let me... Like, where the heck is my settings? Oh my god, my YouTube. Why are you freaking out? Why are you freaking out? Let me go into the settings. The faker of League. Dude, I'm like hard bronze. Not stuck. I just deserve bronze. I'm actually bronze, you know? I'll never make it out of bronze because I'm bad. And I don't need to be good at League of Legends, you know? I don't need to subscribe to the thought that I need to be good at League of Legends to be like, to have meaning in life. I think it's actually more, it's more like, it's really like more honorable to be bad and say, yeah, I don't spend time trying to be good at a game. It's worse if you spend a lot of time on the game where you're not even good. I'm trying to find this whole list of names and see who I... Oh, there we go. There's dual logs. Okay. Save. Okay, he's now unbanned on YouTube. That's a cool guy. Just run around and he gets his shield and then his whole health is back. And you thought he was dying? JK. And he gets his whole health back and punches you and he goes on about his day. Cell vs Yu-Gi-Oh video on the list? What's that? Which Cell vs Yu-Gi-Oh, huh? Wait, what is that? I don't even know what that is. You can totally suggest videos. I just don't know if I'll get to all of them because I like yapping. I'm just terminally yap-aholic. Gotta get all our yapping of the week because every other week I have to. Every other day of the week I have to log in. Why'd I ban dual logs? Yeah, for peace of mind. It's okay. He will be banned again at some point. We already watched the Pokemon vs. Yu-Gi-Oh! Death Battle. Actually, there's a lot of people that really wanted to make me watch another Death Battle. But specifically, which one did they say was really good? Is it like the Goku one or something? There was like one that everyone kept recommending, and I was like, I don't know Dragon Ball though, but they were all like, no, this is the best one ever. And I don't remember which one it was. Because again, I don't watch Dragon Ball Z. It was like really, I don't know, it was like really consistent. Usually people will be like, can you watch this? Can you watch that? But no, everybody wanted me to watch that one video. Metal Sonic versus Cell? I don't think so. I was just like, maybe it's Goku, but I'm not sure if it was Goku or not. I need to go back and look at the comments. Of your actions, the Pokemon or Digimon? Every single person on that video came and was like, what do you expect? It's a death battle. And I was like, I'm new to this. How was I supposed to expect Ty to eviscerate some kid in cold blood? And everyone was like, there's death in Digimon. I was like, they don't usually kill kids though. They kill other Digimon. Do you understand the difference? They're like deleting Digimon code. But even if you delete the Digimon, like more Digimon will exist. I don't know. It's sorry. It's maybe not all Digimon lives matter to me because they keep coming back. But like, Ash is just a kid. He's just a guy. You can't kill him. You can't kill him in cold blood. It was very morbid. Sorry, I'm gonna go in. Okay, here. Let me go into the comments. Let me scroll 50 miles to go into the comments. Everybody is mansplaining to me about how Digimon kill actually. There's like 3 Goku versus... Really? Maybe that's not that one then. Yeah, now I can't even find it. Takes out the moral that characters would do what they would restrained. Oh, that's lame. I don't like gore. I don't like gore and bloodshed. If they're all going to die, then I don't know. That's just so out of character. Like, look at this comment. Your complaints are just dumb. Red was never that perfect at all. You only prove how the Pokemon community is worse than Ubisoft executives. What kind of brain-dead comment is that? YouTube community really not sending their best. I don't even think I would consider myself as part of the Pokemon community. Like, I'm a fan because I play the games, but like, what? Also, the Ubisoft executives, like, random thing to mention. Okay, buddy. I don't even think I said Red was that perfect. I don't remember, like, me specifically defending Red that much. I think all I said is that, like... Actually, all I said was, like, Digimon win. I was like, hands down, doesn't Digimon just win this? Bowser vs. Eggman? You know what? Oh, maybe a lot of people said that one. You're so right. I think people did recommend that one. Let me go look. They broke into a bunch of Lego pieces instead. I would be okay with that. It was self-defense? It wasn't really. If they just stopped and talked to each other, they wouldn't have to fight. That's too pacifist of me, obviously. Not the point of it, but... These people replying to a comment you left. Sometimes they make up things I said in their head and then get really mad about it. That's such is the way of YouTube comments. Other people will be like really mad about the way I reacted to something, and I was like, I don't know about you, but there's just an option to stop watching. There's an option to close it. If you don't like my opinions, why are you watching reacts? You want to react that only echoes your own opinions? Go do your own react, buddy. Okay, where's the Eggman one? I am curious. Eggman versus Bowser, right? Well, there's a lot of Eggman ones. There's also a lot of... Oh, okay. I assume the one from 1 year ago. Bowser vs. Eggman, Mario vs. Sonic? Okay. I didn't defend anyone. I 100% don't think Red wins in any situation. There's like a couple handful of people that were like, don't you know Red? And I had to be like, yes, but I mean, like, specifically, I only know Red from the games and the manga, and I did not know that OVA existed, right? I didn't know the OVA existed, so I had no idea that, like, which version of Red they were taking from. It was, like, mostly drawn from the OVA scenes. And, like, you know, the more you know, I guess I'll watch the OVA sometime. That'll be fun. How much can I fit on the screen? This much? Cupsy is kind of taking up room. I'm sorry, Cupsy. Maybe I'll move you down. Sorry, Cupsy. You can go over here. It's on the tube? Wait, really? You just watch the OVA on YouTube? There's so much stuff on YouTube nowadays. It's illegal? Do you know Blue? I don't know if there's a Blue. You don't know there's a Blue in Pokemon? Well, that's actually the trick question. Real Pokemon fans know Blue is green and green is blue. So I don't know which version of Blue you are referring to. But specifically, I like Pokemon Adventures manga, so a lot of my references from... My reference point is from the manga. Among Us vs. Fall Guys? Friends with opposite opinions? I want opinions to be challenged, not enabled? I think it's interesting if you have like different perspectives to share, right? It's not like I would not possibly get heated about this. I don't have anything at stake, you know? It's not like I personally wrote this and can tell you with strong authority what Ash actually thinks about this. You don't know that about Pokemon? Oh my god, you don't know anything about Pokemon? Really? Yeah, I don't know why, but they switched around blue and green for a Western release. I think it's because of the game consoles they released, right? And they wanted to match or whatever. But in the manga, it was the opposite. Based off old schoolyard arguments from back in the day. I don't know if I actually had those schoolyard arguments, but I understand your point. It's just the Batman versus Superman, right? Like, who would win? But honestly, in what world does Batman win? I just like that one clip where it's like Batman's like, I would like air support requesting from anyone because I can't fly. That's so good. Like, man, just drop him from really high. Batman loses every time. The gym bro question, I was forced to stop going to the gym because I was busy. I'm not blaming you guys, okay? The gym bro question is not like, oh my god, you go to the gym or don't go to the gym. I was just thinking I feel like there was not that many gym bros. And I think 69% of you saying no proves my point, so I'm not gonna release gym bro merch. Getting put in a green bubble? Does he get put in a green bubble? I don't know, I only watched that clip. Batman never loses with prep time? I guess that's true. I guess because he's smart and he could out like wit Superman. Also, Superman has like, you know, actually both of them have like morals, but the movie is dumb. Yeah, that was a terrible movie. It was an absolutely god-awful movie. And honestly, I wasted 3 hours of my life and I really need to pee in the movie theater. Don't know why I watched it. I never give DC things a chance after that. Wait, what's another good poll? What should we ask? Would you like a sports, a baseball cap, or a hoodie? I mean, or beanie. Wait. Cap, beanie, or I would prefer. What else could I even make though? An embroidered handkerchief. I don't know. Maybe what else? What other merch is there? I don't know. I was just thinking it'd be kind of cute to add it to the merch release. Maybe I'll just do shirt. But then everyone will choose shirt. I think 100% of... I think shirts are more useful in general, no? A holy sword? Please. Please, you must send in your own swords to be blessed. I cannot go around supplying swords. What do I look like? A lady in a lake? A bookmark with fortune telling cards? You guys actually read books? That should be another question. Do you use bookmarks? Do you read books? Can't you just use a fancy card for a bookmark? I've always gotten bookmarks, and then everything I would use as a bookmark is like a credit card, a receipt, a pretty sticker. I'm like #1 offender never using bookmarks properly. You're not the Lady of the Lake? No, I'm closer to Morgana, actually. I think I'm the sorceress. Not really the one distributing swords for a basis of government, you know? When you unbless them with a witch? No, I'll be the evil. I'll be the evil witch in Sleeping Beauty. I'll like give you an extremely awesome curse. Like if you asked me to, I'll curse the sword real cool. Curse sword. Who would want one? Just dropping by to check you out. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. I'm still thinking. Okay. How about like a field center? Maybe that's too simple. I don't know. I guess you could also use anything as a field center too. It's not like it's really tournament legal. I thought books were extinct. I like them. I'm just the type of person that likes I like reading them on a Kindle or something. Okay. Hi, is everyone ready? I'm finishing eating my orange. Okay, snacks ready? Okay, I know I said Yu-Gi-Oh videos, but let's watch Bowser versus Eggman, Mario versus Sonic in the theming of the recent Mario movie release, which I have not watched, but I have watched the Sonic movie. So my view of them are pretty skewed. I've also watched maybe 1 or 2 episodes of Sonic, the like cartoon, before in my life. And I other than that, I really don't really know much, but I feel like Bowser and Eggman are very simple. And what else is there to know about them? Okay, so here we go. Let me know if the volume is okay, actually. Okay, ikimasu. This is the death battle! And this time I know they're gonna beat each other to death, and I'm not gonna be shocked and surprised that there's gore at the end.
This battle is sponsored by Marvel Snap and Prize Picks.
Fight! Bowser versus Dr. Eggman.
The king of the Koopas and the baddest of badniks. And they're not alone.
He's Wiz and I'm Boomstick.
And it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who would win a death battle.
I was just thinking, but I want to know, now I want to know Jack Black versus Jim Carrey. Death battle, who would win? Jack Black versus Jim Carrey. That'd be a pretty fair fight, don't you think? That'd be pretty good.
Ah, the Mushroom Kingdom. A peaceful land of kindness, adventure, love.
Ah, boring. Move aside, princess.
Wait, hang on. They were like kindness, and they put the mafia in the back.
Kindness, adventure, love.
Oh my god, but they have the Paper Mario scene with like Francine and her like mafia boyfriend.
Ah, boring. Move aside.
But I just want to say there was a guillotine in Paper Mario.
Here comes King Koopa himself, better known as Bowser.
The moment this orphan star child was found by Kamek, it was clear Bowser would command the disparate outcasts of the Mushroom world, the Koopa clan.
Sadly, not everyone's born a toad, and they treat these critters like monsters, fated to a life of infinite jump farming for one-ups.
What do you mean he's 34 years old? Huh? Bowser's 34? What? Do turtles live that long? I guess they do. 10 feet tall. That sounds about right. But isn't Mario like a short king? Honestly, Mario just looks short next to him. So I feel like Bowser isn't even that tall. Mario's just short.
Bowser wanted a different world, but Princess Peach...
Oh, is it actually too quiet now? Sorry. I like turned it down for myself because I was like getting blasted. Okay. Let me rewind a bit.
The Koopa Clan.
Wait, the heck, it got quieter. Is this okay? This volume mic?
Sadly, not everyone's born a toad, and they treat these critters like monsters, fated to a life of infinite jump farming for one-ups.
Bowser wanted a different world, but Princess Peach Toadstool would never allow the evil king's day in the sun. Her light was so bright, Bowser became infatuated with her.
So he turned all the toads into bricks and kidnapped her, putting their princess in another castle, and another, like 40 years of castles, only to be released if she agrees to marry him and his dad bod.
Yet he was foiled time and time again by those pesky Mario brothers. However,
This is from the
Bowser is
movie.
nothing if not persistent.
Look at him! Dude's built like a brick house strapped to a saw trap. That spiked shell takes a lot of punishment. Not even the weight of a castle can scratch it, especially when he rolls up like a prehistoric Beyblade.
And the Koopa King doesn't just breathe fire and control lava, he commands nature itself.
Spitting meteors
What?
from outer space, beckoning the earth with a snap, inhaling torrents of wind, straight up calling down lightning. What else has he got?
Oh, just a little dabbling in dark magic.
Hell yeah, Wizard Turtle.
The original NES manual even describes him as a sorcerer king. Magic is how he turned the
Sorcerer?
toads into bricks, only countered by the princess's heart magic.
But that's not all the magic he's mastered. Telekinesis, creating perfect clones, reanimating his undead skeleton, and worst of all, ruining every game of Mario Party. Hey, no, I stole those coins fair and square.
Bowser spent decades hoarding treasures, coins, magic star rods, warships, clown cars, you name it. This is the same guy that created multiple flying castles fashioned after his own face.
Yeah, he's definitely got an ego on him. He's talked about having a 4-digit IQ, but I've seen this moron put death traps in his own backyard. A man after my own heart.
Despite his clumsiness, Bowser's charisma and leadership brought many to his side. Not enough to defeat Mario, but his army doesn't make it easy on the Red Plumber.
They're the most wicked band of misfits this side of World 8.
They're like glazing him so. They're glazing him so much, but like with all these powers, doesn't it just show he's just too dumb to utilize them correctly? He gets beaten up so easily in every Mario game. He has all these like death traps, and then he just walks into his own.
A Koopa troop.
An army spanning multiple territories across the Mushroom World and beyond.
Goombas, Koopas, the Troopas, and the others make up the infantry. Some with wings, some in shoes, and some even in race cars. They're the red shirts, first in and first out.
Piranha plants, bloopers, and lakitus use their surroundings to get the jump on unsuspecting prey, by land, sea, or sky.
We'd be here forever jotting down the small fries. Booze, Shy Guys,
He
Indian
has,
bombs.
he has so many people working for him, but like, question mark. Why? Actually, I've never considered this. Are they just evil? Or are they like, do they just like, are they born evil? Do they desire to be ruled over? Do they crave a monarchy? Like, why? Why are you just born a bomb and you're like, I'm gonna sign up for the evil Bowser's army? Are you conscripted at birth? Do they have child soldiers? These are the questions I've never considered in you know, Mario of all things. This is like the idea that, like, you know, when you do dungeons and you clear all those level 1 goblins, there's like a goblin society with a goblin hierarchy, right? Good health care. They like the benefits he provides. Fellow shelled creatures. Why is this all about assurance? Why are y'all like... They should unionize. They really should unionize if they're not getting dental. You only want to give them a home? So their ideas are going to kill Mario at all costs? Don't they? They bother other people too, don't they? Ever seen a sick Goomba? No, thought so. I've seen a lot of dead ones though. I don't think they can even get sick because they just die with one bop on their head.
With feet and more.
It was imperative for Bowser to nurture a unit that covers their own vulnerabilities. For example, Kamek and King Boo both have magic, but Boo has battlefield control with illusions and destabilizing dimensions, while Kamek focuses on buffing allies, canceling enemy powers, summoning anything he desires.
Or swapping my items to screw up my Mario Party lead. Not again.
Speaking of items, most of the minions can use pretty much any power-up Mario can. The Goombas make frequent use of Tanuki tails, and Bowser can really get into the cat roleplay. But as the Koopa Troop grew and grew, it started to feel less like an army and more like a family unit.
Oh, you mean like his
Oh yeah! He's actually a really good dad, which is so cute. Bowser is like not... He doesn't disappear with the milk. He's so cute. Oh, hi. Hi, Leah. Midnight o'clock? It's only midnight. I only just started watching videos. I yapped for like 2 hours. Hi, guys. Welcome back. I hope you guys pulled something good. Wait, Leah, check my message in the Discord. I was like, do you want to get t-shirts? I want to get t-shirts. Should we just get our own t-shirts? I really want us to get t-shirts. You pulled poorly? Oh no! They were bad. You didn't get the $1,000 overframes. That's so sad. Oh man. Well, I hope you had fun regardless. Come back and come play with me, okay? Come back and play with me and we'll pull my rarity collection. Or I'll go to your stupid train museum with you, okay? It's true love if I go to your train museum with you, am I right? Got like $10. How many did you open anyway? To get that? Like 1 or 2? But hello. I'm your little fortune telling West from the Trojan virus. By the way, have you seen my love? The love of my life, Cupsy Yummy. You should watch my stream from yesterday, where I gave him a beautiful funeral by eating him. I show off my son to everybody. Stupid train museum, stupid. Okay, it's not like a world-renowned train or anything, okay? It's just a little silly little historical one. I'll go to it. I'm not particularly fond of locomotives or anything. But I'm willing to learn. I'm willing to be educated. I saw how botched, you know, he's the Cupsy we have at home, okay? Okay, listen, my local at-home skills. I'm not exactly a homemaker, am I? What's important is that he was full of jam and cuteness, okay? Niwa made a Cupsy a long time ago. That's cute too. I'm glad that we're all eating him together. Cannibalism? How is it cannibalism? I'm not a yummy Cupsy. His eyes said to put him out of his misery, so I did. Okay. Hello? Okay. Free Cupsy's pure evil. Mods, take him out back. You eat him? Why? Because I had 2 extra copies of him. So what am I gonna do with the extra copies other than to dispose of him in the way that is best befitting of him, huh? Into my tummy, the greatest honor of all. You wouldn't want to be bored by me? Huh? You wouldn't hop into my mouth? Ceremonial removal? I put him out in a grand finale, you know? But yeah. Anyway, we're watching some videos because I have not been watching any videos at all recently. And I have a billion saved up. So everyone told me to watch this one. The Death Battle. Bowser versus Eggman. But I also have some Yu-Gi-Oh videos I can watch. And some non-Yu-Gi-Oh videos. I don't know. Have them marry each other? The Cupsies! That's self-cessed. Huh? You like Yu-Gi-Oh, maybe? Looks at my channel a bit. Mildly, maybe. a slight interest. Imagine everyone becoming Cupsy, we'd be in danger. Well, you can choose Cookie or Lollipop. They haven't been hit yet. They're safe so far. So far. But not from my tummy. I'll get them someday. It's just making cookies and lollipops are much harder. Okay. Are you all settled down? Are you all nice and settled down? Blah, blah, blah. I also like Yu-Gi-Oh! What a coincidence! We all like Yu-Gi-Oh! Here. Lots of Yu-Gi-Oh! Video afterwards. You can multiply like amoebas. I don't know about that, but I think yummies are kind of like alchremies, you know, like or like other Pokemon that like you can canonically eat. They produce a little bit of themselves so that they're edible, but they don't die unless you consume the whole thing. Like alchemy cream, now alchemy cake is literally canonically edible in the Pokedex. So like, why are Cupsies not? They're definitely edible. Look at them. The little creatures. Little creatures. Go. Possessed stun deck. What is that? Oh. Hi, Amory. Hi, Amory. Hello. BCD Brady streamer, fortune telling witch, sassy Io, Majokko maybe that's so. You ever play Needy Streamer Overload? I've never played that. I saw a lot of the clips from the recent anime though, which looked pretty good to be honest. I know they added a lot to the anime that was not in the game though. I hope you guys had fun though. Lechonk is eaten. No, Lechonk, no. Would their brains be yummy though? They don't have one. Look at him. Does he have a single thought in his head? Does he have a single brain cell? I think Cookie's the only one with a brain cell, to be honest. Out of all of them. I think the rest do not. Hi. Lechonk and Slowpoke? Yeah, Slowpokes are illegally eaten, though. The tails are, like, illegal, no? I think more, it's more like byproducts are edible, like Vanillites, Vanillux. They like produce ice cream that you can eat. That makes more sense to me. I feel like you don't eat the whole thing. You eat their byproducts, like moo moo milk or something. He knows how to do calculus. Well, that's good because I also don't know how to do calculus. Cannot judge someone else for their calculus abilities. All I can say. But we're gonna watch some videos, some of which are Yu-Gi-Oh, some of which are not Yu-Gi-Oh, but this one was like highly requested for the recent Mario movie, which I have not watched. I haven't watched the first one or this one, but maybe I should. It's like just brain dead good fun, right? All things considered. You tell me a buy produce this? A buy produce this product? True. All Cremies are bi. Have you seen them? They can be pink, they can be purple, they can be blue. They can be rainbow colored. It was an agenda all along. That's the bi agenda. They want to make delicious cakes and snacks for you. They all share a brain cell. Exactly. They're very cute. Eating their byproduct is a wild sentence out of context. There is context though. The context is that all Krabbies are very delicious, and I want to eat them too. The poop coffee? No, it doesn't have to be the poop coffee. Okay. Why is that their first thought? It could be something far more wholesome. Ice cream in the world's based off of vanillux. They aren't actually ice cream. No, it's just that they're ice cream Pokemon that create ice cream, and they probably sell ice cream if they have a vanillux making it for them. True, but they also canonically have moo milk, so they could make ice cream on their own. They have sugar and they have moo milk. They make puffins. Okay, there are like treats and delicacies in this world. Pokemon just kind of help with it. You can make your cake at home or get one from an alchemy. Okay. But back to the moral like quandary that is Bowser. Like Bowser being the Lord of the Koopas. He's the Koopa King. And I'm just saying, does he conscript everyone, including his family, into his army? Is it just because the Toads discriminate them? Anything that's not a Toad can't live in a peaceful society? So they all become angry? Like, think about it. Even the flowers, even the piranha plants become angry. They be like, they're all evil? Is everything considered evil if they join up with Bowser? Or does Bowser just have premier benefits? Who knows? This is the death battle between Bowser and Eggman. I think Eggman wins because he's smarter. Bowser has more, like... I think Bowser has more BS abilities, like magic that he doesn't really explain and just does. But Eggman is so much smarter. And Eggman has also shot lasers from space. So, like, he really... If you give him enough time, he also clears, in my opinion. I don't know.
Feel less like an army and more like a family unit.
Oh, you mean like his kids, the Koopalings?
They're adopted.
What's the difference?
Good
Are
point.
they adopted?
Bowser took them in and even trained them in dark magic.
Okay, not gonna lie. I thought Bowser... copulated. I thought they just had an absent mom. I thought he was a single father. I'm sure there's somebody out there willing. Like, come on. I think it's not that big of a stretch. I think it's bigger of a stretch for Eggman. Not gonna lie. Only Bowser Jr.? What? Okay. So Bowser's just like Batman. He just starts adopting kids left and right. What? And only has one biological son? What? Oh my god.
So no one's as spoiled as his natural Nepo baby, Bowser Jr., captain of the Koopa Troop.
Spoiled is an understatement. Remember his escapades as Shadow Mario? He terrorized Delfino Plaza with literal evil paint. That whole debacle was basically his attempt at elementary school art class.
And I bet Bowser still has some on the fridge. But really, the king is very protective of his kids. If the fam's in trouble, he can will himself to transform into a giant kaiju, all to crush whatever bullies target smack.
Maybe a little overkill. Just one punch from Giant Bowser launched a castle out of orbit. Taking into account the flight path and the scale of their universe.
What the heck? This is like a 2-second like part in this video, but how much math did they actually do for this? Oh, excuse me? Excuse me? Flight time 10 seconds. Distance traveled. Castle's weight 61 million tons. Mario's celestial bodies are a similar scale to our own. What? I want to know who Bowser's ex is. I'm just bringing up valid concerns. Okay, who's Bowser's ex? I want to know.
Bowser's punch must have hit with a force of over 125 trillion tons of TNT. Considering how Yoshi punted poor Raphael the Raven so hard he exploded into a constellation of stars, this isn't even close to Bowser's full strength.
So don't bully his kid, especially if he falls into some of Bowser Jr.'s set of black paint. That stuff's scary.
Enough to unleash Bowser's dark fury. a form whose very steps cause widespread natural disasters.
Okay,
What the-
seriously, how does Mario ever beat this guy? He's like Godzilla, Doctor Strange, and John Cena all in one big turtle.
We're not even to the best part. Bowser's dark magic became so potent he eventually learned how to warp the very fabric of reality.
Anything the king imagines, he makes happen. He turned all of Yoshi's Island into a storybook. And remember those painted worlds in Mario 64? Yeah, he made those.
See, so my argument is Bowser is just not very creative. He's not very smart. He has such untapped potential, but he spends all of his mana on like one or two weird gimmicky things and gets foiled immediately by Mario. And then goes, oh no!
And the staircase that goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Oh God, does anyone know how to BLJ?
He also stole ultra-powerful items like the Wonder Flower, which can mold reality like Play-Doh, and the Dream Stone, which can be used to wish someone out of existence.
But his most iconic thefts are those big shiny power stars.
Don't judge a book by its cover. Infant power stars, aka Lumas, can become whole galaxies.
Oh, okay, that's a spoiler. I didn't know Luma was an infant power star. There's more than one Luma? Oh.
They also ferried Mario across the universe in 3 seconds. That's 489 quad.
Well, who's doing all the math for this? They have like a whole team just pumping the numbers. What? 489 quadrillion times light speed.
Trillion times light speed.
Obviously, the Big Daddy Grand Stars are even crazier. Bowser used one to power his space kingdom, but then guess who showed up to ruin everything? It's a him!
And when the Grand Star was freed, it caused a chain reaction that destroyed the entire universe via a massive black hole.
Big space god that Rosalina showed up to save the day.
Not that Bowser needed saving. He's been swallowed by another black hole and thrown into a star that went supernova.
Imagine if this crazy OP fire turtle had to fight himself. Oh wait, he did, and he beat the hell out of him.
With all this power, it's a wonder he still hasn't conquered the Mushroom Kingdom. Perhaps it's because his visions of grandeur were never really what he sought. Surrounding him is a crew of outcasts and miscreants like him, ride or dies that can't be swayed against him.
Oh, are you saying he's secretly happy because he's got a big monster family now?
Oh, that's cute.
But also, when they actually worked together, they legitimately conquered most of the known universe. So
he's a baddie through and through.
It's because his sides are too limited. He just wants Peach. Like, he just wants Peach's love, which he can never obtain. And no force on Earth is enough to move a woman's heart and also kidnap her from Mario, question mark.
We'll teleport through space and time to show you what's what. Because he's no ordinary Koopa. Make way for the king!
This battle is sponsored by Prize Picks.
But I still
Prize Picks is
think...
the best place to
I
get
still
real
think
life
Eggman
sports
wins.
action. And it's daily fantasy
It's like
sports is
magic
super
versus
easy to get
science,
into.
but
That's
Eggman's
right,
science
Boomstick.
is
No need to worry
like,
about going up against somebody
scientific
who knows way
magic.
more than you do.
in a
All
way.
you gotta do is pick
Yeah.
more or less on 2 or more players.
But
and
I
you're up for
haven't
a
played
shot to win
Sonic, so I
big.
don't really know what
As someone who
abilities
spends
Sonic
literally all of his
has.
time running numbers on
goes
anything and
against.
everything, I appreciate
Sonic's
a system
abilities
that
are
takes
also
a lot of the guesswork out
kind of
and lets you
silly.
actually win through skill.
Just runs
Yeah,
very
like how
quickly
they've
and then
got
he
an
gets
actual
Chaos
injury
Emeralds.
insurance policy.
and turns
As in, injuries
yellow.
don't ruin your lineup. It's crazy
Right?
this isn't more common. It's already saved my butt for sure.
And withdrawals are
I guess
fast, safe,
so.
and secure.
Yeah, it depends on
They
if
can get
Bowser
you
gets a
money in
lot
as
of
little as
stars.
15 minutes.
Download the
If he
app
gets a
today
lot
and
of
use
stars,
code
then he's
DEATH
more
to get
powered up.
$50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup.
That's code DEATH to get $50 instantly.
Kidnapping might
after
be
you
a
play
bit
your
much.
first $5 lineup.
What's wrong with that?
Prize Picks, run your
Just
game.
a little like kidnapping. He only wants a mother to help teach his
Citizens
things
of
to
Earth,
his
lend me your
children.
ears. Imagine a world of endless possibility where people are free as the wind. Isn't it disgusting? Now imagine a better world, one with proper guidance and the technology to bring about global peace.
But Wiz, only a brilliant mind can make that happen.
Not just any brilliant mind, he's a genius at heart who knows the dangers within. He's Ivo Robotnik.
Dr. Eggman.
As a mad scientist myself, his story is my inspiration, just as Eggman's was his grandfather, Gerald Robotnik.
Wait, like, I know his name is Robotnik, but where did the Eggman come from? Did he just coin himself Eggman? Does a villain wake up one day and is like, ah, yes, I need a cooler name than Robotnik. I need to be called the Eggman.
Who sought to create world peace through technology. But
Unless
then
Sonic
his
just
beloved
insulted him one day?
granddaughter, Maria was killed by the Guardian Unit of Nations, better known as...
Gun. They're freaking called G.
Oh, gun actually has a real acronym. Just Guardian Unit of Nations. Got it.
UN. Anyway, Lil Eggy grew up a lonely narcissist because all his family talked about was Maria this, Maria that. Boo-hoo!
Neglect and envy tainted Ivo's goals of following Gerald's footsteps. He distanced himself from his grandfather's legacy. Instead of bettering the world, he would conquer it to get the attention he deserved.
No, you mean craved. Desperately craved.
This is what happens when a kid grows up with mommy and daddy issues.
Tomato, tomato.
See, nowadays he would just be a streamer. Nowadays, if he wants attention, he would just be a YouTuber and get all the love he wants. But no, he had to go conquer the world for it back in his day.
You just said it the same way twice.
He aimed to establish Eggman Land, a capital of science. And this paradise would have worked just fine if not for that blasted Sonic the Hedgehog.
For years, Eggman's plans literally blew up in his face. And he's a very sore loser.
But just like any good experiment, the doctor did more testing, seeking better results.
He's created plenty of knickknacks to terrorize the world with. A laser gun, a cloning ray, mind control cannons, a flying armada, typical evil scientist stuff.
Then there's the big ones. He invented a spatial displacement trap, which, while online, scatters a target's atoms across space.
Huh?
Oh, and then there's the metal virus, which transmutes organic tissue into living metal zombies.
Oh.
It's so deadly, it created a plague that nearly wiped out all life on Earth.
Shame
What
Eggman
the?
never made himself immune to it. That's a whoopsie.
And when he's not duping you with decoys, he's riding in style with the Eggmobile. It's lightweight for maneuverability, but tough enough to withstand moon-sized explosions and even the center of a black hole.
I mean, it's kind of lame looking, but he can plug it into big bad mechs like the Egg Walker or the Death Egg Robot, whose giant laser once obliterated 77,000 cubic meters of rock in an instant. That's like having an atomic bomb in your pocket all the time. Oh, okay, maybe this guy's pretty cool.
Eggman built machines for a long list of combat situations. Some look like knights, others use extraterrestrial sources like the Wisps, and then there's the orbital bases, like the Death Egg.
The reference
That was the one in the movie, right? Or no?
is obvious, but Darth
His little Death Star, was it not?
Vader's version is like a toy compared to the Death Egg, which can annihilate stars. Woof! A whole constellation!
Or I guess that maybe was that the one his grandpa made instead? I don't know, the lore kind of switched around, right?
Gone in one shot.
That's not to say Eggman doesn't enjoy scrapping with blue hedgehogs himself. Enter the Egg Dragoon.
Hell yeah!
They
The
even have a
rawest of the
Dragoon.
battle mechs. It's got electric drills. It's got ice missiles. It's got a whole lot of bullets. My God, Wiz. I need it.
And don't forget, Eggman built all of these things himself. Maybe world domination is in his grasp yet.
One problem. Eggman's a turbo loner. No hobbies, no friends, no wife, no nothing.
Come on.
No, he has Dr. Stone. Oh my god, they literally called him a loser on the grander scale than Bowser because Bowser has a family and Bowser has an army. And Eggman has to make his own friends from robots.
And he has friends. I mean, he's a feminist. Oh, okay, maybe not. But what about Infinite?
He's a feminist because he's willing to kill women at the same, same as men.
Sure, they might have joined forces over a mutually sought revenge against Shadow, but it counts. Sort of. Who needs friends when you can build friends?
Obviously, Eggman has a tough time collaborating with others, so he just built his own army instead.
The Eggman Empire.
The Badniks are mass-produced foot soldiers, buzz bombers, crab meats, caterkillers, egg robos, and don't forget those cute little moto bugs. The Badniks may seem simple, but they're led by an elite, multi-talented unit, the hard-boiled heavies. Really leaning into the egg thing, huh?
The army has a wide
Oh my god,
variety
yeah,
of
he actually
troops,
really likes
even your
eggs.
classic comedy
What?
duo with Orbot and Cubot. They're Eggman's assistants and immense disappointments. Every genius has their duds.
Hey, at least they're not Scratch and Grounder. But that's why he's made top-notch bots modeled after the Sonic cast, like everyone's favorite robo-faker, Metal Sonic.
Metal Sonic has the most horsepower in the Eggman Empire. He has the moves
Metal Sonic is created by him? What? Okay, now I'm getting confused because isn't the next movie like Metal Sonic is the enemy? I guess the movie is just switching the lore around.
And speed of Sonic and then some. He's had his rebellious phases, but Eggman's reprogrammed Metal to better follow his commands. Additionally, when upgraded to his Neo form, Metal Sonic could copy biological data, including unique powers like Shadow's time stop technique, chaos control.
He could even copy Silver's psychokinesis, and with enough chaos energy, he powers up into Super Neo Metal Sonic.
Though everything
It's
would change with the
Sonic,
appearance of
oh
the
no.
Phantom Ruby. One of many trump cards at Eggman's disposal, the Phantom Ruby alters reality by manipulating perception.
Basically, super OP illusions, but in Infinite's hands, it's a weapon of mass destruction. I don't know how illusions translate to body replicas, changing gravity, or making a fake sun, but go off, King!
And when used on the planet's consciousness, which is a thing, the Ruby
What the-
granted Eggman the Lightman form.
What?
Yep, apparently Super Eggman is canon.
What?
Though it is pretty complicated to manifest.
But the Phantom Ruby isn't the only souped-up gem Eggman has. He's used the Jeweled Scepter to make the world-shattering Egg Wizard. Then, on more than one occasion, he's effortlessly gathered the super rare, super powerful Chaos Emeralds. You know, the things that power Super Saiyan Hedgehog.
Eggman built and built and built, and eventually he built something that started to build on him. Sage was originally designed as
Oh.
a mere assistant, but through an
This is from the
alien
last
encounter,
game.
she was granted actual sentience.
Sage is already
His
super
fake
powerful,
daughter.
but now she's also super smart. She thought up millions of battle plans all at once to defeat the massive titans.
And you can barely remember where you put your dune bug.
I know exactly where it is. It's at the police impound. Thank you very much.
Sage was Eggman's saving grace. He had previously found machines with personality lacking, but Sage's great adequacy in serving her function provided Eggman with something that, for the first time, he'd hate to lose. In essence, a sort of daughter.
So, like any good dad, he gave her the keys to his car, his spaceship, and his orbital death ray. Hell, now she controls the entire army.
And this frankly unheard of trust from Eggman became crucial in defeating the End, a primordial entity so mighty even Supersonic struggled against it.
Their battle can only be described as peak fiction, because charged by 7 Chaos Emeralds, Supersonic's no joke.
The power of one emerald can shift continents. All 7 together can shift the universe.
And kill some pretty terrifying bosses, like Eggman's Time Eater, which ripped apart space-time like tissue paper.
In short, Chaos Emeralds give thoughts
Is that
power.
game hard?
With them, Eggman's
Because
best
the game
machines
looks
can run
sick.
indefinitely while matching the greatest powers ever seen. Like when 3 supers battled Solaris, who tried to destroy time itself. Solaris extended its chaos across multiple timelines in about 20 seconds, or 73 quadrillion times light speed.
It's fun.
73 quadrillion. They're both pretty on par with Mario and Sonic logic. One just calls it magic, the other one calls it science. But they're both magical science, sci-fi.
Eggman's smarts have sort of defeated Sonic here and there. He's pretty effective when he teams up with the Blue Blur to save the world.
Well, recall how Professor Gerald was a good person before losing the granddaughter he loved. In Eggman's case, now that he has Sage, perhaps a similar story is playing out in reverse.
Didn't he lose his
Nah,
daughter?
Eggy will always have a harebrained scheme behind his cufflinks.
So watch out, critters and plebeians of the world. He is the Eggman, and he's got the master plan.
I would say Eggman's eviler than Bowser. Bowser without Peach, he wouldn't be driven to like fight Mario that much. Like Eggman has always wanted to blow up the world for really no good reason.
Quiz, you gotta help me.
What happened now?
I'm
Right.
addicted to Marvel Snap.
You mean today's sponsor, the collectible card game? The one with everyone's favorite Marvel characters?
It's just
Magical
such a fast-paced
science.
rush. Each game only takes like 3
The game
minutes.
is really
And the
difficult.
different locations, card powers, and snap
well, it's
mechanics
very
add so
3D,
many layers
so.
of depth and strategy for a game
I just
that's
know they have
so easy
sick
to
metal
get into.
music.
Don't forget the amazing 3D art.
Metal Sonic is
Oh, man.
Eggman's ultimate
With all the
weapon?
new art
Really?
variants and cards coming out every week.
Oh.
I can't stop playing it.
I was gonna
Sorry,
find time
can't
to
help
golf
you.
with Mario.
I'm addicted too.
No!
Well,
good thing
you
it's
see,
super
like
fun.
when
I know,
when
right?
Peach
I love
agrees
my
to
deck.
go
It
golfing with
focuses
the
on
both of
tactically
them,
placing
he
low-cost
calls
cards,
a
then
truce,
boosting their
huh?
power way beyond what's expected.
Oh yeah? Well, mine's got a big
This is like
dinosaur.
the-
He's awesome.
This is like when you
What's the
invite
deal?
him
Download
and
the
he's like,
Marvel
I'm
Snap
not
app, now
going.
available
Peach is
on the App Store, Google
coming.
Play,
Play and Steam.
Okay,
or
I'll
visit
come.
marvelsnap.com to learn more. Just click
Eggman
the link
teamed
below
up
the like
with
button.
Sonic in the show Sonic X. Eggman kind of teamed up in Sonic Frontiers too, right? Because they both.
All right, the
Fought
commands
the
are
end.
set. We've run the
He
data
does
through
it
all
sometimes,
possibilities.
but like.
It's time
Oh my
for
god, they had the
Eggman
flashing
Battle!
Eggman! Can they please have a Jim Carrey? Can I please get a Jim Carrey? Like, cameo in this? Operation Catfish.
I've come to make an announcement. This territory is now the base for my upcoming Eggman Land 2. What a joke.
Okay, but put on the dress, Eggman. I want to see Eggman in that white dress. Come on.
I am Dr. Eggman, your genius overlord. Get a load of this.
Ooh. How strong are the individual Eggman creations? 'Cause I would say the individual, like, army, like, guys from Bowser's side isn't that strong. Like, one single Koopa, Bong Bomb, the Goombas, they easily get smushed. Whereas, like, one little drone from Eggman shoots a billion lasers, no? Granted, I guess they're kind of fragile, too, but...
Shut up, nerd.
Oh, dang. This Bowser's got a game! Sorry, I thought Bowser was a slow character?
You call these toys an invasion force? Let's see Toads do better. That's a decoy, idiot. This power is
Ooh!
here. It
Edgy.
ultimate strength.
Yeah, I feel like individual Sonic characters are stronger. Oh! Mr. Meadow Sonic out. Are they playing Sonic music? Chance time! Item swap. Now he's angry. Oh my god, he killed him!
All according to plan.
You've lost the battle before it has begun.
Excellent work as always, Beto. Ready to wrap this up, Sage?
As you command.
You know what they say, the more the merrier.
Okay, now he's getting evil ink form. Oh dang. Oh. Yes, Emerald Metal Sonic. Was Kamek ever this smart? I feel like we're kind of overestimating Kamek. Yeah, like Kamek is a weakling! Evil Mario, I guess. Evil Mario's weaker than Mario.
How dare you keep your hands off my...
Ooh. Brief invincibility? Uh-oh. Dang. Is the Power Star that strong? Just one of them? One of them versus all 7 Chaos Emeralds? I guess the emeralds kind of pop out of you pretty easily if you get knocked up too much. This animation's really good, what? Not the 360. Oh, I don't know this Bowser.
Fire incident!
What? There's no way Bowser wins this. Really?
So long, Doctor.
Okay, Eggman himself is very weak, but... Bowser wins this!
KO!
This war was not an easy one to win, which might seem surprising given how the Sonic series is not afraid to show how tough its cast is, while Mario's comes across as more cartoony.
But as it turns out, Bowser had everything he needed to take Chrome Dome down. Strap in, this one's a lot, so we'll break it down into 5 categories.
First up is physical stats. Bowser pretty handedly outmatched
Yeah,
any
Bowser
of
wins
Eggman's
in
usual mechs, like the Egg Dragoon or
Stats,
the
but I
Death
think
Egg
he's
robot.
too
The Death Egg
stupid. I
robot
literally
could
think
level
he's too
cities.
dumb.
Bowser could punch a castle out of war.
We have the whole little like AI robot thing that's calculating every possibility for Eggman. I think like we would calculate all the possibilities against his raw melee strength.
The Death Egg could destroy stars, but Yoshi could match that level of power, and Bowser's strength is certainly above the green dinosaurs. Plus, while both Bowser and Eggman's tech survived black holes, Bowser's was much larger.
We really mathed this out. We really said Bowser's black hole is better than Eggman's black hole. Really? Okay, maybe Eggman's black hole didn't even need to be that strong. Okay? We didn't calculate the upper potential of Eggman's black hole.
So, he may win stats, but this could change with their powers. With so many items and minions, that could make all that a moot point.
Aside from power-up items, both could manipulate minds, create duplicates, and alter space-time. However, Bowser had a significant edge in having access to the majority of his abilities at all times.
Yeah, Eggman can do some crazy stuff, but only across different mechs, fortresses, or space bases.
Okay, but Bowser doesn't have everything at all times. I don't think that's true. He usually either has a star or he has like some lore reason that he's powered up in every single like end of the game. No, like Kamek helps him, or like he has some other, like he took control of some other like magical substance and he powers up. Like because you smack him around a bit and he obviously like his powers break down in Mario. Are you telling me Mario just is that overpowered compared to Sonic? Like, Mario is the strongest forces. Mario beats Sonic. Mario beats Sonic with like 7 Chaos Emeralds. Because they're usually fighting like evenly in both of their franchises.
Bowser's all natural. He's got all his best powers built in, and he ain't even a robot.
Meaning he wins the war of attrition. He even had counters for battle enders like the metal virus and spatial displacement trap. Context matters for those weapons, and both backfired in the past. But more importantly, Bowser could simply reverse the effects with his transmutation magic. Conversely, most of Eggman's robots could get turned into, say, a frog or a block with no reliable way back. Bowser takes...
But that's mostly relying on Bowser himself. Like, Bowser is currently occupied in a 1v1 fight. He's already on the, like, a defense/offense, locked into battle. He's not really, like, splitting his attention on the rest of the army. And I think his army loses against the robots. Because, like, literally the average Koopa is so weak.
The edge in powers.
But definitely not for intelligence. Come on, you have a 4-digit IQ, Bowser? Really? That's cute. I mean, don't get me wrong. Bowser's not an idiot. Usually, just really, really clumsy. Poor fella.
Meanwhile, Eggman's an engineering genius who rarely ever gets bested by brains.
Easy dub. Now, let's talk trump cards.
As in, items so powerful they could decide the entire outcome on their own.
The Phantom Ruby was super dangerous, but specifically targets perceptions. Unlike Bowser's Wonder Flower, which mucks up reality for real. The Ruby affected a whole planet, but the Wonder Flower had the power to alter the universe. Also, the Dreamstone's ability to wish anything out of existence would have no problem cleaning up Super Neo Metal Sonic or Time Eater.
Their most prized possessions was a tougher call.
Together, the Chaos Emeralds can break the universe, but so can the Grand Stars. Arguably not as much given the Emerald scaling to Solaris, though Power Stars and Grand Stars are far more plentiful. Clearly, this is getting fairly abstract, and both had multiple options that could win the day instantly, so the safest bet is to call this category a tie.
Which means it's finally time to compare their armies. Eggman seems deadlier at first glance. I mean, look at all those buzzsaws and rockets. Metal Sonic's speed and power alone could solo most of the Koopa Troop. But the Eggman Empire lacked something Bowser had in spades: teamwork and loyalty.
Eggman is a notoriously terrible team player. His alliances are practically guaranteed
Are you
to
kidding
fall
me?
apart.
Hell, in Sonic Generations, he could barely manage working with himself.
Eggman's army is designed to be controlled by just him. To Eggman, it's harder to command
But he
those
has a
with free
super
will,
powered
hence his
AI
rivalry with the
on
free
his
nature
side,
Sonic.
controlling
Meanwhile, the
all of
Koopa
it at
Troop
once. You
follows
just
Bowser
said
because
she
they
had all
actually
control
like
of
him.
everything.
They train really hard to cover each other's weak
She
points.
calculated
Giving them
500
plenty of
simulations
advantages
before
as
this
war
battle.
progressed, like battlefield
They had
control through King Boo's magic
preparation.
and Bowser Jr.'s paint.
Eggman
And
had
since the Koopa Troop
preparation
doesn't
going into
rely
this.
that much on technology, Sage's hacking potential had little use.
Also,
What do you mean
secret
Sage's
weapon?
hacking potential had
Kamek
little
is kinda
use?
busted, canceling Metal Sonic's power copying, stealing the Phantom Ruby, and potentially swapping the Chaos Emeralds.
Are we're really using Mario Party logic here?
game changers?
Add on that Bowser and his
Okay, what if Mario Party logic only works in Mario Party? Like, we're not having a party, so he can't use it, huh? Huh? Why don't we lock down some of his abilities?
army can use any Mario power-up item, and they had millions, no, billions of combinations that the Eggman Empire just could not actively plan against. Even with Sage's millions of plans to take down the Titans, she thought them to be unbeatable, which Sonic proved was incorrect.
Just comparing their conquests makes it clear. The Eggman Empire took over the whole planet, but Bowser's troop conquered most of the universe.
Okay, but let's just say that's a Mario universe, and in Eggman's world, Eggman world only has Earth, like we don't have other planets, so he doesn't really think about the whole universe. He didn't scale up beyond Earth, because there was nothing beyond Earth, okay? Bowser has different universes because the Mario Party world has canonically a whole galaxy with different planets. I'm just saying we haven't really scaled it properly because he didn't think that far ahead. He didn't need to think that far ahead.
Eggman was no pushover. His wit, power output, and ridiculous machines gave Bowser the biggest fight of his life. But the Koopa King's ludicrous strength, abilities, and united forces ultimately prevailed.
Eggman tried to poach the king, and now he's cracked and scrambled.
The winner
That's
is
true. A lot of Mario
Bowser.
universes are pretty dang
Next
small.
time on Death Battle.
I don't know. I feel like he should have won the army component. I can concede the other components. Like, if it comes down to melee and Eggman is stripped of all his, like, stripped of every piece of armor and whatnot, then yeah, he would lose. But where's the
Stealing
Any Mario power-up items, even with Sage's millions of correct.
over the whole planet.
Okay, wait, come back.
But Bowser's troop conquered most of the universe.
Eggman was
Okay, see, so like it would be like a tie. It would be a tie if Eggman won in the army one, right? If that was really the deciding factor here. We need magic wins. Technology is basically magic in the Sonic world, okay? Okay. The thing is, the premise of the fight was that Eggman punked Bowser. Eggman planned for this. So he would have had like all the powers in the world to like monitor Bowser, know all of his abilities and counter all of them in time, because Sage is a superpowered AI, and Sage should be able to AI control every single piece of his army and fight at the same time intelligently. So like, what is it called? I don't know. No teamwork aspect. You don't need to have a teamwork. You have an AI controlling a hive mind of a bunch of drones. They're just different guns. Just think of a gun that like each one is linked up to an intelligent being. She can do that all at the same time? No? That's the whole point. I don't know. Eggman can mass produce an infinite army. I think if Eggman was going into it fully prepared, he could. He could have far more, like, bulk. He could like import 1 billion million, like, backup machines. Compared to the limited abilities of Bowser's army to, like, I don't know, reproduce, I guess. Like, it still takes time for another bomb to spawn or another Koopa to spawn. The AI could have been overwhelmed. I don't think Bowser had any way to overwhelm the AI, though. Is the thing. You know, like, it doesn't really have anything against technology per se. Maybe they can't hack Bowser's army, but Bowser's army also can't really destroy technology, really. Other than punching it. They just can't control everything at the same time. He's been proved around 3 different occasions. I don't know. That's because of stupid Sonic logic. But Bowser isn't Sonic. That would be Mario. Mario would win against Eggman, okay? I don't know about Bowser. Not enough RAM sticks for the AI. The AI should be better now after it fought Sonic. Canon Comics confirms Sage can't control more than a single battlefield. This is a single battlefield. Just control half of the army at once. I don't know, control 1/3 of it at once. Control just like the quote-unquote like bigger machines. The like machines that are general level. Metal Sonic can copy all of Bowser's natural abilities. It should have been a draw. I do feel like Metal Sonic could have been stronger. Because isn't Metal Sonic like he overwhelms Sonic too? You telling me Sonic loses against Bowser? Absolutely not. The Chaos Emeralds. Yeah, Eggman had the Chaos Emeralds. Granted, he gave them to Metal Sonic. But like, shouldn't he have been... I guess he said like it was too hard to have the Chaos Emeralds trigger and power up Eggman? I don't know how it works, but if he takes the emeralds, can't he like use them on something else? The emeralds are like constantly being reused. If they pop out of you just like pop them back in. Metal Sonic can fight one-on-one Super Sonic. Yeah, exactly! Metal Sonic like super duper strong! I don't understand the whole like Metal Sonic loses to Bowser, really? Huh? Elder's so much stronger they can't break his skin without Chaos Emeralds. The hit that kills him has to come from those. I do think you need the Chaos Emeralds. But I feel like we gotta like pop them back in. Pop them into something else after like they got knocked out. Eggman with Chaos Emeralds versus Thanos with the Infinity Stones. I don't know. Sonic got bonked. Sonic better be winning these fights. If we want to use the power of friendship, then Sonic better be winning all of these death battles. Bowser has taken hits thousands of times stronger than anything Eggman has done, but he's always fallen. There's so many games where like you kick him into the lava, he goes ah and falls. He takes time to recover from things. He doesn't have infinite gas. I don't think he has infinite gas anyway. I feel like there's many times where Bowser has been trumped by like you grabbing his tail and throwing him too hard for a bit and he bonks his head. Like Bowser doesn't have unlimited magic. He is like, as soon as his bulk is like hit a little bit, he's like unable to concentrate on the spells or whatever. I don't know what the in-game really reason is, but there's many times where Mario fights him with just his fists. It's like, what do you do as Mario? You don't go Super Mario really that often. You don't like get 7 power stars and fight him at the end all the time. You beat him pretty like commonly with just traps around the arena, no? Right, and like 1 or 2 like abilities that Mario gets from items. I don't know. That just shows how OP Mario is. Is Mario real that good? Really? I don't know. Okay, well, I'm gonna assess. I mean, they did say it was like almost a draw. It's almost a draw, but I was on Eggman's side, okay? I'm a believer in you. Does so Mario beats Sonic? Is this conclusion? Mario wins against Sonic? Poor Sonic, man. Is Mario the greatest force on Earth? Huh? Oh well. Okay. Well, that was fun at least. The animation was really good. I feel like anything with like you know, that kind of cartoony style, they do really well. That doesn't throw away any information. If Bowser does something in canon, you can do it here. This game doesn't count because I don't like it. Well, I mean it can count, but I'm just saying I feel like Bowser isn't able to do them all back to back. I feel like he would get overwhelmed. Their argument was that Eggman is only strong when he's in all his different fortresses. Then he should just be able to go into all his fortresses one after another. If he has, you know, infinite regen ability as well. I don't know. There is a Mario vs. Sonic. It's going to disappoint me at this rate. I don't know. I do think Bowser could have gotten the star and been invincible for a little bit. But the invincibility is you can't, like, touch him. You know? Yeah, and it doesn't mean, like, his hits instantly KO either. Mario now wants to do his plumber job. Hey, you don't know that. He's going into all those pipes. He's going into all those warp pipes. Maybe he's fixing them. Maybe he's cleaning them along the way. We don't see what's going on in there half the time. He, like, has to connect the pipes sometimes. That's what a plumber does. Now, whether he's a good or bad plumber, it just depends on the job. Maybe the job doesn't call for very extensive pipe cleaning. Oh. Mario is immune to all hostile magic with 2 exceptions that were special. Why is Mario so special? He's just Nintendo's baby. His golden child. Let's watch a Yu-Gi-Oh video though. Rather than watching more of this. Let's watch a Yu-Gi-Oh video. I don't know which one. Do you really want to watch the freaking White Forest lore video? Or any of these? Any preferences? It's just because I really don't know DBZ. So, my vague knowledge of Mario and Sonic is enough for me to take a side, but I have no clue who Cell is. I don't even know who he is. I only know Goku and Vegeta. Is Mario immune and not the princess? Because the princess is a princess and... I don't know. Peach is actually really strong in Smash. He's always unclogging. Oh, you guys are actually pretty even on this poll. Baseball Cap is slightly leading Beanie, which is vaguely leading Field Thunder. I could probably do multiple things. I don't know. Just kind of looked at this stuff and thought they were interesting. Hypodeck, since it's on the thumbnail. It is really long! It's a freaking hour long! Are you serious? It's that long? Dang. Okay, maybe let's watch the shorter ones. We can do multiple short ones after all. Why is it so long? These two were TCG. And this is anime. I think. I don't know. Let's do this. The short one. What's this one? Hey, oh good. This actually could be TCG too, right? Is this not TCG? Is this anime? This is anime. These are anime. I don't know.
This is Jeffrey Leonard at the right page of 54 years old.
Oh, this is also TCG. This is also TCG. Really? Are they all TCG videos? Ew. It's more lore references. These are just TCG. Okay. Well, I guess I kind of want to know the anime one now. Yeah. Yu-Gi-Oh! Maybe are you excited for Cool Tunes? I am, but I'm broke and I don't I don't know how to play it. I'm scared. I hope it's not so hard that I can wrap my head around it. Didn't you already watch that one? Which one? No? I didn't watch any of these. I don't think so. I watched a different video about Exodia. If it's talking about the same thing? I don't know if it's talking about the same thing. Okay, let's watch this one then, since it's anime.
Yugi has always been known to be...
This is, every reason why Kaiba's deck makes no sense.
Yugi has always been known to be the better duelist than Kaiba, even if Kaiba had the better cards. To put it nicely, Kaiba has always had an inferiority complex over his dueling skills compared to Yugi.
Yugi gave his Duel Monsters Championship crown to some nobody?
But despite that...
Wait, he did? I thought he just gave him the prize money.
A lot of Kaiba's cards are actually pretty powerful. Blue Eyes was stronger than Dark Magician, Kaiba had more broken spells, and to top off, his monsters were all pretty strong beaters. And if we take a look at his actual deck, it's pretty infamously known to spawn some of Yu-Gi-Oh's most powerful and broken spells and traps. So much so, that even their real-life TCG equivalents had to be banned or limited. To a casual viewer, there's an idea that Kaiba's deck is really powerful. After all, as free copies of Blue Eyes, why wouldn't it be the best? But despite Kaiba's borderline game-breaking spells and traps, the remaining cards in his deck are iffy to say the least. From his free Blue Eyes, to his Xyz monsters, to even Obelisk the Tormentor, we'll be taking a deep dive into every deck Kaiba has used to see what went wrong with his decks. One thing I'd like to point out about Duelist Kingdom before we get into the analysis is that it actually has different rules than the more traditional card game we all know and love. I'll give an abridged version, as there's literally an entire Wikipedia page dedicated to this, but each player has 2,000.
But yeah, basically someone said Duelist Kingdom was actually D&D rules and not really TCG rules.
Life points. You could only attack with one monster, no direct attacks, and you could summon one monster per turn without tributes. Oh, and if an effect sounded cool enough and made sense with the cards, you could just make up one on the spot. Starting off with...
Wait, actually you couldn't attack their life points directly? I forgot about that detail. Then how do you even fight over a 3,000 attack Blue Eyes? What?
Kaiba's Duelist Kingdom deck, it's one of his lesser known builds, as it forgoes some of his more iconic cards. Of course, as Duelist Kingdom was in the earlier period of Yu-Gi-Oh!, you'll notice that most of the deck is full of normal monsters. Another key pattern across a lot of Kaiba's decks is that a lot of his monsters are really strong beaters, especially if you compare it to his competition. A lot of monsters have a considerable amount of attack, and when the lowest attack point normal monster in the deck is one with 1200 attack, you're doing pretty well. Rude Kaiser and Judge Man are pretty strong beaters, boasting 1800 attack and 2200 attack respectively.
How does he get them summoned? 5, level 5, 1800.
And Aquamador and Gyakuten Megami also are really good walls with both.
Oh dang. Okay. But you'd have to like tribute summon them, no?
Having 2000 defense. Now this might seem pretty underwhelming, especially if you look at modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Where stat points...
Yeah! Cupsy Yummy! Shout out to Cupsy Yummy! My boy! My baby! Oh my god! This guy knows peak! This guy knows peak! Shout out to my baby! Konami unlimited right now. Konami, give me my Cupsy Yummy back! How dare you? How dare you? 0 attack, but he quickly becomes, 2,500 attack with all his friends! Power of friendship deck! Put all the yummies on the field! And let him do war crimes! Let my son do war crimes! Free him! Free him! Okay.
Points are more of an afterthought, but monsters having any stat over 2000 was pretty powerful. Very few monsters in this period had over 2000 attack without some sort of stat boost, so even an Aquamador in defense position would leave your opponent with a hard time. Now there is a monster with pretty low attack, that being Sagi the Dark Clown with only 600 attack, and it was only used for one thing, but we'll get onto that later. Of course, we couldn't talk about Kaiba's deck without talking about Kaiba's Ace, probably one of Yu-Gi-Oh's most iconic monsters, Blue Eyes White Dragon. Shouldn't be too hard to see why this card is by far the most powerful, if not the most powerful monster in the game at that point.
Blue eyes better than red eyes. Blue eyes better than red eyes. And you can still play a blue eyes deck. It's not the best, but it's still good. It's still better than the other decks.
Again, to reiterate, levels were basically
synchro summon
non-factor
Floorhead.
back then, so dropping a monster of 3000 to attack with literally no cost was genuinely broken. And you know what's even more insane? Kaiba had 3 of them. There was no other normal summonable monster that came close, with the only competition being Dark Magician with 500 less attack. Sure, and there were definitely more powerful monsters like Perfectly Ultimate Great Moth with 3500 attack or Gate Guardian with 3750 attack. But these monsters required insane setup to pull off, and with Blue Eyes you could just summon it cost free at any point. To get an idea of how
What do you mean cost free at any point? Okay, I guess they didn't have tribute summoning back then.
powerful this card is,
Just
in the
kind
anime
of
your
pulls it
average
out.
player's best monster would have at most 1900 attack, and maybe if you're lucky you'd have a monster in the 2000s. So
That's because they're not rich enough to get better cards, and there's only like 1 or 2, 3 cards in the entire world, so Kaiba just hoarded them.
a deck with 5 monsters over 2000 attack, borderline broken. Another boost to this card's power was the format, as life points were 2000, and with the majority of monsters being around the low thousands or less, Blue Eyes was quite literally a 1 monster OTK machine all on its own. Even if we ignore the spells and traps with just Blue Eyes White Dragon, Kaiba should have dominated Duel's Kingdom if it wasn't for the heart of the cards. Moving on to the fact monsters, we again have a pretty phenomenal lineup here. One thing to know about the fact monsters, with the exception of Swordstalker, is that technically they weren't seen in Duel's Kingdom, but were seen in Kaiba's duel against the Duel Machine in Battle City. Within this duel, the Duel Machine used Kaiba's exact deck from Battle City, which meant that any cards it used in this duel was confirmed to also be in Kaiba's deck in Duel's Kingdom. So any cards like Cyberjar, Wall of Illusion, or Lord of D would be in his Duel's Kingdom deck, despite never making an appearance there. Cyberjar is a level 3 dark flip monster. Once it's flipped up, destroy all monsters on the field. Then both players reveal the top 5 cards from their decks. Then special summon all revealed level 4 lower monsters in face up attack position or face down defense position. Also add any remaining cards to their hand. Cyberjar is another incredibly powerful card, as whilst the level 4 and below monsters in this deck aren't exactly that powerful, what is important is that it lets you search for your deck more. This is pretty crucial, as more often than not, this deck will have stronger monsters, spells or traps than your opponent, so a draw for you is way more valuable than a draw for your opponent when you're running 3 Blue Eyes or a Judgman. A unique aspect of Duel's Kingdom was that any monsters destroyed by card effect would cause the player to lose half the monster's attack. So even if your opponent managed to build up a board full of multiple monsters, if they had a field of monsters with combined attack of even 4,000 attack, then them attacking this card would be an instant loss. Lord of D is a level 4 dark spellcaster with 1200 attack and 1100 defense, and has the effect that dragon type monsters on the field cannot be targeted by card effects. Lord of D is an okay card. Its attack is pretty mediocre, which is bad when its effect is contingent on being on the field. Kaiba also only runs 3 dragons in this deck, so Lord of D's effect doesn't really work most of the time. It's a nice plus though to make your Blue Eyes White Dragon practically invulnerable to almost everything in Duel's Kingdom, with Blue Eyes and Lord of D. The fact that it has an effect though still does make it better than literally almost every normal monster with a similar amount of attack, so its place in the deck still isn't the worst. Trapmaster is a level 3 or flip monster with 500 attack and 1100 defense. Trapmaster, on being flip summoned, lets you select 1 trap card on the field and destroy it. If the selected card is set, pick up the card and see it. If it's a trap card, it's destroyed. If it's a spell card, return to its original position. Trap Jammer is also fine. It's a pretty slow form of trap destruction, but it was worthwhile for what the game was at the time. There weren't many ways to remove spells or traps, so even destroying a trap on flip was somewhat worthwhile. Wall of Illusion is a level 4 Dark Fiend with 1000 attack and 1850 defense, where if it's attacked by a monster, after damage calculation return that monster to the hand. Wall of Illusion would be a pretty good card in any other format than Duel's Kingdom. Returning a monster to the hand is functionally useless with these rules, as most monsters could just be summoned without tribute.
Unfortunate! Yeah, well, if it was special summon, that'd be better.
To this, such as Blackluster Soldier or Perfectly Ultimate Great Moth, which required a bit of sap to get out, and returning back to the hand would have meant an opponent would have had to reuse the tributes for them. But these cards were extremely rare, so the chances of seeing this card's effect be useful was slim. Even in the cases where you gain tempo by your opponent sending a monster back to their hand, it's not like it matters, as again, for Duel's Kingdom rules you can attack directly. So even if they had a weak monster who attacked Wall of Illusion, you'd rather it stay on the field. The final effect monster in this deck is Swordstalker, a level 6 Dark Warrior monster, where a 4th of the attack of 1 monster in your grave is added to this card's attack. The reason for this card having a weird effect is because in Duel's Kingdom, monster effects were written weirdly, and in general a lot of rules were very hand wavy. So in this arc, it was just a normal monster, but it functioned as an effect monster. But even with this effect, it was portrayed weirdly. A sword stalker gained a quarter of its own attack, rather than a monster in a grave, and in later appearances went back to just being a normal monster with no effect. Overall, this card is pretty weird, contradicts itself, but at the very least, it's an easy 2k beater in Duelist Kingdom, which still makes it one of the best monsters in Kaiba's deck. Moving on to the two known fusions, we have Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, a level 12, that's a fusion of 3 Blue Eyes with 4500 attack and 3800
we're
defense,
spirit.
boasting the highest stats in Duelist Kingdom,
It's
with it even
pirate.
being close to the highest attack in the entire anime. This card is genuine overkill for a format like Duelist Kingdom. There's also a whole nother can of worms when it comes to the Duelist Kingdom rules of this card, with how each one of its head is a different monster, so we'll just leave that for the time being. It can
It does what? I forgot about this nonsense. You have to cut each head off specifically? That is truly D&D rules.
also one turn kill your opponent even if they use a card like Dark Magician, which itself was also an extremely rare card. Unfortunately, that's all this monster really is. Overkill. The card economy for this card is atrocious, by going -3 for a monster, and that is admittedly very powerful. But
That's true. 3 beaters for 3,000 is so much better than 1 beater for 4,500.
ultimately just a beefed up version of normal Blue Eyes.
Because you would only want that if you need a clear 4,000, but who has 4,000?
And in most cases, a single Blue Eyes gets the job done. There's virtually no chance of this card being destroyed unless your opponent makes up new rules on the spot. But worst comes to worst, you can just threaten to jump off a cliff. Rapid Horseman
jump off
is
a
a
cliff.
level 6 Earth.
That's what I do. Every single duel, I'm just like, are you serious? Are you comboing for 5 minutes right now? I'm going to go to that cliff right there.
Fusion Beast Warrior monster with
Or
2000
plain
attack
Minesweeper.
and 1700 defense, and that's a fusion of Batlocks and Mystic Horseman. For similar reasons to Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, it's also kind of a useless card when you compare it to its 2 fusion materials. Sure, it does have 300 more attack than Batlocks, but considering you're essentially going -2 for a stat boost of 300 attack, when your other monsters in the deck now already have 2000 or more attack without needing 2 other cards, makes this card seem kind of useless. Moving on to the magic and trap cards of the deck, we'll start with our first spell, being D-Spell, which rather simply lets you destroy 1 spell card on the field. It's a pretty good generic staple card. Any sort of spell or trap destruction is always nice, especially as it can take out equipped cards and that can cause your opponent's cards to become threats towards your Blue Eyes. Fluid of Summoning Dragon is a normal spell which lets every player special summon up to 2 dragon type monsters from their respective hands. This card is pretty bad in Duelist Kingdom. The deck only has 3 dragons, and there's no advantage to running this card, when you could just simply normal summon them, and as the rules don't let you attack with more than 1 monster per turn, there's no real advantage to this card. Negative Energy Generator is a normal spell which lets you triple the attack of 1 face-up dark monster you control. This spell is generally one of the most broken spells in the entirety of Yu-Gi-Oh!, tripling the attack of most monsters. Even if you were to use it on a monster with 1000 attack points, it would make it one of the best monsters to be used in a duel. There's also a fair number of dark monsters in the deck, and if it's used on a card like Swordstalker, it's basically game over for the opponent. Monster Reborn is another broken spell which lets you special summon any monster from either player's grave. I've already talked about this card in my Yu-Gi video, but another factor about this card is that it's just better in this deck, as in the off chance that your opponent manages to run over Blue Eyes, you can just reborn it with this card, so you can essentially play 4 copies of Blue Eyes instead of just 3. Polymerization is a normal spell which lets you send monsters from your hand or field to the grave to summon a fusion monster. Polymerization worked differently in Duelist Kingdom, as it would let you fuse any 2 cards of your choice. Basically, what it means is that unlike the normal card game, you aren't restricted to specific fusion material. It can be any 2 cards and a polymerization to perform a fusion summon. Another component of this card is that not every fusion results in good fusions, and you can even use your opponent's monsters for fusions. Again, similar to
Super
D&D rules,
poly!
this card is kind of hard to evaluate because it's literally just a anything kind of goes card, but regardless, it's still a pretty good utility. Now for the traps, we have Ancient Lamp, which reflects all attacks. This isn't really that clear of an effect, but based on Kaiba's use, it appears to cause the opponent's monster to instead attack one of their own monsters, which if true, makes this a devastating card. It can cause your opponent to cause a self-kill by forcing them to attack one of their own monsters, or even take out a problematic monster. Defense Paralysis can be activated when an opponent's monster is changed to defense position. Change all monsters your opponent controls to attack position. This is another weird Duelist Kingdom card, as it has the art from Stop Defense, but is a continuous trap, and if you take it as it is, it's not a totally useless card, especially with the Blue Eyes on board, and if your opponent tries to go on the defense, this card can even win you the game. Crush Card Virus, which is a normal trap which you can activate when a monster of 1500 or less attack is destroyed from your side of the field. You take no battle damage from this battle. Then destroy all monsters with 1500 or more attack from your opponent's side of the field, hand and all remaining cards they draw for the remainder of the duel. While this card is in your grave, your opponent cannot special summon those monsters from the grave. Needless to say, this is by far one of the most powerful cards in the entirety of Duelist Kingdom. Any sort of destruction effect would be borderline broken, but a card that destroys any monster with over 1500 attack that is applied to the rest of the duel, there generally would be no way to win, or have any outs for a player after this effect gets applied. How exactly are you going to win a game when your best monster has 1500 attack? And it's pretty obvious that the writers also came to this conclusion, because those 7 times it's used in the anime, it's been prevented from being activated a total of 4 times. Mainly because the writers would have to pull some serious anime shenanigans for the duel to remain balanced after this. Now,
okay, I see. They're like, actually if he plays this, he just wins. So maybe we don't let him play it.
Sure, there's a couple of ways that duelists have attempted to get past the card's resolution. Joey's best plan against Kaiba was to use Monster Reborn to summon his own Blue Eyes against him, which doesn't really work when an opponent has 2 more of the same card. Yugi manages to beat Crush Card Virus just based on pure plot armor with multiplying Karibo, and Ishizu manages to get past this card with another similarly broken card that swaps her grave with her deck, so when a majority of its appearances are negated, you kinda have to know how broken this card is. Ironically enough though, it's even more broken in Duelist Kingdom, as it didn't just send monsters from your deck to the grave, they're infected, which meant that you could still draw them, but functionally you couldn't do anything with them, so you could even end up drawing dead cards. The only real caveat with this card is that ironically Kaiba's wealth and ability to get broken cards works against him, as the only card that works with Crush Card Virus is Sagi, so it's pretty prone to bricking, but still is a beast of a card regardless. Kaiba's deck in Duelist Kingdom was actually quite overpowered for the time, despite its weaker power level. Sure, it had a couple stinkers like Grappler, but if you compare it to other duelists in this arc, and the amount of beaters Kaiba has in his deck, Kaiba realistically should have won every game.
He did have the best ones. Finn was like the best card.
Not many decks have out to free Blue Eyes, let alone
actually
the
had
Blue
a
Eyes
tribute.
Ultimate Dragon. And it also has by far the most broken card in this arc with Crush Card Virus, where in the case it managed to go off, that also should be an auto win, even if they manage to take out Blue Eyes White Dragon. So far, it seems that Duelist Kingdom sets a good precedent for Kaiba's decks, but does Battle City carry this trend? If you've enjoyed the series, make sure to subscribe. I'm still a pretty small channel, so when you subscribe, it lets YouTube know that you want to see more of my videos.
Oh, by the way, last time I asked for a like and subscribe, it didn't work.
This is the kind of content that you want to watch. In
Come to think of it, it's not showing me.
Shakes up considerably.
Like, I don't know why, but last time the video I watched when they asked to like and subscribe, the subscribe button lit up. This one didn't light up either, so I don't really understand. But like how do you trigger it? How do you trigger YouTube to understand? Hi, I would like you to like this video and smash that subscribe button and smash the bell for notifications. Please light up. I think it's very cool. I want to activate it so bad. I don't know. It happened last time when I watched, but not this video. I wonder if there's like a magic phrase to activate it. One day I'll find it.
As the rules are a lot more concrete and well defined. It's a lot closer to the game we all know and love, and any wins a character makes is less of an ass pull, even if it does still happen occasionally. For starters, the biggest change has to be the fact that level 5 or higher monsters need to be tribute summoned with at least 1 tribute, level 7 or higher monsters need at least 2 tributes, and level 10 or higher monsters need 3 tributes. This greatly impacts Kaiba's deck. As before, even if many of his monsters were powerful beaters, they are carried by the fact that they didn't require tributes. This means that any cards like CRAZIER are considerably much worse, given that other level 4s exist with comparable or better stats. It also means that Kaiba just can't spam out Blue Eyes for free, so if Kaiba was still running his Duelist Kingdom deck, the presence of too many high level tribute monsters would be a hit against the deck in Battle City. It also thankfully means that I don't have to guess what card does, or that I have to worry about unclear wording of certain card effects, so there won't be any guesswork into what exactly polymerization does in Battle City. First off, generally looking at the monsters, and there's still a considerable number of normal monsters, even with it being a newer format.
You still played with all these?
Packs a punch, probably more so than Duelist Kingdom. The average attack of the normal summonable monsters in Kaiba's deck is around 1700, which is pretty absurd, especially if you compare it to a deck like Joey's where he needs to run 3 level 5 normal monsters to reach cards with the 1800 attack mark. Really puts into perspective how busted Kaiba's main deck is. Battleox, Genie of the Lamp, X-Head Cannon, Force Raider are all really solid powerful beat sticks to use until you're able to summon the more powerful higher tribute monsters. Even the weakest monsters, barring the exception of Sagi, have 1600 attack, which is still a solid baseline of attack for Battle City. Of course, we still have Blue Eyes in the deck, but this time it requires you to tribute 2 monsters, instead of Duelist Endless Kingdom allow you to summon it for free. Even with the 2 tribute requirement, Blue Eyes is
Yeah.
still an extremely powerful
He
monster.
needs
As
he,
with the
he
other
needs all the Blue Eyes set of cards. It's better not to draw it than he's a brick, Mr. Brick Eyes. But then he needs some of the he needs like the. Do they have Mausoleum back then? Did they have Mausoleum back then? I don't know. But there's like what else is there? There's like isn't there like a lot of like little guys that get dragons into the graveyard or draw dragons? There's like spell traps that get dragons back then. I'm just trying to remember how much of the structure deck is like old versus like how much is new support. Isn't Sage pretty old? Couldn't they have had Sage? This is Battle City now, so he actually does have the tribute.
2 tribute monsters in this arc, like Dark Magician or Red Eyes, it still leads the pack by a solid margin, and summoning it onto the field is still an extremely powerful move. There will be cases where you won't want to have more than 1 copy in your hand, and runs the risk of you bricking very often, but when it's Blue Eyes, you don't really have a choice not to run free of them. Moving on
I run 2 of them, but okay.
to the effect monsters, this time being much more plentiful, the monster lineup is still surprisingly stellar. Starting off with Blade Knight, a level 4 light warrior monster with 1600 attack and 1000 defense, which has the effect, if you have 1 or less cards in your hand, increase the attack of this card on the field by 400 points. And if this card is the only monster on your side of the field, negate the effects of flip effect monsters destroyed by this card as a result of battle. Blade Knight is still a solid card. While its attack is definitely on the lower end compared to Kaiba's other normal summonable monsters, its attack boost effect can be handy. In some cases, it also has a weird anti-flip effect, which to my knowledge was never used in the anime, probably due to its oddly niche weird requirements. All around, just an oddly specific card. CRAZIER Glider is a level 6 Dragonlight monster with 2400 attack and 2200 defense, where it cannot be destroyed by a battle with a monster that has the same attack. When this card is destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, return 1 monster on the field to its owner's hand. CRAZIER Glider is another phenomenal card in the deck.
Dang, it has a bounce.
It's a level 6 2400 beater, which funnily enough just makes it better than Red Eyes, which is Joey's ace, but yeah, it's just another card for Kaiba. Even ignoring the level difference, it still has better overall stats with 2200 defense, which objectively just makes it better than Red Eyes. It also has a pretty powerful effect too. Unfortunately though, its first effect isn't really that impressive and too conditional to work, other than being the best way to run over Red Eyes with, but the second is extremely powerful, as it becomes extremely problematic to deal with if the opponent ever summons out a powerful boss monster to deal with it. Kaiser Seahorse is a level 4 light...
Oh, he does have Kaiser Seahorse. Okay, Kaiser Seahorse is like one of the ways to get Blue Eyes, no? Can be treated as 2 tributes as a tribute summon of a light monster.
Sea Serpent with 1700 attack and 1650 defense, which lets you treat it as 2 tributes for any tribute summon of a light monster. So not only is this monster a powerful beater, it also lets you easily summon out one of the most powerful monsters in this deck. Do I need to say more? This next card, being Masked Beast Asgardius, technically wasn't really part of Kaiba's deck, other than being used solely for the 4-way duel. So we won't be going in depth about this card's usefulness, as for this duel the turn order was determined by removing the monster with the highest attack from their deck. Kaiba won his card in an anti-duel, and couldn't even use it with his deck, so with its incredibly high attack of 3300 and not being able to use it in a duel, it was a smart way to guarantee his position. Sword Soul is a level 4 light fairy monster.
Sword of Soul? Sword Soul mentioned? It's a fairy? How is this sword a fairy?
With 0 attack and 1900 defense, where when it is destroyed and sent to the grave, 1 face-up monster you control gains 1000 attack until the end phase.
Oh, it's like a... okay.
This is a pretty boring card, all things considered.
That is a pretty boring card.
Its effect is incredibly situational, but it can serve as somewhat a good wall.
Until
Thunder
the end
Dragon
phase?
is a level 5 light thunder monster with 1600 attack and 1500 defense. Lets you discard this card from your hand to the grave, add up to 2 more Thunder Dragons from your
What Thunder Dragons? I only know... the only Thunder Dragons I know are like the Kaijus.
deck to your hand, and then shuffle your deck. You can only use this effect during your main phase. Now, this card on its surface is horrendously bad. It's a 1 tribute monster for stats not worse than even the weakest of monsters in the deck, and its effect allows you to discard itself to add 2 more copies. Well, there's a bit more than that. Thunder Dragon is also what's
it's like
known
Thunder
as a
Dragon
deck finner,
specifically,
as drawing
I
1
see.
copy of it means that you can thin down your deck by 2 cards, allowing your deck to be more consistent and allow you to draw the actual power powerful cards. It can also be used as discard fodder, but Kaiba's deck doesn't have too many of these. It doesn't quite have its real life meta use due to the lack of chaos monsters in the deck, but there's an aspect that makes this card better than it appears on the surface, as it actually has a fusion, Twin-Headed Thunder Dragon. This card rather simply is just a fusion of two Thunder Dragons with stats of 2800 attack and 2100 defense. Thunder Dragon's effect means that all you need to do is one polymerization and a single Thunder Dragon to create a 2-card combo.
Okay,
so
yeah,
when you have
that's
3
easier.
Thunder Dragons in the deck, makes this combo somewhat consistent in comparison to other fusion monsters. Does it justify the inclusion of these cards in the deck? 2-card combo for a 2800 beat stick isn't anything to laugh at, but needing to run 3 functionally dead cards in the deck for it makes it mediocre at best and breaks a lot of hands at worst. Before we get onto the card you've all been waiting for, we'll cover a new set of cards Kaiba runs in this arc, the Union monsters. These are Y Dragon Head, Z Metal Tank, and X Head Cannon. They're all
Oh yeah, the XYZ before XZs became a thing.
all level 4 light machine monsters, where X Head Cannon has 1800 attack and 1500 defense, Y Dragon Head has 1500 attack and 1600 defense, and Z Metal Tank has 1500 attack and 1300 defense. Y Dragon Head lets you equip itself to any X Head Cannon as an equip card to let it gain 400 attack and defense points. And if that monster would be destroyed by battle, then you can destroy Y Dragon Head. Z Metal Tank can also equip itself to X Head Cannon and Y Dragon Head, and boosts the attack and defense of the card by 600 points. Similarly, if the equipped monster is destroyed by battle, you can destroy Z Metal Tank instead, and both allow you to unequip itself to special summon itself. So these kind of cards are all just alright. They have decent stats with X Head Cannon being a good beater, but their actual effects themselves are kind of underwhelming. Sure, turning X Head Cannon into a 2400 beater is pretty formidable, but that's a 2-card combo of 2 specific 1-offs in the deck. For the most part, they're basically just vanillas, or occasionally become a 2-card combo for a 2k plus beater that has battle protection. Y Dragon Head also has a pretty arbitrary restriction of not letting you equip it to Z Metal Tank, which is presumably due to its letter ordering, but still feels unnecessary. The more interesting aspect of these cards is that they're also part of the very first contact fusions in Yu-Gi-Oh! With XY Dragon Cannon and XYZ Dragon Cannon. Now, in the anime, these cards can get slightly confusing, as XY Dragon Cannon isn't really a fusion, technically speaking. It was just Y Dragon Head attached to X Head Cannon, but functionally it was the exact same. They just decided to represent a card as a fusion monster in a
Oh, it says you do not use polymerization.
dub. It didn't have any special effect, that we know of at least, and despite the real life card game giving all 3 combinations of the cards in effect, the anime really bothered to show XY Dragon Cannon's combination, so we'll talk about the first actual Ixies fusion we have, XYZ Dragon Cannon, which is a level 8 light fusion monster with 2800 attack and 2600 defense. It's summoned by removing from play the 3 previously mentioned monsters, and its effect allows you to discard 1 card to destroy 1 card your opponent controls. Now, this is a pretty insane fusion, probably one of Kaiba's best. It has the same stats if you're to add on the Z Metal Tank and Y Dragon Head to X Head Cannon normally, but its destruction effect is close to broken, considering how monster destruction was an extremely rare effect to have, and
This is just upon special summoning, right? Cannot be special summoned from the graveyard, too. Discard 1 card, target a card your opponent controls, destroy.
cards that destroyed cards directly were banned, unless you happen to own a tournament being run, so you let cards like Crush Card fires through, but I digress. It's important to note that it's not once per turn, so you could go for an extremely easy board wipe, and with literally any other monster in the deck, you
Wait, it's not once per turn? What? Okay, but like... Oh my god, is it the ancient wording of the card? It says must first be special summon, and then you can discard 1 card. If it said something like once per turn or whatever, but it's just whenever you want to, you can discard. It also doesn't say quick effect. Is it not a quick effect? Can you do it whenever? Can you do it on your opponent's turn? I don't get it. Hi, welcome raiders. How was your stream? What were you guys up to? Did you guys have fun? Maybe more my mo. You're in the middle of watching the section of Kaiba's deck from the anime. But have you met my beloved son? Have you heard the good word of Cupsy Wupsy? Can I entice you to join the cult of Cupsy Wupsy? Play Yu-Gi-Oh! We have Cupsy Wupsy limited to 1. But Cupsy Wupsy, my baby, my son, light of my life, They keep nerfing him though. Only new Yu-Gi-Oh does once per turn. Yeah, but like, it doesn't specify when you can do it. Is it a quick effect? They didn't have quick effects back then either. How does it work? How does it work at all? I don't know. 3 per turn for use in the anime. 3 times a turn? That's insane. Is it just limited by how many cards you have in your hand? Yeah, what do they do to fix it? Oh, this is kind of broken. A little broken. There's contact fusion before Neos. What does contact fusion mean? Like, you just have the cards in hand and banish them, and that's it? They just fuse? No quick effect means its ignition is only on your turn? Okay. So, only on your turn. Card in hand, pop a card. Okay. So just like, draw all the cards in the world! And then throw them all away! And destroy everything on their field! Rough. Rough times. Yeah, ooh. Ice playing during the time that released in the States? What? This must have been like the beginning of Yu-Gi-Oh! Itself, no? Contact fusion means you don't need a fusion spell. Okay. They have to be on the field. Oh, that's pretty rough. To be on the field, so it's not very good. Still, the effect is really strong, no?
You could go for an extremely easy OTK. Now, it does require you to summon 3 specific monsters in your deck and have them not be destroyed, but given that they were all moderately decent beaters, it definitely could be worse. Now, for the monster you've all been waiting for, Obelisk the Tormentor is a level 10 Divine Beast with 4...
look how much text there is on that. Look how much text there is. Where's that skit where it's like, yeah, this god card says it has to be a Tuesday, and if your name is Yugi, you must pay $5, $7 actually.
4,000 attack and 4,000 defense. And its effect, okay, just bear with me. This card requires 3 tributes to normal summon. This card's normal summon cannot be negated.
If this card is normal summoned, cards in effect cannot be activated, except effects of divine monsters. If this card is special summoned in face-up defense position, when an opponent's monster declares an attack, or when your opponent's monster targets another monster you control for an effect, change that target to this card. This card is unaffected by card effects while face-up on a field and cannot be card effects, except the effects of divine monsters. Cannot be returned from the field to the hand by card effects. Your opponent cannot tribute this card. Control this card cannot change. Your opponent cannot equip this card with equip cards. If this attack position card, 2,000 during the damage tab only. If this card is in attack position, you can attribute 2 other monsters, destroy all monsters your opponent controls, and if you do, inflict 4,000 damage to your opponent. This card cannot declare an attack to turn you activate this effect. Once per turn during the end phase, if this face-up card was targeted by a spell monster this turn, negate that effect.
Okay.
Wait, actually, if you manage to summon Obelisk, what are you supposed to do? Huh? I mean, it's granted, it's really hard to summon Obelisk, obviously, and no one does it anymore, but like, actually, what do you do to remove it? Summon can't be negated. When it's in face-up defense and you declare an attack, you change the target to this card. Okay, so it protects other cards. Card is unaffected by card effects while face-up. Can it be flipped? Cannot be returned from the field. It can't be bounced. I can't tribute it, so I can't kaiju it. I can't take control of the card. Cannot equip it with equip spells. And if this attack position card battles, you can tribute 2 other monsters. This card attacks become infinite during damage step only. If this card is in attack position, you can tribute 2 other monsters, destroy all monsters your opponent controls. If you do, can deal for 100. Oh, for 1,000. Okay, so like they need to have 2 other monsters in order to use this ability. This card cannot declare an attack the turn you activate this effect. Once per turn, if the face-up card was targeted by a spell or monster effect, negate that effect. But only during the end phase? Once per turn during the end phase, it was special summoned from the graveyard or banished. If this banished card was special summoned, send this card to the graveyard. What the heck? This is so much. This is a lot. It can be kaiju'd? Okay, so it's like being... It's allowed to be tributed? Like, I guess it doesn't say anything about not being able to be tributed. No, it says your opponent cannot tribute this card. Your opponent cannot tribute this card. You're not allowed to just tribute it. Can you super poly it? That's considered tributing too, though, right? I think what I can do is summon a Mikanko and smack him. That's all I can imagine right now. I summon a Mikanko and I hit him, and then I win. Because even if he tributes to other monsters, he can't destroy my Mikankos. I mean, he can probably remove something in another way, but still. Have you tributed it once? That's different. It says your opponent cannot tribute this card. It doesn't say you yourself cannot tribute this card. It can be in the field if it was special summon. What do you mean? Unaffected super poly is an effect. Super poly is an effect? I guess so. Cards and effects cannot be used except for divine monsters. I mean, like, the purpose is, like, you need another divine monster to fight it or whatever. Okay, we don't worry about what Kaiba actually used, because Kaiba breaks his own rules all the time, but... Super Poly doesn't exist in OG Yu-Gi-Oh! I know it doesn't! The brains in this people. I'm saying cards that would work or not work against this wall of text. Like, realistically, what can you do to remove it? Right? Or win against it, apart from I summon another god monster, right? Obviously, other god monsters work because they're divine, and then the effects go through. But, like, what if you don't have a divine monster? And you don't have a Shizus if you have a god monster die. Trap card. Very situational. Fusion is not considered as tributing. Okay, so... It's considered an effect, though, so it's not allowed, but it would not be considered tributing. I see. Okay. But, like, it's effects, so passive abilities should still be allowed, right? It's like we can't be activated. An effect can be activated, but passive effects still should be able to be to go through because it's not being negated. So what if I Gorgoned? I Gorgoned and I pointed towards Obelisk. Would it still be negated? Because I'm not activating the effect. It's just passively pointing at it. Which happens as soon as I put Gorgon on the field, right? Does that not work? You can just throw your opponent's deck into the ocean. You just go over there and punch him. Punch him in real life. That'll win you the duel. Hello, new viewer. Hello. Thanks for stopping by. Do you like Yu-Gi-Oh? Do you like Yu-Gi-Oh rule lawyering? Specifically. Unaffected by card effects only, the Ruma Karma Cannon can flip it face down. Oh. That's true. You can't, like, Book of the Moon it because it's an activated effect. You can't negate it because that's an activated effect. I'm just saying, like... It only works if Gorgon is already on the field. Ugh. That's so annoying. What can you realistically do? Non-targeted removal won't work. You just have to beat it. Beater it, right? And you had to make a gigantic Pearly. an absolutely massive Pearly. The fattest Pearly of all time. And just smack it. Passive effects need to be active before this guy gets on the field. Really? Even with, like... Gorgon can punch it because Gorgon's always attack plus 100. Was something that could stop it? Yami Yugi would discard Karibo to reduce damage to 0 to survive. Well, that's tanking it. Tanking it is pretty easy. You know? I'm just saying, like... Although I guess... Technically, if it's normal summon, card and effects cannot be activated. So wait a second. How would that work? Hand traps are still cards and effects, and they can't be activated, no? So you, like, wouldn't you not be able to, like, battle fader or trap it or anything? Really? Only person that can ever beat them is their own god card. Well, yeah, that's the obvious. What you do right now is talking about the anime Yu-Gi-Oh? Yes, we are watching this video. Every reason why Kaiba's deck makes no sense. And this is Obelisk the Tormentor. Yugi in the final duel had ground erosion, turn jump chain. Affect the card zone in which Obelisk stood, not the god itself. What? What do you mean? Okay, well... It doesn't say if this is normal summon, cards and effects cannot be activated against him. It says cards and effects can't be activated in general. So technically you wouldn't be able to use any spells. Because they're a card or effect. You can Karibo? Karibo is a card or effect! I don't know! It's an activated card or effect! I don't know! Card lawyering here! I think Judge wouldn't let that fly.
Defense position when an opponent's monster declares an attack, or when your opponent's monster targets card effects. Control this. If this card cannot declare an attack, the turn you activate this effect. Once per turn during the end phase, if this face-up card was targeted by a spell monster's turn, negate that effect.
Okay, so that was pretty long. I've already been over this.
Evenly match works because it affects the player and not the card on the field. What? So it can a card or effect can activate as long as it's not targeting him? So I could, like, for example, I could, like, grass or greener. Grass is greener because it's targeting his hand and deck or whatever, and not the god card. Really? Okay, that's not what the text says, but I guess that's what the spirit of the text. Yeah, so sure.
If this face-up card was targeted by a spell monster's turn, negate that effect.
Okay, so that was pretty long. I've already been over this card a couple times. By the way, you should also watch these videos after you're finished with this one. It's not hard to see why this card is quite literally game-breakingly unbalanced. For starters, it has the highest base stats in the main deck, so you really shouldn't have trouble at all running over things with this card. And even then, your
what if we just fusion summon? Can we fusion summon? We're allowed to fusion summon, right? Fusion summon, ultimate blue eyes. Bam, 500.
opponent is unable to interact with it in any way, unless they manage to summon.
It doesn't say you can't just be beaten. You just summon a beater, right?
Somehow get a monster with over 4,000 attack points on the field. Its summon can't be negated, your opponent's card effects can't affect it at all, and your opponent can't tribute it with this card. I wasn't even aware of this before, but apparently Obelisk also gives your other monsters protection, as your opponent cannot attack your other monsters, as any attacks get redirected to Obelisk as if this card wasn't broken enough. That alone would have made Obelisk the best card in the deck, but when we move on to its actual effect, you can tribute 2 other monsters to either destroy all monsters your opponent controls and inflict 4,000 burn damage, or allow this card's attack to become infinity. But what this all means is that if you manage to dump Obelisk to the grave and have 2 other monsters on your field, you can very easily special summon it out using either Monster Reborn for an insta win, as long as your opponent has a single monster in attack position, or has 4,000 points or less, which is literally every game. This card is absolutely broken in every way, and there's barely any downsides to this card. Sure, it takes free tributes and
is Obelisk the best god card? I haven't watched this god card video, so
pretty slow, but for a walking nuclear bomb, it's a pretty good trade-off. We'll move on to the spell and trap section of this deck, and as a whole, Kaiba again seems to have done pretty well for himself. There's the usual staples like Monster Reborn, Pot of Greed, and Crush Card Virus, but he seems to have acquired some similarly broken cards in this arc, one of which is Card of Demise, a normal spell that lets you draw cards until you have 5 cards in your hand. During your 5th standby phase after activation, send all cards in your hand to the graveyard.
5th standby phase? Wow, 5 whole turns? Unheard of in modern Yu-Gi-Oh!
The quote-unquote downside of this card is so laughable that even in the anime, Kaiba never ended up discarding all of the cards in his hand from the cost of this card, and it's not hard to see why. In many cases, it's not hard to go +4 after exhausting your hand completely from a combo or setting multiple traps. So if you manage to draw 5 completely new cards to do more plays with, you logically speaking should be able to win in 1 or 2 turns, let alone 5 whole turns. It could even be seen as better than Yugi's card of Sanctity, as if you draw it later on in a duel, your opponent couldn't draw cards alongside you. This card is that broken that even in a TCG, a heavily neutered version of this card not only let you draw cards until you had 3 in your hand, and let your opponent take no more damage this turn, the same turn you activated this card, you'd be forced to send.
And there's extra. Draw until you have 3 cards in your hand. Also, for the rest of the turn after this card resolves, your opponent takes no damage. Okay, so this is like the game version of it. During end phase of this turn, send your entire hand to the graveyard. You can only activate 1 card of demise per turn. Cannot special summon. You cannot special summon. Okay, that's the killer. I was like, this is all not that bad. You can't special summon during the turn you activate this card. Now that's killer. You can't do anything. What's the point of it at that point? What? And you can only draw until you have 3 cards? 3? That's terrible. I was like, if you go first, I could see this happening. Play like a card, play a deck like freaking Tier Elements, just throw your whole hand into the graveyard, whatever. Can't special summon? Oh, it's over. It's dead. Nothing you can do now. What the heck? This is terrible.
And your hand to the grave, and that you also couldn't special summon the same turn, it was still limited in the TCG and banned in Master.
I mean, I guess you can play Lab. You can play, what is it, like Dino or Paleo or something where you put lots of chops, I guess.
For being that broken. Fire's Cannon is a normal spell that lets you send spell cards in your opponent's hand and deck to the graveyard. So yeah, Kaiba seemed to hold every single broken card in the game, because if you manage to get this card off along with Crush Card Virus, well, that just leaves you with weak monsters and traps. Which makes it even crazier that Ishizu was 1 step away from winning with both of these cards applied to her. A spell that you can just activate at any time to make sure your opponent has no access to spells for the rest of the game.
Send spell traps in your hand and deck? And deck? And deck? That's crazy. Just no spell traps. Well, no spells, not traps. Traps are still safe. What the heck? Imagine just like a magic card that was like, send all lands to the graveyard. Like, what?
And also potentially causing your opponent to go minus, as it also discards from the hand. With 90% of decks, this card being played alone would be an instant loss, as there would be very little way to now counter high attack cards like Blue Eyes without attack boosting cards. I mean, at least Crush Card has a requirement to be activated, which makes this card all the more devastating. Now, the card text shown in the anime was written that it could send every single spell, but Kaiba in the game states not only discards 10 total spells. Either way, sending 10 of your opponent's spells, which is likely the majority of their spell arsenal, or sending everyone can very easily cripple an opponent. Lullaby of Obedience is a normal spell where you pay 1000 life points and declare the card.
Card demise is used in stun? Yeah, if you have like only traps. That's like, oh, I said two decks you could play that are just like traps only. I can understand if you play only traps, but like, what? Or if you really play a format where you just normal summon all your monsters and that's it, and don't special summon anything. That's kind of gross. Let's remove playsets of cards from a deck. Just don't play the game. Sorry, you chose the wrong deck today, buddy.
Card name of a level 8 or higher monster card. If the declared card is in your opponent's deck, add that card from their deck to your hand. Lullaby of Obedience is surprisingly yet another powerful card, given that most level 8 or higher monsters in Battle City are deck dependent and require setup, and if anything, Kaiba's deck is pretty much guaranteed to have the better boss monsters with Obelisk and Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Oh, if you do declare the card name. Oh. You just take their card? What? You just literally steal it. Oh. What? I mean, you can kind of guess. Even modern day, you can guess what's in their deck. Level 8 or higher? I mean, nowadays, I guess we don't play that many level 8s or higher. If it was ranky, that'd be insane.
Dragon, so grabbing yet another 2 tribute monster is most just likely going to be worse than Kaiba's own boss monsters. What's most important about this card though is its ability to prevent your opponent from having your own boss monster. Imagine if Kaiba gave this card to Yugi instead of Fiend's Sanctuary. How is Mario going to win if he couldn't even play a Winged Dragon of Ra?
That would be so funny! You just steal his Ra! You're like, I I did my homework. I stalked your deck. I know you have a Raw. Give it up for only 1,000 measly life points to steal their Raw. That's so funny. Best used against yugioh? Oh, because they have ranks? I mean, any fusion deck has high ranks, right? So that would work. It would have to be like a fusion or ritual, I guess, like decks. But it doesn't work on the extra deck. I was just gonna say, like, if you have a I know you're running SP Little Knight. Give it here.
Enemy Controller is a quick play spell where you give a command to one of your opponent's monsters on a field with Enemy Controller, and then put one of the following self controls to get the appropriate effect.
Up, left, down, right, A.
Up, left, down, right, A is explode,
B?
and left, right, A, B is sacrifice.
A,
To
B,
translate
A, B.
the full effect, you had the choice of either destroying the opponent's monster or taking control of it. Enemy Controller was yet another example of a powerful spell Kaiba was filling his decks with, as it was a pretty broken multi-purpose card. It was one of the few cards that could destroy monsters for no cost, and on top of that, you could also use it to steal your opponent's boss monster instead. If by some miraculous reason your opponent also managed to summon a powerful boss monster, enough to contend with Blue Eyes. Did I also mention that it was quick play? This card is basically the equivalent of a chainable brain control or a no-cost Raigeki break, all in one. Cost down lets you downgrade one monster card in your hand by 2 levels until the end phase of this turn after this card is activated. Cost down is a pretty powerful card. Anything that can get your Blue Eyes out on the field is always going to be useful. It's a weird card because on the one hand, you don't want too many high-level monsters in your deck, but the lack of many high-level monsters in your deck also means this card's use is mitigated. It might be seen in a better light if it wasn't for a much more powerful version of this card existing in the form of a Soul Exchange. A normal spell now lets both players tribute summon by using monsters their opponent controls. Soul Exchange is genuinely a devastating card, where this
Both players can contribute monsters controlled by their opponent. Yucky. Yucky.
card along with Obelisk can even be a one-turn combo for an OTK. Since it doesn't limit the number of monsters you contribute, you can very easily use it to clear an opponent's board to summon a Blue Eyes or an Obelisk, leaving them open for an OTK. It also helps in so many cases. It can let you easily summon Obelisk for free, lets you remove any boss monsters your opponent controls, or set up for an OTK. For our first truly awful card, we have First for Compensation, a quick play spell that you can activate when your opponent adds a card to their hand by a card effect.
Activate when you're adds a card to your effect. Okay. Like Droll. Special summon up to 2 level 4 or lower monsters from your hand in face up defense. Oh, I guess the face up defense. Okay. Cannot change their battle positions or be tributed for a tribute summon. What? Huh?
Special summon up to 2 level 4 or lower monsters from your hand in face up defense position. These monsters cannot change their battle positions and also
so what
cannot
did you
be
use them
tributed.
for?
There's only really one function for this card,
Defense?
and it's to summon the required tributes so Obelisk can proc his effect, and that requires 2 tributes. This card might be useful if you could use it to summon a Blue Eyes or even use it to spam monsters for an attack, but given that it basically forces you to turn your monsters into unusable walls that only serve to be destroyed, it's basically useless. It's even worse that you consider that you may as well just be better off normal summoning your level 4 monsters because of the high attack monsters in this deck, so you can actually use them. Absorb Spell is a spell that you can activate when an attack of an opponent's monster is increased by the effect of a spell card. Your monsters gain that attack instead. Absorb Spell is by most metrics unusable. Sure, it can work out occasionally, but in most cases the card is just going to be lying dead on your field, waiting for your opponent to boost their monsters. You'd be better off just running a card that you can boost the attack of your own monsters with. It's ultimately just too reactive a card to be considered good. Card Guard is a quick play spell that lets you discard 1 card from your hand. This turn, monsters you control cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects.
Well, that's not
Card
bad.
Guard is pretty broken for many use cases. If you're building up to 3 tributes for Obelisk, you can use it to protect your board,
Yeah, just keep
or even chain it to
stalling.
a card like Mirror Force for some easy protection. Or if the opponent manages to build a board capable of bringing down your boss monster like Blue Eyes, it can be a good way to give yourself a turn before you make a counter attack. An interesting spell that Kaiba uses is Quick Attack, that allows fusion monsters to
Quick
attack
attack.
when they are
Real
As I
move.
mentioned before, fusion monsters function differently from the real life game, where they wouldn't be able to attack the turn they were summoned, as a way to nerf them, given their high attacks. But with its actual use, it's more of a plot device, rather than anything actually useful. It's a good narrative way to change the flow of a duel, as it can provide
That's like
for
a
an unexpected
Magic the
attack by a
Gathering.
fusion
It
monster.
has
But in
no
a
longer
normal,
has
realistic
summoning
duel,
sickness.
fusion summoning itself rarely happens given the inconsistency, so it results in quick attack being a dead card in most cases. The surprise or tempo upgrade of being able to attack with a fusion monster the same turn is not nearly as useful enough to justify it being in a deck. Interdimensional Matter Transporter is a quick play spell that lets you select one face-up monster you control and remove it from the play until the end of the turn.
Oh. You control? I guess you can save it. It's like 1/2 of SP if it's getting it targeted. You just banish it for a turn.
It might sound like a useless card that doesn't do that much, because what's the point of removing your card for one turn, only then for it to come back in the same exact way during the end phase? Well, what this card actually can do is dodge any form of monster removal your opponent throws at you. For example, your opponent decides to activate Karaoke blowing up your field, just chain this card to let your monster take a break for this turn, and it can come back all ready for action. It's still way too niche, but still a fun card that can come in handy occasionally. Shrink, rather simply, is a quick play spell that lets you half the attack of any monster on the field. Not much to say other than it being obviously very powerful. In a slow format like this, having an attack of problematic monsters is always going to be useful, if not for the extra damage, but also for the ability to deal with high attack monsters. It also can be combined with Crush Card Virus by being used on a dark monster like Force Raider to fulfill the 1000 attack requirement. Spell Sanctuary is a continuous spell that lets each player take one spell card from their deck and add it to their hand. When this card is face up on the field, players can activate spell cards on their opponent's turn. This card again was another case of a plot device being used in anime. As in a manga, duelists could use spells during their opponent's turn like they were traps, but looking at it from the perspective of a real usable card, it's another game-breakingly powerful card. So many broken spells would become even more degenerate if activated during your opponent's turn. Your opponent finally manages to summon their boss monster out, chain a Regeki to the summon. Even if your opponent decided they didn't want to deal with every spell becoming a quick play spell and used their search on a mystical space typhoon, it wouldn't matter, as you still get free search for any spell from your deck. The only real issue of this card isn't necessarily with the card itself, but rather the deck it's found in. Looking at the spell cards Kaiba uses, there aren't really any normal spells that benefit from using this card. All the spells that are worth to use on your opponent's turn are already quick play spells. But what use is a chain of stop defense? Still, it's a pretty broken card solely based on the fact that it itself can let you add other broken cards like Heart of Demise or Virus Cannon. Ring of Defense is a spell card that reduces the effect damage to you from the effect of a trap card to 0. This card is only really used as a 2-card combo alongside Ring of Destruction to prevent Kaiba from taking damage, but without it you're just looking at a card that can sometimes prevent you from taking 500 damage from Hinotama. Another awful card.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. Most traps cards don't do that much damage. I guess if you're really looking to defend from a mirror force.
Moving on to the traps in Battle City, Kaiba doesn't seem to use as many traps as one would expect, and somehow Kaiba manages to hit it out of the park again with the traps, with again a lot of the cards being so absurdly broken. Attack Guidance Armor is a normal trap that lets you direct an attack to a monster that is equipped with the cursed armor. Ignoring the weird borderline flavor text of the effect, going off of the anime usage, Attack Guidance Armor seems to redirect the attack of any of your opponent's monster's attacks to any other monster of your choice, which in that case makes the card a solid battle trap. Causing your opponent to destroy potentially a vital monster of theirs, and causing some life point damage is always a good thing, or even forcing them to attack a strong monster. Just a reliable trap all around. Magical Trick Mirror is a normal spell that you can only activate when an opponent's monster declares an attack, and then you can activate one spell card from your opponent's grave. Being able to steal any spell means that you now have access to cards like Monster Reborn, Pot of Greed, and Card of Sanctity. You could even use this card alongside Virus
Activate only when a Pokemon's monster declares an attack. Activate a spell from your opponent's graveyard. Opponent? Oh. Okay, I mean, that depends. That depends on what spells they've played, but that's pretty good. Usually they, like, I don't know, free spell.
Cannons, so you have access to the entirety of the opponent's spell lineup. Power Balance is a normal trap that you can only activate when you have no cards in your hand. Your opponent discards half of the cards in their hand, and draw cards equal to the number of cards your opponent discarded. As if Kaiba didn't have enough broken draw cards. Power Balance not only lets you go plus in card advantage,
that's insane.
also make your opponent go negative. So it essentially can be a +6.
There's no way this card is allowed.
If you draw on your starting turn, exhaust your hand, and then use this on your opponent's draw, leaving them with 3 cards in their hand. Even if
this kind of, I mean, I guess you can only activate when there's no cards in your hand, but still, this reminds me of freaking the Iono card from Pokemon TCG. My hated every time. Every time I'm up in prize cards and I use it, I'm just sitting there throwing away all my fancy cards I needed to draw my important energies.
If you draw this later in the game where the opponent only has 1 or 2 cards, it's still a +1 at worst. Cloning is a normal trap that you can only activate when your opponent summons a monster, duplicate that monster, and special summon a copy to your field. There's no real way to tell if the duplicated monster keeps the original effects, which would be pretty powerful in cases where you could copy a card like Dark Paladin, but it can be used for a 1-for-1 trade of their monster or for tribute summoning. Final Attack Orders is a continuous trap where as long as this card remains face up on the field, all face up monsters on the field are changed to attack position and cannot change in a battle position. Upon activation, both players choose 3 cards in their respective decks. All cards that were not selected are sent to their respective graveyards, and 3 chosen cards are returned to their respective decks in any order. It appears that Yugi and Kaiba's duel spawned a lot of insanely broken cards, as this card was used in that duel. Within the deck though, it's kind of useless, as there are not many cards that benefit from discarding your entire deck to the grave. It can be used to set up for a monster reborn into an obelisk, but besides that, the deck doesn't have too many ways for it to interact with the grave. The final trap is Ring of Destruction, which lets you destroy 1 face-up monster and then inflict damage to both players equal to its attack. Ring of Destruction is yet another powerful trap that Kaiba utilizes in his deck. It's not only a solid piece of removal, but also deals burn damage to finish off your opponent. Dealing burn damage is pretty solid in a beatdown deck like Kaiba's, where you can even combo it by dealing 1000 damage with literally any monster, and use Ring of Destruction on Blue Eyes to seal the deal. So overall, you'll notice that Battle City is quite a bit of a step up in terms of power, in comparison to the Duelist Kingdom, which was to be expected. It has most notably a God card, and plenty of powerful normal summonable monsters. So many of these monsters are incredibly powerful, which themselves could be an ace card for another character, but is yet another monster for Kaiba. Unfortunately though, the ratio of high level monsters to lower level monsters isn't the best, with 10 tribute monsters and 50 normal summonable monsters, which can lead to some hands being bricked.
He's Kaiba, he'll never break.
As another certain duelist. The trap and spell lineup though is pretty stellar. There's a lot of broken draw cards like Pot of Greed, Card of Demise, and Power Balance, so the deck shouldn't have too much trouble with consistency. With cards like Crush Card Virus or Virus Cannon, your opponent won't even be able to play the game. Even with the number of high tribute monsters, the spells and traps help with this issue, with cards like Soul Exchange, Enemy Controller, or the number of ways to deal with
cards that would just win a game normally.
Armor or Shadow Spell.
What?
The deck has most of its bases covered. Overall, it's probably
I guess they needed to give him some brick eyes to nerf his deck.
Optimizations that could be made, like getting rid of Sword Stalker and Gadget Soldier, but the deck as a whole is still pretty powerful. Halfway in between Battle City, there was a filler arc, which can basically be summarized as a crash course into Kaiba's unresolved childhood issues, where the game format slightly changes, and we see a completely new deck that Kaiba would yield. The biggest—
Wait, what? He has a completely new deck in between? I had no idea he switched his decks that often. Really? Kaiba being coded as a monster beatdown duelist, more monsters? He has the best monsters in the game! I think the one point we've made repeatedly is he has the best beaters. He has the best tributes and the best non-tributes. No one else has the genie, right? Like Mr. Jin or whatever. He's like the best non-tribute ice attack guy out there. Not that he has trouble tributing anything he really needs to. The power of money, you can get anything.
This change is the addition of Deck Masters, a special new mechanic where each player could choose any monster from their main deck or fusion deck, which would give each duelist their own set of benefits during the duel. These monsters can't be interacted with unless the player chooses to—
What? Oh, I don't really remember this. What is this? They have a little mascot commander?
To special summon their own Deck Master to the field, with the caveat being that if at any point this Deck Master is taken off the field, then the player automatically loses.
What? Oh my god! If you lose your commander, they die, and you just lose. Dang. Okay, I don't remember this one. Deck Master rules. Wow, that would be kind of fun to play with, though. It's like it's like protecting your like king, right? I don't remember the rules of this arc at all. I do vaguely remember watching it though, because it was kind of fun. Right? But like, you can lose your commander in Commanders. No, you're allowed to lose them. This one is just you automatically lose. Oof.
being that if at any point this deck master is taken off the field, then the player automatically loses, ignoring their number of life points. Barring some exceptions, where the previous deck master gets tributed for another monster, where that monster now becomes
and then
the new deck
dies.
master. As choosing an appropriate deck master is also a key part of the deck building process, we'll be evaluating Kaiba's choice of a deck master.
Which is just Blue Eyes. Come on, like they have to choose their iconic boys. Is choosing Karibo the right choice? No, probably not, but doesn't matter. It's plot reasons, we gotta do it.
Which Kaiba used a total of 3 over the course of the arc. Lord of Dragons would let you pay 500 life points to special summon one dragon type monster from your hand, but would still require the tributes if it was level 5 or higher. Kaiser Seahorse lets you normal summon light monsters with
Oh, they give you different effects. Wait, is this like Duel Links? But instead of like choosing a person, you get a card that has a different ability.
require the tributes if it was level 5 or higher. Kaiser Seahorse lets you normal summon light monsters with 1 less tribute than required, and Blue Eyes' deck master ability would let any fusion monster summoned using it attack the turn it was summoned. We have to kind of reverse engineer the deck master ability because unlike card effects, they never bother to show the full text for the abilities. As such, some of these effects are approximations or guesses to what the full effect is. Lord of Dragons' deck master ability is pretty useful. Being able to summon a Luster Dragon turn 1 with any tribute monster is pretty broken, and with this increase in tempo places you in a much more favorable position. A thing to note though is that you'll still need to have the required tributes if you're summoning something like Blue Eyes. Kaiser Seahorse is also a pretty solid deck master. Being able to summon Hyozan Ryu, Different Dimension Dragon, and Blue Eyes and Kaiser Glider for 1 less tribute is a pretty powerful ability. The only issue is that the deck's only viable light cards were all the monsters I listed, and if the deck was constructed towards being built for the deck master, this deck master could be abused in pretty broken ways. The other deck master that Kaiba used is kind of a weird one. Kaiba did technically choose Blue Eyes as his deck master, but rather a simulated version of Kaiba. And we also never get full confirmation of Blue Eyes' ability as a deck master, as all we are given is that when Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon was summoned, Kaiba's deck master ability would let Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon attack the turn it was summoned. What is unclear is that with the deck master rules, as Blue Eyes was used for a fusion material for Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, we don't know if fusion monsters being able to attack the turn they are summoned is through Blue Eyes' ability or Ultimate Dragon's ability. Assuming it is based Blue Eyes' deck master ability, it makes it pretty useless. As we all know, summoning Blue Eyes
doesn't really have that many
Dragon is a feat
fusions
by itself, so the ability of being able to attack the turn it's summoned is barely ever going to come up. That being said, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon was summoned on turn 1 of the duel, letting Kaiba attack, even on
He summoned it turn 1, of course he did. Of course he draws everything he needs. Jesus.
on the very first turn, which theoretically means you can FTK your opponent. Still, it's not a very good deck master ability regardless, as the chances of getting all 4 cards in your starting hand are near impossible. Now that we've gone over the deck masters that Kaiba uses, I think the better way to evaluate how good they are is actually to compare it to other deck masters we see in the arc. The power of deck masters widely varies. For example, taking a look at Yugi's deck master with Dark Magician, it lets him activate any previously used spell card this turn again by paying 1000 life points. Whilst it can be conditional, just imagine using this ability after a card of demise. Or Judgment's incredibly broken effect, which let you pay 1000 life points to remove from play all monsters your opponent controls, and also inflict 500 damage to your opponent for each monster removed. So is Kaiba's choice of deck masters the best ones? No. Given that he had access to the entire database, ignoring mythical cards like the gods, he could have just chosen a deck master like Judgman, never summon it, and only use its ability, or even having a deck master be something like 5-headed dragon would have secured him the duel in so many cases, as he could have just summoned it if the opponent had an empty board to go for game. Moving on to Kaiba's actual deck, we see a bit of overhaul of the composition. This time there's a much bigger focus on dragon monsters in comparison to Battle City, with a bunch of new support for them, and of course the removal of Kaiba's obelisk. There's only 2 new normal monsters, both of which are again in the upper echelon of normal monsters in the entire anime. Luster Dragon 2 is a 1 tribute monster of 2400 attack, which makes it better than Red Eyes, and Zoa is a 2 tribute.
I like that's just the returning theme. Everything is better than Red Eyes. This dragon's better than Red Eyes. This dragon's better than Red Eyes. Heck, who plays Red Eyes nowadays?
The 1 tribute monster of 2400 attack, which makes it better than Red Eyes, and Zoa is a 2 tribute monster with 2600 attack, which also makes it stronger than Dark Magician. Twin-headed Behemoth is a level 3 Dragon Wind monster with 1500 attack and 1200 defense. If this monster is destroyed and sent to the grave, this monster is special summoned with an attack and defense of 1000 during the end phase of this turn. This effect can only be used once during the current duel. This is a decent card for Kaiba's deck, mainly because it's useful tribute fodder. It can be used as a good wall for turn 1, then set up for a tribute for a more powerful monster the following turn. Vampire Lord is a level 5 dark zombie monster with 2000 attack and 1500 defense, and every time this card inflicts battle damage to your opponent's life points, you can declare one card type. Your opponent selects one card of that type from their deck and sends it to the grave. If this card is destroyed and sent to the grave by your opponent's card effect, it's special summoned to the field during your next standby phase. This might be going against the grain here, but the mandatory of sending cards to the grave isn't that great.
Yeah, exactly. It's really bad. There's a lot of... That's like a free foolish burial. Nowadays, anyway. But even back then, there's a lot of graveyard effects where, like, if this is sent to the grave, oh, please activate my send to the graveyard.
Give them the opportunity to basically deck thin and remove any bad cards. The stats on this card are also a bit underwhelming for Kaiba's deck, given how other 1 tribute monsters have better stats or even better effects. What is pretty strong, however, is the revival effect from Effect Destruction, which along with its 2000 attack can mean it can be pretty annoying to deal with. The Wicked Worm Beast is a level 3 Earth Beast monster with 1400 attack and 700 defense, and if this card is face up on the field at the end of the turn, it's returned to the owner's hand. For a first proper stinker of a monster, this is just bad. There's no real reason to even run this card in the first place. There already exists enough monsters now with better stats. Its effect is also
it can't even be tributed because it just goes back to your hand.
Given that forces you to set a card with a measly 700 defense points, as otherwise you're left defenseless. Spirit Ryu is a level 4 Wind Dragon monster with 1000 attack and defense, with the following effect. You can only activate this effect during the damage step when this card battles. You can discard any number of dragon type monsters from your hand to increase this card's attack by 1000 for every dragon type monster discarded. At the end phase of this turn, this card's effect was activated. This card's attack is decreased to its original attack. So basically you get to go -1 to gain 1000 attack points for a single turn. Getting a 2000 beat stick for a turn isn't good enough to justify its
that's kind of bad.
Especially when in most cases it's just an 1000 attack monster. Spear Dragon is a level 4 wind monster with 1900 attack.
Okay, this thing is so ugly. That card? Go.
Deals piercing damage, and if it attacks, it changes to defense position at the end of the damage step. Spear Dragon is a pretty powerful card. In most cases, it's one use, but 1900 beater with piercing is still pretty useful. Slate Warrior is a flip theme wind monster with 1900 attack and 400 defense. One flip, increase the attack and defense of this card by 500 points, and anytime a monster destroys this battle, the stats are decreased by 500 points. Slate Warrior is probably one of the best level 4s in Kaiba's deck. For starters, even without its effect, its stats place it in the upper.
Okay. Now that it's depicted in the anime, I can kind of visualize it. That artwork was so, like, confusing. I had no idea what I was looking at.
Tier of level 4s for the deck. It has a very interesting design with its effect though, as it has a risk or reward style of use. You can place it in defense position to let it potentially get 2400 attack at the risk of its low defense points, or just leave an attack for the still admittedly.
I mean, isn't the whole point of flip cards to be flipped? I feel like I would just flip it.
Powerful 1900. Even if it does get destroyed, a 500 stat debuff is still something that's useful. Possessed Dark Soul is a level 3 Dark Fiend monster with 1200 attack and 800 defense. Where you contribute this card, take control of every level 3 monster your opponent controls. Possessed Dark Soul is another monster that doesn't work at all.
That's like so situational. Not many people are running level 3s. Level 4s maybe, level 3s is so random. If you actually summon 2 level 4 monsters. Sleeper used to be restricted, really? I mean, like, it's a permanent debuff. Nowadays, not a lot of cards do permanent, like, stat cuts.
Its stats are too low, so you're left with a monster where its only use is its ability. But its effect also fails, given the relative scarcity of level 3 monsters. Giant Germ is a level 2 Fiend Dark monster with 1000 attack and 100 defense, and when this card is destroyed by battle and sent to the grave, inflict 500 damage to your opponent. Then you can special summon any number of Giant Germs from your deck.
Okay, that's not terrible. Let's burn.
Pretty powerful card, as it can be used for a wall.
But the face-up attack kind of sucks.
The problem is, well, Kaiba only runs 2 for some reason in this arc. Giant Germ was played in 2 different duels, and for both games, Kaiba only summoned 2 up, so unless you chose to arbitrarily leave the last copy for later, Giant Germ can't even be used for an easy Blue Eyes. Regardless, it's still a useful card to set up for tributes. Cave Dragon is a level 4 Wind Dragon with 2000 attack and 100 defense, where if you control another monster on your field, you can't summon Cave Dragon, and if there are no dragon type monsters on the field, this
Huh? Isn't this terrible? Cannot be normal summon while you control a monster. This card cannot even declare its attack until you control another dragon type monster. What?
Card cannot attack. Cave Dragon is a good card. A normal summonable 2k beater is still a viable monster.
I guess it's okay with 2000, but like, really?
The restrictions for it to be able to attack and won't need continuous resources like a card such as Panther Warrior, so all around it's a valuable card. Different Dimension Dragon is a level 5 light dragon monster with 1400 attack and 1500 defense, with the effect that spells or traps cannot destroy this card, unless the spell or trap specifically targets it. This card
has to be... Oh, that's funny. That's the opposite of non-targeted. It must be targeted removal. Not destroyed as a result of battle.
Card also cannot be destroyed by battle. This card is one of the best walls in the deck. Having battle protection and spell and trap destruction means it's close to uninteractable for the opponent. It could have better stats,
you can't
of course, but
yet.
still a solid 1 tribute monster. Ancient Lamp is a level 3 wind spellcaster with 900 attack and 1400 defense. When this face down defense position card is attacked by your opponent's monster, you can make one of the opponent's monsters be attacked instead. While this card is face up on the field, you can special summon one Lajin and Mystical Genie of the lamp from your hand. Whilst it has a cute lore effect of quite literally summoning a genie from the lamp, it's incredibly mediocre. The best use of this card is a 2-card combo to special summon a 1700 beater from your hand. It doesn't even let you special summon from the deck, which really hurts.
Yeah, it has to be from the hand, that sucks.
The redirection attack effect is definitely useful, also can be outplayed if the opponent only has a single monster. Looking at the new spells, a Winged Beat of Giant Dragon is a spell which lets you return one face-up level 5 or higher dragon monster on your side of the field to the owner's hand, and destroy all spell and trap cards on the field.
Level
the good
5
news
or
about
higher.
this card is that you won't be struggling to find level 5 or higher dragon monsters, as there are 10 total cards applicable with it. The bad news is that you need level 5 or higher dragon monsters to be able to use this card, which means that this card is just too bricky to be good. It's even worse given that Kaiba also has Heavy Storm in this deck, which
oh
is
my
just
god, it literally does what Heavy Storm does, but worse. I could understand like a lower level monster, but level 5, you have to tribute it and like out and everything. I would rather just keep the monster.
objectively a better card for this deck. Double Snare is a normal spell that lets you destroy one face-up card on the field that has an effect that negates trap card effects. Double Snare's inclusion in the deck, let alone the anime, is a puzzling one. It appeared 3 different times in 3 different duelists decks, but was never played at all. What exactly was the goal of this card? To be the most racist Jinzo card? It's hilariously restrictive given that there's probably like 6 total cards in the anime that negate the effects of trap cards. By far the worst
just
card.
anti-Jinzo.
Burst Breath is a normal trap that lets you tribute one dragon type monster on your side of the field. Destroy all face-up monsters on the field whose defense is equal to or less than the attack of the tributed monster. Burst Breath is a pretty powerful card. It gives you a chainable way to destroy the opponent's monsters on their turn, and with the new powerful dragons in the deck, you'll have no problem activating its destruction effect. Dragon's Rage is a continuous trap where during battle between any attacking dragon monster you control and a defense position monster whose defense is lower than the attack of the attacking monster, inflict the difference as battle damage to your opponent. Being another piece of dragon support for the deck, it's a pretty good addition to the beatdown style Kaiba uses. Given that powerful dragon monsters like Blue Eyes or even Cape Dragon, having this card on the field along with it can take down an opponent from 4k life points even in 2 turns. The only problem is that it's kind of a brick if you only control the weaker dragon monsters, or even worse, none at all. Soul Demolition is a continuous trap which you can only activate when you have a fiend type monster on your side of the field. Both players can pay 500 life points to remove any card from their opponent's grave. Way too conditional to be activated given that there's 5 fiends total in the
just
deck.
call by them.
The actual effect of the card is useless against the majority
just
of
call
decks.
by them. What are you doing?
Turn is a normal trap that can only be activated during your opponent's turn when your life points are 1000 or less. Select one monster on your side of the field and send all of your cards on the field and each hand to the grave. After that, your opponent selects and special summons one monster from their deck in face-up attack position. The player whose monster remains face-up on the field at the end phase of his turn wins the duel. Any other case results in a draw. Man, this card really is an anime card in all the best ways. Blue
Yeah.
Eyes in most cases should win you the battle, and in the worst case, you can just use different dimension dragon to guarantee yourself a draw. You could also combo it along with Crush Card Virus, which would also guarantee you the win. And here's also a fun fact I found out when researching this card. The 2 cards on this card are spirit monsters, which means that you can even summon them using last turn. So how successful is this new deck that Kaiba constructs in Virtual World? Ignoring the obelisk size hole in the deck, it's slightly
kind of a
more an
weird
upgrade
deck
in comparison to Battle City. There's less hyper-specific spells and traps in the deck, even if there are a couple. But on the whole, the addition of all these new monsters are a welcome addition. There's no new cards that really stand out in any way, compared to something like Obelisk or Chaos Emperor Dragon, but definitely isn't bad by any sense of the word. On to Waking the Dragons, Kaiba at this point in the anime has lost Obelisk to
What happened to Waking the Dragons? I feel like I didn't watch this arc. I don't remember enough. What happened there?
But in its place, he acquires a totally new powerful card, Fang of Critias. Fang of Critias is a legendary dragon card which lets you send 1 trap card you control to the grave, to special summon a fused version of this card in that trap. Now, just like how polymerization was handled in Duelist Kingdom, Fang of Critias has limitless potential, as it can fuse with any trap card. This means that solves one of the big problems with fusion summoning, meaning that any fusion with Critias will be way more consistent, as you only need 1 trap and itself, ignoring any of its potential fusion abilities. At the very
yeah, that's pretty good.
least from all the fusions we've seen that are produced from this card, it results
Is the Oracle? Cause I don't remember this arc at all. What on earth was going on? You lose, you die. Many such cases. That's the first season too. Okay, not really, but like every game is a shadow game. Ha ha ha. Anime only filler. Oh.
and pretty powerful beaters, as Tyrant Burst Dragon and Mirror Force Dragon all had attack in a high 2000s range, so an easy to do 2-card combo for a fusion monster is always a strong and powerful addition. That being said, there are 3 fusions we have seen this card make: Doom Virus Dragon, Mirror Force Dragon, and Tyrant Burst Dragon.
A lot
Tyrant
more
Burst
fusions.
Dragon is a level 8 dragon fusion monster with 2900 attack and 2500 defense, which is a fusion of Tyrant Wing and Fang of Critias, which lets you banish it to target one dragon type monster you control. It gains 400 attack and can attack all monsters your opponent.
Okay, so they have Tyrantish dragons at this point. That's not Mr. Tyrant that I know. But the fusion with 2 specific cards. Remove this card from play, select a dragon type monster. It gains 400 attack and can attack all cards. It's just like Tyrant, but worse. It has to banish itself. It has to banish itself? Why?
Opponent controls. This card
Oh,
is
it's
pretty
the- it
awesome.
should have been
The best thing
Meimi.
this card is going for it is its attack, as there are very few instances where sacrificing a 2900 beat stick to allow your monster to attack all of your opponent's monsters is a good trade.
Right?
Sure, if you
Just-
use it on
just-
Blue Eyes,
just
it can
summon Tyrant.
become an OTK enabler. You'd much rather it be able to do something without being reliant on other monsters. Mirror Force Dragon, on the other hand, is ironically a much more powerful dragon fusion, as it's a level
Mirror
8 dragon
Force?
fusion with 2800 attack.
Was this arc just about fusing dragons with different trap cards? This is what I'm getting here. They're all the dragons that are fusions of trap cards instead of other monsters.
And 1200 defense.
I
and is
see.
a fusion of Fang of Critias and Mirror Force
Incredibly-
with the following effect.
incredibly
If this card
specific
battles an
here.
opponent's monster whose attack is equal to or greater than this card's attack, your opponent takes battle damage equal to the combined difference of the attack of this card and each of their opponent's monsters, with lower attack than this card. And then
Dang.
destroy all monsters your opponent controls. Genuinely
And then destroy all monsters! What the? Okay, well, yeah, who even needs to play Mirror Force at this point?
battle damage equal to the combined difference of the attack of this card and each of their opponent's monsters, with lower attack than this card. And then destroy all monsters your opponent controls. Genuinely an unstoppable card.
That's
with
so
it even
good.
itself being a game ender. Your
What the
opponent
heck?
is barely going to have ways to deal with this, unless it's through monster removal. And if they do manage to summon a monster powerful enough to stand toe-to-toe with it, they risk their field being wiped out. Or even worse, having your life points taken away due to Mirror Force's Dragon's Burn effect. The only caveat with this card being that it'll be hard to find a monster of 2800 or more attack very frequently. But if you combo along with a card like Shrink, makes this card an extremely deadly piece of removal. The final fusion is Doom Virus Dragon. Level 4
Oh my god, Crush Card Virus and this dragon. This is like a weird D&D mashup. What if my chap cards were dragons? This is Da, 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 da. Oh, is this when Timaeus was? This is when Timaeus was with Yuki's cards? I didn't know that was actually an anime thing too. The villains had the ability to capture souls and didn't need the Millennium item, so anyone could suddenly be a threat. Okay, we just needed an excuse. Okay, no more Millennium items, but we can still kill you. We can just kill you in real life from a children's card game. Kaiba fusions with chaps. Joey was with spell cards. Yugi fusion with one monster. Eh? The seal of Orbacle is about stealing 1,000,000 souls across the world to summon his great evil beast. I guess Zoe's a villain.
Dark Dragon with 1900 attack and 1500 defense, which can only be summoned using Fang of Critias and Crush Card Virus. While this card is face up on the field, destroy all monsters your opponent controls with 1500 or more
What?
attack. This is probably the best out of the trio, given that it's essentially a floodgate that doesn't allow the opponent to form a board to compete with yours.
This is easier to summon than Crush Card.
Now, it's not as good as being able to destroy every monster with 1500 attack from
I
your
guess
opponent's
that's
deck,
true, it's a one
but
time.
the fact that it's a quicker version of Crush Card that doesn't require
Yeah, but it's
you to
more
draw a
like
card with a
it's more consistent though.
1,000 or less attack means that it's still borderline broken. Fang of Critias isn't the only new addition he gets, as there's also some new cards starting with Versago the Destroyer. Level 3 Dark Fiend monster with 1100 attack and 900 defense, and you can use it to substitute for any fusion material monster. And if you do, the other fusion material monsters must be cracked. There's only 3 relevant fusions we ever see Kaiba use: Twin Thunder Dragon, Ixie's Dragon Cannon, and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. There's no use with using Versago on Thunder Dragon, as any single copy of it lets you add 2 more. Whilst Ixie's Dragon Cannon is a fusion monster, it has to be summoned by contact summoning, which isn't actually fusion summon. So Versago doesn't even work here. And sure, Versago does work with Blue Eyes, but the card only has one specific use in the deck, then it's not a good card. Another new Union monster Kaiba gets is Pitch Dark Dragon, a dark, level 3 Dragon Union monster with 900 attack and 600 defense, where during your main phase, if you control this card on the field, you can equip it to your Dark Blade as an equipped spell card, or unequip this card and special summon it in face-up attack position. While equipped to a monster by this card's effect, increase the attack and defense of the equipped monster by 400 attack and defense.
This is so much text. Okay, whatever. It just increases 400 when it attacks with an attack higher than defense position inflict. Okay,
when
there's piercing.
With an attack that's higher than the defense of a defense position
Blah blah blah
monster,
blah blah for
inflict the
100
defense
and
as battle
piercing.
damage to your opponent's life points. If the equipped monster would be destroyed as a result of battle, you can destroy this card instead.
And the slight
Pitch Dark Dragon
protection.
for this arc appears to be the Sagi the Dark Clown substitute, so its union effect is functionally useless. Paladin of White Dragon is a level 4 light ritual dragon monster with 1900 attack and 1200 defense. This monster can only be ritual summoned with White Dragon Ritual. White Dragon Ritual is just a standard ritual spell
He has
which
one
requires
ritual
you
card.
to offer monsters whose levels equal to 4 or more. When this monster attacks a face-down defense position monster,
4
destroy
or
the
more?
face-down
That's
monster
pretty
immediately.
low.
You can also special summon one Blue Eyes White Dragon from your hand or deck by tributing this card, and that monster cannot attack during that turn. Paladin of White Dragon in a vacuum is a pretty powerful card. Being able to access a 3k beater is pretty powerful, and it also has pretty easy summoning conditions with its level. The only problem is that, well, it's a ritual monster. It's too inconsistent
it's a ritual.
to be reliable, and if you don't have the ritual spell or vice versa, then
And
the
he has
cards
no
are
searches
individually
for his
useless.
spells
Regardless,
usually.
it's still a pretty useful card, with its face-down
It's okay,
destruction effect and being able to summon Blue Eyes at any point. Charm of Lamentation is a continuous spell where every time your monster attacks an opponent's monster, and that monster is not destroyed by battle, draw 1 card. Charm of Lamentation is one of those cards that could be absolutely abused by certain decks. It goes against the entire goal of Kaiba's deck, which is beat down with high attack monsters, and this card requires the opponent's monster.
Each time a monster you control attacks an opponent's monster and that monster is not destroyed by battle, draw a card. I can only think of my pearly happiness. Pearly happiness.
To be still on the field.
Just
at the
draw a
end
lot
the
of
turn.
cards.
It does combo well with different Dimension Dragon, but honestly, with the amount of crazy draw power this deck has, there's no need for
But
it.
yeah, just
Tyrant
play
Wing
your
is a normal
broken
trap that you can
greed,
only
pots
activate
of
when
greed.
an opponent's monster declares an attack. Equip this card to face up monster you control. It gains 400 attack and can attack twice during the same battle phase, while your opponent controls the monster. Similar to Pitch Dark Dragon, Tyrant Wing is another solid equip, but its restrictions hurt its playability quite a lot. It seems completely arbitrary to need to wait for your opponent to attack. If you have a powerful monster on board, they're unlikely to attack into your monsters, leaving this card just being dead. This arc is kind of short in terms of new cards Kaiba gets, and there's not that much of a difference between this deck and Battle City. But looking at the biggest change, the swapping of Obelisk to Fang of Critias, it's not that much of a downgrade that you might expect. Sure, did Kaiba lose an unstoppable god monster that could win the duel once it was summoned? Yeah, but in exchange the deck received a super consistent card that could summon pretty broken boss monsters. Depending on what other fusions this could make, you could even have made a case for it being better than Obelisk, just due to the fact that it's playable in mostly every single occasion. With this being the final arc in anime, and now we see Kaiba using cards in, as in Dawn of the Duel, Kaiba only has a single duel, and isn't even seen with a single new card.
What is this one about?
This is all
Evil
we have
Merit?
in terms of original anime. That doesn't mean that there's nothing noteworthy with this arc, as there's a new strategy that Kaiba uses that we haven't seen before. Clone Dragon is a level 4 light dragon monster with question mark attack and defense. When you summon a monster, you can special summon this card from your hand. When this card is special summoned this way, its name and attack and defense become the same as the summon.
What? Wait, isn't this really good? This card cannot declare an attack unless you pay 1,000 life points. I mean, you could just get it, use it as a summon as well. I guess it's okay. It doesn't get the effect. It doesn't become an effect, but it becomes like effectively like a token that matches the same thing. Like what? Evil Bakura? Okay, so this is the Evil Bakura arc we fight. I'm gonna teach them to use the guy imitating Pegasus until Kaiba drew a wing of giant dragon to wipe the boar. Lamentation dose?
Monsters. This card cannot declare an attack unless you pay 1,000 life points. A pretty phenomenal addition to the deck. Being able to set up another tribute monster, or even duplicated Blue Eyes, gives the card quite.
That's like the modern cards are always summon it from hand if you have another card kind of thing.
Bit of utility. Chaos Emperor Dragon, Envoy of the End, is a level 8 dark dragon monster with 3,000 attack and 2,500 defense, and cannot be normal summoned or set. This card can only be special summoned by removing from play one light and one dark monster in your grave.
Light and darkness dragon? No. Once per turn pay 1,000.
By paying 1,000 life points.
Oh, there's like a card destruction effect.
Send all cards in both players' hands and on the field to
and
the
the
grave.
burn.
Inflict 300 points of damage to your opponent's life points for each card that is sent to the grave by this effect. If Obelisk didn't exist, this would be the most broken monster in Kaiba's deck by far. Its easy summoning conditions along with the stats on par of Blue Eyes would already give it second place, but along with this effect, by itself it would be a game ender. If Kaiba managed to get the card effect off against Yugi, there would be 4 outs in Yugi's deck against this card, which he would probably still get off through with the power of heart. There's not many 1-card outs against a 3k beater, so even by itself it guarantees a 2-turn kill. In fact, it's so broken that it's also one of the few confirmed ban cards in the anime, which is weird considering Crash Card Virus also exists.
What? It's banned in the anime? The anime has a ban list? No way!
Spell Reproduction is a normal spell which lets you send 2 spell cards from your hand to the grave. Select 1 spell card from your grave and add it to your hand. This card's insane cost means that you're going to
send 2 spells from your hand to your grave. Then target 1 spell in your graveyard and add it to your hand. What? Why can't... I don't understand. Unless you really want to get Monster Reborn back. Isn't your 2 spells in your hand just better?
Go -2 just to retrieve 1 spell. Now what I will say is that if you're able to retrieve Card of the Demise, using it this way the card makes a bit more sense. Needing to send 2 spell cards from your hand is a pretty steep cost. It's also just a worse version of Magical Stone X.
Oh, they have ban lists in GX? That's when they talked about it. It's banned yet Yugi still used it? Oh, I mean, not in the first... Not when it was first used, obviously. Banned in TCG, that's different. Lots of things are banned in TCG. Pot of Greed is banned in TCG, yeah. Excavation, but worse. It's funny that they banned card in the anime to reflect its status. They brought it up in GX. I can imagine, because GX they had a school and it was like institutionalized. That means they had set rules and they could have set formats and they could cycle through ban lists, and that makes like that's like regulated, right? This stuff is like this first season stuff is like lawlessness. Whatever goes. Whatever Kaiba says usually goes, honestly. It's not war crimes the first time. Exactly. No, it has to go through war crimes. It must create your war crimes before it ever gets justified as getting banned.
Activation, which with Kaiba's resources and money, he should have been able to acquire.
Duh.
Dimension Fusion is a normal spell where you pay 2,000 life points. Both players special summon as many of them removed from play monsters as possible.
What? What? You could just get all your banished cards back? What? Oh my gosh.
Its name is a bit of an...
Okay, I get they don't really banish that much back then, but like nowadays, ooh.
misnomer.
Imagine dimension shifter into this.
Because it has no relation with fusion summoning. But onto the actual power of the card itself though, it's obviously broken. Potentially being able to special summon 5 monsters for a relatively easy cost is insanely good value. But again, like the other broken abusable cards in this deck, the deck doesn't really take advantage of it.
Yeah, I guess this deck doesn't really banish too much just in general. But like self-banish, imagine. That'd be so much. That's like a cheaper way to get all the Malice cards back. Bam. What cards aren't banned in either real life or show? There's a plenty of cards that are not banned in real life and show. Yummy for now is escaping the ban list, but soon. I don't know. This card is banned in TCG, OCG, and Master Duel. Well, duh. Well, duh. Nowadays, there's like 50 billion ways to banish things that you actually want banished. But back then, like, removing from play is pretty hard to do. And usually fairly permanent. Kaiba's just as bad as Yugi? Screw the rules? Well, yeah, he invented half of it, okay? He invented half of it.
There's very little cards in the deck that really banish monsters, with the exception of only 2 cards, Soul Release and Interdimensional Matter.
Yeah, see, he doesn't actually banish that much. Oh, wait, Soul Release combo Dimension Fusion would be so good. Wait. Target up to 5 cards in either graveyard and banish them. So you have to target your own monsters. Banish 5 of your graveyard. Which comboing? Can't you combo that with like, maybe, what is it? The guillotine looking one card? I don't know, the one that was like, you throw your cards into the graveyard. Throw your cards into the graveyard, banish them, Dimension Fusion them back.
One of which doesn't even make sense to use with Dimension Fusion. Flat level 4 is a normal trap that you can only activate if a monster is destroyed by battle. Both players special summon 1 level 4 monster from their deck. Again, it's a solid card to help set up tribute summons, get Kaiser Seahorse for Blue Eye Summon, or even attempt to complete a Nixie's Fusion. Unfortunately, from the Grand Championship arc until the end of the anime, Kaiba isn't shown to use any new cards. But luckily, that's not all the decks that Kaiba uses.
Right.
As there's still 2 new movies that we
yeah!
saw Kaiba do.
Dark Side of the Dimensions!
We for once have a full confirmed deck list.
I don't think I watched this movie, the first one.
As with the novelization of the movie, there also came a full 40 card deck list for Kaiba. There's a couple new interesting cards, but with the concrete deck list, we can also properly evaluate the ratios and see how cohesive the deck list works together is. Looking at—
oh, is that how she gets her like little Valkyrie outfit? The really cute version of Dark Magician Girl.
The overall composition of the deck, it looks to be surprisingly solid. For starters, the deck size is 40, meaning that the number of good cards Kaiba can access is maximized. There's an even number of monsters to spells and traps, with there being 18 monsters and 22 spells and traps, which is also really key. Rather crucially, is something that Yugi's deck struggled quite a bit with. There's only 5 monsters that cannot be summoned without some setup, which is Blue Eyes, Rare Metal Dragon, and Paladin of White Dragon, and 12 normal summonable monsters. This is a
Megamorph not shown in deck list, but shown in the movie.
Pretty stellar lineup, as you won't be bricking very often with unsummonable monsters and can actually play the game, especially if you compare it to Yugi's borderline unplayable Pyramid of Light.
Okay, but like Yugi's deck was always unplayable. I don't think any version of Yugi's deck was like always unplayable. He just manages to draw what he needs because he's the protagonist. Yugi was like never supposed to win if his deck was played with anyone else. Kaiba always had a fairly consistent deck, all things considered, even if he just cheesed out his Blue Eyes. Magician's Valkyria is a different monster from Magician Girl. Okay, yeah, but you know what I mean. She's like the cuter version of Magician Girl. different outfit. We just have to make different versions of her. They keep selling the life girls. It's a filler movie? It's not that good? You have to try to go to the movie multiple times to get the card? I just know there's a figure of her. There's a figure of the Valkyrie outfit version, the card version, which is pretty cute and very expensive. The Pharaoh's spirit inside Yugi used the power of the puzzle those fused mammoth graveyard. Well, no, that was the first season. That was the Duelist Kingdom, right? Which, so, like, Duelist Kingdom doesn't count. Duelist Kingdom was a lawless land. A D&D land where whatever they say goes. But, like, generally speaking, the puzzle was a one-time cheat. Usually he has to be down on his luck and he needs his one card draw. And that's when his, like, Draw of Destiny activates at the end of the duel, when he gets exactly what he needs to win the duel. So technically he only really can activate like one time. Like not every single time really, but still. Like somehow he built his deck where he can draw his one of every single time that he needs his one of. That's why he only needs one of each card. Freaking what the heck is this deck? If it give you one card booster per ticket? Oh man. So are those cards like $500 each now or something? Because most people don't have them anymore, the collectors. That carries the title King of Games from the lawless first season. I guess that's true, but the show is called Yu-Gi-Oh! So he's forever the King of Games, that's fine.
Deck with 7 high tribute monsters makes this deck look a whole better in comparison. This isn't the only thing going for it though, as we have phenomenal draw power with Card of Demise and Pot of Greed, which means that Kaiba won't exactly be struggling.
Okay, yeah, Card of Demise was something I was talking about. It can throw things into the graveyard. That's when you want to use it, like throw things in its graveyard.
The actual monsters are all pretty powerful as well again, with high attack cards like Cluster Dragon, Force Raider and Spear Dragon, which itself does piercing, along with Blue Eyes contribute to the beatdown style of the deck, and with most cases a clash with
Blue Eyes
decks like
Beatdown!
on top.
I still play Blue Eyes
Beatdown
Beatdown
as well in the monster lineup, such as Rare Metal Dragon, Dice Feral Imp, Familiar Knight, and Pet in the Dark Clown. Rare Metal Dragon could be a pretty powerful card in the spam focused build, as it's 2400 beater that cannot be normal summoned or set, so you'll need some setup for it. But within this deck there's only 4 total cards in the deck which can even summon this thing, so it's a pretty powerful card. Dice Feral Imp provides some recycling on flip, but given the lack of searching, sending back a single card isn't going to help very much. Familiar Knight lets each player special summon one level 4 from their hand, which can sort of help with a tribute summon, but in most cases you'd just rather have another copy of Luster Dragon to beat down an opponent with, rather than giving them a free special summon. And Pet in the Dark Clown lets you special summon another copy of itself whenever it's sent to the grave. Acting as the replacement for Saggy the Dark Clown, it's actually just much worse. For starters,
it's just worse.
The effect misses timing, which means that in some cases its revival effect won't even work. And the biggest reason for why it's awful, well, we'll get into that later. Overall, the monster lineup is pretty solid, even if it could be tightened up with other cards instead. But moving on to the Spell and Trap lineup, unfortunately many of the cards are a bit too situational. There are some clear standouts like the draw power, but of the 21 spells and traps, 10 are very situational or require setup, so many of these cards won't exactly be live. There's a couple new cards like Dark Core, Nobleman of Crossout, Megamorph, Return from a Different Dimension, and Deck Destruction Virus. Dark Core lets you discard one card to banish one face-up card on the field. This card is pretty powerful given that Kaiba doesn't resort to too many monster removal cards, so this card can remove any problematic undestroyable ones. Nobleman of Crossout lets you target one monster face down on the field, destroy that target, and if you do, banish it. Then if it was a flip monster, each player reveals their deck and remove any card of the same name. Anti-flip
card? That's like so situational. I guess there were a lot more flips back then. I guess the minefield that was flips needed an anti-flip card? What? And remove all of the flips of that name? That's... No more cyber jars! Take out all the cyber jars right now! Banish all your cyber jars. Okay.
Nobleman of Crossout is another piece of removal, albeit a bit weaker. For the nature of a beatdown deck, your opponent will frequently be putting monsters in face down defense position, meaning that this card isn't as dead as it seems on first glance. It also removes all monsters from your deck with the same name, but with how no one in the anime wants to run more than a single copy of a card, this part of effect is useless against.
Yeah, that's true. People only run one card in your entire deck and you manage to get to draw it every time.
Literally everyone. Megamorph is an equipped spell that you can equip to any monster, where if your life points are lower than your opponent's, the original attack of a monster equipped with this card is doubled, and if your life points are higher, the original attack is halved.
It's for both players? Oh. So you kill your own flip deck. I guess you would have to play a non-flip deck to kind of counter that? I don't know. Is it worth it? I guess it just kind of thins your deck if you didn't really intend to use it. If you didn't draw it and don't intend to use it that turn, whatever. But yeah, I guess he does cross things out. It's just Nobleman crosses out flip specifically. Semi-limited. Shadow's worst nightmare. Man-eater bug. It would mean you can't use your own man-eater bugs. But I guess if you didn't draw it and you weren't playing it, then it's fine to sacrifice. I mean, you know, like, sacrifice is like, you take the sacrifice with crossing out their ash, so even if you can't ash your next turn too. You can keep it if it's in your hand. Oh, deck only. Okay. Or you still just drop it and play it. 5-head. Gravekeeper Spy? No, I don't know any cards back then. I don't know OG cards. I only know stuff in the anime.
Megamorph is a crazy powerful card. Imagine a 6k Blue Eyes, or in the case you're winning, you can even use it to half the attack of an enemy monster. Definitely one of the better additions Kaiba made to the deck for the movie. Return from the different dimension is a trap where you pay half your life points. Special summon as many of your monsters as possible that have been removed
more
from
banished
play on
stuff
the side of the field. During the end phase, remove from play all monsters that was special summoned by this effect. Not really going to dwell on it that much, given that it's just a slightly altered version of Dimension Fusion. Deck Destruction Virus is a trap that you can only activate when a Dark Fiend with 500 or less attack is destroyed by battle. Send 10 random cards from your opponent's deck to the grave. Despite having the virus namesake, it pales in comparison to the other cards. Sending 10 random cards from your opponent's deck, hoping you'll hit something good, isn't nearly enough to justify its existence in the deck. And there's a strong chance that this card will barely be an inconvenience at best for.
And also, it's so situational. With 500 or less attack is destroyed from battle specifically?
For the opponent. That being said, this by far isn't the worst thing about the card. As you see, it requires a Dark Fiend monster, which, if you take a look at the deck, there isn't a single Dark Fiend. Yep, that's right. For some reason, the movie writers thought that Petin the Dark Clown was a Dark Fiend, despite it being a Dark Spellcaster, which means that not only Deck Destruction Virus can't be activated, but that Kaiba's also running 3 monsters that quite literally don't work in the deck. Oh, and another thing. It seems like Kaiba didn't understand the rules of Yu-Gi-Oh, or he cheated. It's honestly a toss-up at this point, given that he also activated that effect of Petin the Dark Clown when it was sent to the grave, despite the fact that it should have missed timing. But hey, who needs to follow the rules when you have money?
Exactly! Who cares about missed timings? I don't understand missed timings, my guy.
Interesting card definitely in the deck has to be the Eponymous card, and Kaiba's new Blue Eye.
I think they just couldn't play the virus because the virus would just win, and they're not smart enough to play around the virus.
Ice monster, Pyramid of Light, and Blue Eye Shining Dragon. To still keep with the 40 card number, Kaiba removed—
What? Pyramid of Light just removes all god cards from the field? All god cards on the field are removed from play? What?
Cloning an enemy controller for Pyramid of Light, and Blue Eye's Ultimate Shining Dragon, which is definitely an interesting choice given that both of these spells and traps are part of the lineup, that aren't incredibly situational.
Also, not gonna lie, is this the animation quality of the movie? It kind of sucks.
These 2 cards were received from Pegasus, where they were presented as god-killing cards, as at this point in the canon, Yugi had possession of all 3 gods. After the creation of the god cards, Pegasus became so fearful of the power of them that he decided to create a card that would be capable to stand toe-to-toe with the gods. The result of his fears became this monstrosity of a card, Blue Eye Shining Dragon.
Oh! Wait, he made this card up? I didn't know he still had the power in him. He's allowed to do that?
Level 10 Light Dragon monster, 3000 attack and 2500 defense.
Okay, stat-wise it's just a Blue Eyes, what?
Which can only be special summoned from your hand by offering 1 Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon on your—
What? Tribute of Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon? Gains 300 attack for each dragon monster in your graveyard. When a card effect is activated that targets it, you can negate it. One negate. Oh.
This tribute. Increase the attack of this card by 300 points for each dragon type monster in your grave. You can negate the effect of spell and trap monster cards that target this card. You can
So tributing Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, that's already 4 dragon monsters in your graveyard already. 300 attack per. So it becomes 1200 attack. That's still less than Ultimate Dragons though. Isn't that still less? Ultimate Dragon doesn't have 4,500. You would need at least like another few dragons in your graveyard to be worth it. I mean, the negate is pretty good. The negate is pretty good, but really? Oh, not once per turn? What? It negates every single card that targets it? But you can still beater it, no?
offer this card as tribute to destroy any cards you choose. So what exactly was Pegasus' plan with this card? Why did he design a card that could quite literally only be played by one single person on a planet as a way to defeat the gods? What was Pegasus' plan if Kaiba ended up getting all 3 god cards? Why not design a card that anyone can use instead of just Kaiba? Anyways.
Well, because Kaiba is the secret main character, actually. I mean, like, everyone in this world thought that Kaiba was the main character, but Yugi's actually the main character.
So if we look onto that card effect itself, there's just so much wrong with it. First off, it requires you to summon a monster and that's barely ever going to see the field, and this card in your hand, making it a 5-card combo. Even if we ignore the completely asinine summoning conditions, the effect is just mediocre. At the very least, it should have 4200 attack points, which makes it a solid beater. And
I had to do math for this!
in a deck full of dragons, chances are by the time this monster comes out, its attack could get within the 5000 range. Its protection effect is also pretty good for the time, but when any form of destruction that doesn't target can destroy a card that requires this much setup, makes the protection effect seem that much more underwhelming.
But it still can be killed by Raigeki.
Finally, the destruction effect is also completely useless, because in the case that you'd ever want to use this effect, to sacrifice a monster that requires 5 specific cards to get out means that you are completely out of options. Even the Dramas out of all decks have an easier way to board one. I think the worst thing about this card though is exactly how Pegasus was intending to use this card to destroy the gods. If you want to create a card to be capable of destroying them, why give it the most insane summoning restriction? What use is a god killing card if you can't even summon it? Even as hard as it is to get the gods out, it only requires you to get any few tributes on the board to summon them.
That's so funny. This card is harder to tribute summon than the god cards.
With the summoning restrictions of this card, you'll be dead before you even can get this card out. Why not just make it a retrain of Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon in the extra deck, so it won't just be a card in your main deck, that will almost definitely be a dead card in 95%.
That's true, it should be extra deck.
Why add a completely arbitrary restriction to make it a main deck monster? The actual way it was intended to kill the gods also made no sense. Slifer, Ra, and Obelisk all had achievable ways to run it over. Given that there's only 5 dragons other than the previously mentioned ones,
yeah, all of them could get more than 4,200 probably.
That would mean that most likely the upper bounds for this card would be 5100 attack if we assume that 3 extra dragons are in a grave. If Yugi had 6 cards in her hand, Slifer could run it over. If Obelisk contributed 2 other monsters, its attack could become infinite,
literally,
or even just win the game at that point. Ra could gain an attack of every monster attributed, and Yugi could sacrifice their life points to get to a very achievable attack of 5100. So looking at it from the battle perspective,
so basically Pegasus is not good at this game. Pegasus is not good at making cards up. Who gave him this power? Who let him cook?
it's not exactly like Shining Dragon has a clear edge. But okay, what about its protection effect? To be fair to Pegasus' competency as a card designer, Slifer's attack reduction in the anime doesn't actually state if it targets or not, even if the real life counterpart does, so we'll assume that Shining Dragon can protect itself from this. But both Ra and Obelisk have a non-targeting ability,
they literally have non-target,
which lets them destroy
Obelisk literally like just destroys it. Goodbye.
Every monster the opponent controls, which obviously Shining Dragon is not protected by. And a final effect, which is the most egregious, as this was most likely what Pegasus had in plan to remove the gods, but unless Pegasus had hard programmed this card into letting it destroy any card, the gods are all unaffected by other card effects, so letting Shining Dragon pop itself to destroy the gods would have been equivalent of spraying a water gun into the sun, quite possibly a failure in almost every intended way.
But I guess Pegasus can't make a divine card, all things considered. Divine cards are only the god cards. I feel like the only card you can counter it with is making a 4th god
Might
card.
not be as useless as the other cards we have seen, but it's one of the most puzzling cards designed in the anime. That's not the only god-killing card that was introduced though, as Kaiba also received another card, which wasn't actually a card that Pegasus had made, but was planted by the main villain of the movie, Anubis. This card on the other hand is pretty simple and easy enough to—
That is so funny! He sneaks into his vault and puts the card into his deck?
understand. Pyramid of Light is a continuous trap that lets you remove from play all god cards on the field. In this case, simple is better than being complex, because this
very
is by
nice and
far a
simple.
better card to use than Shining Dragon. It's as far as
Banish
you
them
can
all.
get for a card that is supposed to kill the gods. It removes them from the game, with no possible counterplay for the opponent. It ironically fit more of the deck than Blue Eyes Shining Dragon ever did, because Kaiba would have been able to use it alongside Dimension Fusion or Return from a Different Dimension, to summon the gods to win a duel against Yugi, and his plan would have actually worked if it wasn't for plot convenience. Overall, despite the deck list being given out, it isn't as clear or structured.
But why did everyone want Kaiba to win so bad in this movie? The god cards were just too powerful, they feared them, they were like, yes, we need the morally black CEO to save the world by defeating Yugi, King of Gods, who has 3 god cards and is like the nicest guy in the world holding on to such power.
As you would hope. The ratios are pretty good, and there are plenty of powerful monsters to be found in the deck, but what really hurts the deck is the number of inconsistencies it has, which prevents the deck from having any cohesive strategy. Petting the Dark Clown straight up just does not work at all with Deck Destruction Virus, which leads to 4 useless cards in the deck. Blue Eyes Shining Dragon is awful, and for some reason—
But what do you mean
enemy
Ultimate
control
Blue Eyes
is
wasn't
removed for
made
it,
when
and
Shining
about
Dragon got
half of
leaked?
the spells and
Oh,
traps
in
are too
TCG.
situational. It clears Yugi's deck from the movie by far, even if it has downsides though. In Dark Side of Dimensions, which came more than a whole decade later, we get to
Dark
see a
Side of
massive power
Dimensions,
increase in certain
yeah!
cards. An important aspect to note about this deck is that it actually follows the manga timeline instead of the anime. So there are
Oh.
certain changes made from the anime to the movie. One of them is
Oh.
that Kaiba was never present during Yugi's final battle with Atem, which explains why he's so obsessed with beating Yugi in this movie. Given that the movie came out more than a decade later than the ending of the original manga, a lot of the deck has been updated to fit the times. We'll start with Assault Wyvern, a level 4 light dragon with 1800 attack and 1000 defense. When this card destroys an opponent's defense monster,
Like, see, look, Kaiba is just like one of the best characters, so all the anime should be focusing on him. He's literally so good. What else do you want to see? You want to see Yugi beat Kaiba, right? Okay, so this is based on the manga, so that makes a lot more sense. He was really good in this movie, but also he like cheated. Like, let's not forget, he literally just cheated. He just said his god card doesn't listen to your silly spells.
by battle, you contribute this card to special summon 1 dragon type monster from your hand. Assault Wyvern is a powerful card. It can be used as just a beater, and also forces your opponent to be placed into a hard spot, as if they
And
place
like
monsters in
Yugi had
defense
the
position,
fruit
it leads themselves to be
magicians
open
in
for a
this
potential Blue Eyes
movie.
summon. Blue Eyes are
They were just like a
Light Dragon.
gimmicky
It's
card.
a level 8 Light Dragon with the same stats as Blue Eyes, and has the effect of being treated as Blue Eyes White Dragon on the field. It can only be special summoned from your hand if Blue Eyes White Dragon is in your hand. This is an awkward card, as on the one hand, it's as bricky as it can get for your monster. If you have no Blue Eyes White Dragons in your hand, you can't even summon it out, but in the cases you do, it's a free special summonable 3k beatstick. That also works as a Blue Eyes. It's still a pretty powerful card because of this, even if it can be potentially bricky. Deep Eyes White Dragon is a level 10 light dragon with 0 attack and defense with the following effect. When a level 8 or higher dragon type monster on the field is destroyed, you can special summon this card from your hand. This card's attack is equal to the attack of 1 dragon type monster in your grave. When this card is normal special summoned, inflict 600 damage to your opponent for each
And it's a
dragon
burn.
monster in each player's grave.
Each
When this
player's
card is
grave?
destroyed, destroy all monsters your opponent controls.
What?
Deep Eyes is a powerful addition to the deck.
Wait, what? It not only does it have a burn for graveyard, it also, if it's destroyed, destroy all monsters your opponent controls? What?
Is destroyed, destroy all monsters your opponent controls. Deep Eyes is a powerful addition to the deck, even if its summoning condition is a bit too specific, needing you to not only get a level 8 or higher monster on board, but also for it to be destroyed is hard enough to achieve, but at least it isn't gated to only being special summoned this way, so you can still use it like a normal Blue Eyes. Its effect is also pretty useful, in most scenarios giving you a monster with 3k attack, and its burn effect is also a neat addition. Its effect destruction effect also makes it a pain for the opponent to deal with without any monster removal with spells or traps. This next card is a retrain train of one of Kaiba's normal monsters, CRAZIER Force Raider, which is a level 5 Dark Beast Warrior with 1900 attack and 1200 defense with the following effect. When you control no monsters, you can normal summon this card without tributing any. When this card destroys a monster by battle, this card gains 500 attack until the next standby phase. A monster that destroys this monster by battle loses 500 attack. Kaiser Seahorse is unfortunately a bit of a side grade in comparison to the original card, which is surprising given that the original is a vanilla monster. It's now a level 5 monster, which means that it's yet another tribute summonable monster, which the deck isn't exactly struggling with. The trade-off of this card being a level 5 monster was that when it destroys a monster by battle, it gains 500 attack, but as it isn't even permanent and only stays until the next standby phase, meaning that it can't even stack. And a debuff of 500 attack is also too underwhelming to even care about. Crystal Dragon is a level 6 light dragon with 2500 attack and 1000 defense with the following effect. Once per turn during your battle step, if this card battled this turn, you can add one level 8 dragon type monster from your deck to your hand. This card is undoubtedly powerful.
Oh my god, you just get
to search out
card draw
monsters in the deck, and is also only one
this part when the animation was so good. The animation is so cool this movie.
This card, but rather a growing problem which I'll cover later. Pandemic Dragon is a level 7 dark dragon with 2500 attack and 1000 defense, where once per turn you can pay life points in multiples of 100. Other face-up monsters on the field lose that much attack. Once per turn you can target one monster on the field with attack less than or equal to this card's, destroy it. If this card is destroyed by battle or card effect, all face-up monsters on the field lose 1000 attack. Pandemic Dragon is generally solid, but would have been much more suited to an easier monster to summon. Its effective debuffing isn't bad, as it can be used to continuously prevent an opponent from summoning weaker monsters and also allow for easier OTKs. Kaiba also acquires a completely new ritual monster, this time being Blue Eyes Chaos Max Dragon, a level 8 Dark Dragon ritual monster with 4000 attack and 0 defense. When it attacks a defense position monster, if its attack is higher than that monster's defense, inflict battle damage to your opponent equal to double the difference. The accompanying ritual spell is Chaos Form, where you can special summon any Chaos ritual
it's a little hard to summon, but you know,
monsters from your hand or field to
he's a cool boss monster.
Total levels are equal to that ritual monster. Alternatively, you can also ritual summon a Chaos monster if you control a Dark Magician or Blue Eyes White Dragon in your grave. Getting the levels required can be slightly awkward, as you'll need the exact levels, and with this deck, the only available options are by using the 4 Blue Eyes monsters, Lord of D, Assault Wyvern, or a CRAZIER Force Raider with a Sagi to reach level 8. Thankfully, the second part of the ritual spell makes it incredibly easy to get out Chaos Max, which does save the consistency of the card quite a bit. Now of course, the card is also ritual, which still is inherently bricky in nature. It also doesn't have its TCG targeting protection, which means that this card in the movie is ultimately just a very, very big beater.
Whatever, he's a cool beater! Show my boy some love!
Good one at that, but nothing more than a beater, which is very prone to any sort of disruption. It can deal some immense amounts of damage, and even result in an OTK if the opponent controls any 0 defense position monsters, so it's not exactly fair to call it a bad card, just a bit bricky to fit into the deck. Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon is level 12 Light Fusion Dragon with 4500 attack and 3800 defense of 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons, and has the following effect. Once per duel, if you have Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon in your extra deck, this card can attack 3 times. If you use this effect, destroy this card at the end of the battle phase. While this card is in your grave, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon you control cannot be targeted and is unaffected by the effects of
my go! I've never used him in battle, but I always pitch him in the graveyard, and he saved my butt many times because people always forget that I have his protection.
Your opponent's spells and traps and monsters. Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, similar to Chaos Max Dragon, is an overkill of a beater. Attacking 3 times,
throw him in the grave.
4500 attack.
Sorry, he lives there.
13,500 worth of damage in a turn.
He doesn't need to be a baiter.
To OTK your opponent in that turn. That being said, its effect is incredibly weirdly designed. It serves
Say thank you so much for 13 months. Tier 1. Welcome back to the Orbacle. Yeah, the graveyard effect is just too good. So good. Really so good. The movie animations by Japan alone? I don't think... Did the US have any influence on the other ones? I thought they just like... They usually just change the card stuff.
100 attack means that you can deal 13,500 worth of damage in a turn and should be able to OTK your opponent in that turn. That being said, its effect is incredibly weirdly designed. It serves as a one and done card, which when you look at the amount of effort required to summon it and
no, we're not summoning it, we're pitching it. Get with the program. We are attaching it. Okay, we are attaching it to our blue eyes, and then we're using our blue eyes It's a tribute to something else, and it goes into the graveyard, and then it's just one protection.
The fact that it just disappears after one turn is pretty disappointing. Its protection effect is also pretty baffling. It requires the card to be in a grave, and only works on Blue Eye's Ultimate Dragon, which basically means not only do you need to summon Neo...
Okay, is that the anime thing? It can only protect Blue Ultimate Dragon? Because in the game, it can work on any Blue Eyes.
Blue Eye's Ultimate Dragon in the first place, which itself is a Herculean task. You also need to somehow summon Blue Eye's Ultimate Dragon onto your field, which, you know, is kind of impossible when you've already used the Blue Eyes materials to summon Neo Blue Eyes. And if we look at what we know from the deck, there isn't even a way to get back your Blue Eyes not in a grave. So how exactly are you supposed to use the second effect? I mean, it's still objectively better card than the original Ultimate Dragon, even if it ultimately, no pun intended, has conflicting effects. Before we move on to the spells and traps, one funny thing I'd like to note is that through the power of sheer will and Kaiba screwing with the rules, he somehow manages to summon Obelisk through sheer force, despite the god cards having disappeared when Eggman went into that. The implications of Kaiba being able to do this, put it simply, is quite ludicrous. And honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way. I'm not going to...
He's like, I'm not criticizing it. It's ridiculous, but it's Kaiba, so we let him do whatever he wants. It's like the best part of the movie where he's just like, I'm summoning Obelisk, and Obelisk is a god. It doesn't listen to your puny human magic.
To put Obelisk or count it as
does not elaborate in dips.
Maybe is a point for Kaiba being one of the best characters in Yu-Gi-Oh! The first of the spell lineup we'll go over is Dragon's Fighting Spirit, a quick play spell where one dragon type monster special summoned to your field during this turn can attack an additional time for each monster special summoned to your opponent's field during this turn. The movie still seems to struggle with extremely specific cards, as this is pretty much as niche as it can get. Not only does the monster you control need to be a dragon type not special summon this turn, it only gains attack based on the number of monsters not a special summon to your opponent's field, which is kind of hard to do given that, you know, typically monsters are special summoned during your turn. Countergate is a normal trap when an opponent's monster with 1500 or more attacks directly, negate that attack, and if you do, draw one card. If the drawn card is a monster, you can normal summon it. In a deck filled with high level monsters, any card that can easily let you summon them out is nice.
But also, is this you like holding hands with Cypher? Like, what's going on here? What's being depicted here? Is this Kaiba locking hands? We're doing a handshake event with Slifer? Or maybe it's just another red dragon?
Unfortunately, it's heavily subject to variance and luck, given that you could just end up drawing a spell or trap. Dark Sacrifice is a normal trap, and that can be activated if your opponent activates a spell or trap card that would destroy a monster on field. Then send one level 3 or lower dark monster from your deck to the grave to negate that effect. Dark Sacrifice is again a mediocre card. Having protection from spells and traps for your vulnerable boss monster is pretty strong, but it needs you to send a specific card.
But it's always a level 3 or a lower dark
card that doesn't work with the current playstyle of the deck. Saki the Dark Clown's previous inclusion in the deck fit, given that at least you could use it with one of the most broken cards in the game, but its justification in the deck is less useful if it's being used for Dark Sacrifice. Dragon's Orb is a normal trap, which if activated, prevents any effects of dragon type monsters this turn you control to be negated. Continuing a pattern of 2 niche cards, Dragon Orb can be useful in some cases, but with how rare effect negation is, you'd be better off just not running this card in the first place. High Speed Aria is a normal trap where you can send one normal spell from your hand to the grave. This card's effect becomes that normal spell card's effect when that card is activated. You cannot activate spell cards during your next turn. From the 3 spells we've seen Kaiba use, this card appears to be useless, and would have been a dead card if it wasn't for the fact that Yugi gave Kaiba a Monster Reborn, which was the only spell that would have worked here.
Yugi gave him a Monster Why didn't he have a Monster Reborn, man?
Even if Kaiba had more spells that could have worked in a deck that we haven't seen yet, most spells don't really serve any purpose on being activated during your opponent's turn. Induced Explosion is a normal trap which you activate when a card you control is destroyed by a spell effect. Target one card your opponent controls, destroy it. During either player's turn, except the turn this card was sent to the grave, when a card you control is destroyed by a spell effect, except during the damage step, you can banish this card from your grave and target one card your opponent controls.
What? This is so specific. Specifically, if your card is destroyed by a spell effect, not in the damage step.
Destroy it. Induced Explosion again
then it has a graveyard effect.
That Dark Sacrifice has. The situation that's needed to activate this card is too specific for it to work. And even then, the payoff is just a single popped card. Sure, the graveyard popping effect also is nice, but for that to work, you also need to get in a grave in the first place. And for the final card, we have Crystal Avatar is a continuous trap which you activate when an opponent's monster declares a direct attack. If its attack is greater than or equal to your life points, special summon this card in attack position as an effect monster that has attack equal to your life points. Then change the attack target to this card. If this card summoned this way is destroyed by battle, after damage calculation, inflict damage to your opponent equal to its attack. I feel like a broken record at this point, but this card's requirements are too strict. The opponent's monster will barely ever be at the point where the monster has more attack than your life points, and even if you do, the actual monster that gets summoned onto the field is pretty mediocre. The effects conflict with each other, as the lower your life points, the lower the attack of the summoned monster, and the lower the damage dealt to the opponent. Despite Dark Side of Dimensions coming out more than a decade later after the original anime ended, unfortunately, the power level isn't brought up. And even with Kaiba only being used in 2 duels, so many of his spells and traps are the most conditional I've seen, even in comparison to his anime cards.
Listen,
it's painfully
he only needs to play this deck in one movie.
Were written for a cool moment for Kaiba to counter, rather
exactly.
than being functionally good, which also isn't necessarily a bad thing.
He got
but
his
makes
cool
his actual deck
moments.
rather awful. The use of dimension summoning in the movie also hurt the viability of his deck, as it allowed Kaiba to spam out high level monsters, but given that Kaiba was using the same exact deck he was using for the actual card game, means that he was running a deck full of unsummonable monsters. Sad to end Kaiba's decks on such a low note, but on the bright side, this movie is one of Kaiba's coolest portrayals, so it's not all doom and gloom. We've seen how well Kaiba's deck
movie is
works
so
under a realistic
good.
scope, but what if I told you that even with Yugi being the better duelist than Kaiba, that Yugi's deck is much worse. So check
Yugi's
out this
is the
video on
worst
the right, where I go
deck
over Yugi's
ever.
deck and see what worked and what didn't work.
Did Zane's deck not make sense either? Whose decks even made sense?
Yugi has always
Okay. You know, that was a long video, but I made it much longer by commenting on every single card, so I'm sorry. I need to read the card to understand. I'm a Yu-Gi-Oh reader, I'm sorry. A Yu-Gi-Oh reader, not a Yu-Gi-Oh player. That ended up being so much longer than I thought. Somehow this stream became 5 hours and I watched like 2 videos. And it's 3 AM! Ah! I would have watched more videos. I don't think I should stay up later than 3 AM. My bad. My bad. So thanks for watching with me if you didn't go to sleep yet. I apologize. I don't know if we can watch another video in time. It's pretty late. I feel like out of my list I could watch a short one, but like only the really short ones. There's like the 10-minute ones. The 10-minute ones is okay. No long videos beyond 3 AM. 2 hours of yapping. It was fun though. I have to get my yapping in to make up for the lack of yapping I'll be able to do for the rest of this week. The rest of the streams that I can do is no yapping. Most decks don't make sense. True, but it's okay. They can just play one very specific card used in a cool anime moment, so that they are saved. We can watch this one. I'll watch this one. This one's 10 minutes. I'm curious. What happens in Yu-Gi-Oh? Like, Yu-Gi-Oh TCG. How many scandals does it manage to have? Is it just inevitable that every single, like, TCG has a bunch of scandals? What has more scandals, Magic or Yu-Gi-Oh? Magic is older, so it might have more? Or maybe because it's more famous? I don't know. I guess it depends on, like, who gets caught. This one says, he punched a judge at a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament. That's pretty intense. Fisticuffs. Locals have lots of stories. That might be true, but that doesn't really get it to like famous status. It has to be like a big tournament for people to have heard about it or broadcast it, or if it was streamed, right? What on earth is happening in TCG?
It was 2019. Naruto was spotted at Area 51. Gamer girls started selling their bathwater. People were encouraged to toss coins at witches. and the hero of today's tale, Makoto, was about to attend a local Yu-Gi-Oh tournament. Now, the end of 2019 was a bit of a weird time for Yu-Gi-Oh, as this period was marking the final days of one of Yu-Gi-Oh's most beloved formats.
Beloved?
Thunder Dragon, Orchest, Sky Striker, and Salad.
Oh, okay. Those are all like okay decks, I would say. Yeah.
Thunder Dragon, Orchest, Sky Striker, and Salad, with a ban list hitting in October that took away some of their key cards. And this tournament was happening very shortly after that list dropped, meaning it was kind of up in the air as to what the current best deck was. For Makoto, this just meant a new format, and therefore a new environment to try out his pet deck, Necros, which, thanks to another ban list update earlier that year, which freed one of its core cards, was now in a much stronger state, and he was very eager to test it out. Our story takes place during the final round of this event, as after a very successful day of Yu-Gi-Oh, Makoto surprisingly found himself at a scoreline of 3-0, and was looking to go undefeated on the day.
Dang.
Makoto walked over to his assigned table and took a seat, before setting up his playmat whilst he waited for his opponent to arrive. Not so long after, a man roughly in his early 30s approached the table, before taking a seat across from him. Now, the reason I'm pointing out his age was Makoto was only 16.
What? He was only 16? Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't know children played children's card games. I have the impression that everyone playing at locals at least 20. 16? I guess you can go around unsupervised at 16, but 3-0.
Which makes how this story ends, and this 30-year-old guy's behaviour, just that more bizarre. After exchanging some not-so-pleasant pleasantries, Makoto and his opponent picked up some dice and rolled to see who would go first. Unfortunately, Makoto rolled low, meaning he was to go second, and so the duel began. His opponent was on Dragon Link, an archetype which, as you might have guessed, is based around a bunch of dragons, whose main synergy is, well, they're a bunch of dragons. Typically, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is more of an archetype based game now, and just being the same type doesn't necessarily mean having good synergy, but this is one of the few archetypes that is literally just a pile of the best dragon cards stuffed together, with the end.
Was Dragon Link good back then?
Goal of the deck being to summon.
Wait, they had seals back then? That's pretty good.
As many of the biggest and most powerful dragon monsters available, in hopes that your opponent just simply won't be able to crack through the field. Which is exactly what occurred in Game 1, with Makoto starting his first turn by staring down a field of practically unbeatable dragon monsters.
Okay, having seals and pass is still really good, so,
with multiple negates and removal effects. So he decided it probably wasn't worth the effort and moved on to Game 2. Game 2 was the polar opposite of Game 1, with Makoto taking a look at his opening hand. Vanity's Ruler, and Unicorn. This wasn't going to be a fun time for his opponent. Vanity's Ruler is a monster that when on the field, prevents all
It's a floodgate! Your opponent cannot special summon monsters!
Summoning, which is basically all Dragon Link tries to do. And Unicorn negates the effects of all special summon monsters from the extra deck, which is basically where—
What?! Is his deck just a floodgate? That's disgusting. Sorry, this is disgusting. I'm no longer on the 16-year-old side. Disgusting! What? Negate all the effects of face-up monsters in the field that were special summoned from extra deck. What? That's everything! There's no way these are legal anymore. What? Unless maybe they're really hard to summon. But still, what?
Where all of his opponent's big dragons come from. So, after doing a few combos...
I would be punching him. I'm sorry. He punched the judge. I'm punching him if he summons this.
Both monsters and pass the turn. It was very clear at this point that his opponent was not happy with what Makoto had summoned, as he spent the next few minutes just huffing and puffing, and not so conspicuously, throwing curses under his breath.
This guy was 30? Okay, but that's like shameful behavior. I understand this is really frustrating. I would hate to get floodgated, but also if you're 30 and you're like facing down a 16-year-old and cursing, get out of this society. Why are these kinds of people playing TCGs and representing the rest of us, huh? Why are these sneaking people, like, existing?
Before finally admitting he just couldn't find an out, and therefore moving on to Game 3. Game 3 begun in a very similar fashion to Game 1. His opponent had opened an absolute god hand and proceeded to once again set up a practically unbeatable board state of multiple negates and removals, and with a very smug look on his face, he passed the turn back over to Makoto. Makoto was sweating. He checked his hand for the 100th time. He'd already had plenty of time to weigh up his options during the previous turn whilst he'd watched his opponent basically playing solitaire, and unfortunately, he knew he had no options. He slowly moved his head to look at his deck. He still had his draw for turn. Maybe if he just top-decked... yeah, he couldn't think of anything.
Does it... I don't even know, Raigeki? Does it negate Raigeki? Dark Hole? Maybe... Do they still play that stuff? Harpies?
He reached over and drew his card. Super Polymerization.
What? They had Super Poly back then?
For those of you that don't know what this card
They had
does...
Super Poly? Okay, that's disrespectful, but honestly, this guy deserves it.
Basically allows you to discard a card to perform a fusion summon by using cards on either player's field as material. And what makes this effect even more broken is it cannot be responded to, meaning your opponent can't
no
negate
negates.
it. Now the downside of this card is in order for it to be used as removal, your extra deck has to have fusion monsters, and those
that's pretty hard, but you can have like at least one Super Poly target, you're good.
monsters have to match the materials that your opponent might be running. If your opponent isn't playing any monsters that can be used as material, it's just a completely dead card. The two fusion monsters Makoto ran were Mud Dragon of the Swamp.
Okay, that's what everyone runs. Mud Dragon.
And Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, with only Starving Venom being summonable here, as it required two dark monsters, which his opponent had an abundance of.
They were literally a Dark Dragon deck.
Unfortunately though, he knew that after removing those two monsters, it wouldn't really change anything, as he would still have to play through 3 or more forms of disruption. And considering Super Play requires a discard, he will be down 2 cards already.
I see.
Odds are, even if he did manage to break the field, he wouldn't be able to set much up to avoid the clapback on the following turn. Makoto reached over and picked up his extra deck, and reluctantly began sifting through it, looking for his Starving Venom. But as soon as he took the Starving Venom out of the deck, it revealed the card below it, and he stopped for a moment. He was currently staring at another fusion monster, a card he'd completely forgotten about. You see, Necros is an interesting ritual spell. A ritual spell allows you to ritual summon by using your extra deck monsters as tribute, rather than your hand or field like normal. This meant in order to get the most use out of the card, Makoto had to run a random level 12 monster in the extra deck for his ritual summons. It didn't matter what monster it was, it just had to be something level 12 in order to get the most value out of his ritual spell. But Makoto's choice of monster just happened to be a fusion monster. A fusion monster that requires a very specific set of materials you typically would never see in a Yu-Gi-Oh match. Makoto looked over at his opponent's field and began counting. 1, 2, 3, 4... Oh my god, this was going to work. Makoto declared the activation of Super Polymerization. His opponent looked at the card, then rose his head and with a slightly agitated look, asked, "Alright, which of my monsters are you planning to fuse?" Makoto looked his opponent dead in the eye before responding, "All of them." Before slamming Five-Headed Dragon onto the field.
Five-Headed Dragon?!
He watched his opponent's expression.
Oh my god! He had the literal counter to Dragon Link! 5 dragon monsters! He managed an entire board of 5 dragon monsters? This is disgusting.
Expression drop to match his jaw that looks like
I can't believe, like, you just got ATEM'd! You just got Yugi'd! Like, what? You got Millennium puzzled! He pulled out a counter to your deck!
About to hit the floor. Five-Headed Dragon is a fusion monster that requires 5 dragon-type monsters.
How would you even normally do this?
Which just happen to be the
That's so
exact
many
amount of monsters on his opponent's field. His opponent's gaze of astonishment quickly changed to one of rage.
Like, literally, even when I play Blue Eyes, I can't get 5 dragon monsters on my field.
He got up from his chair and yelled, "Who the actual fuck plays that as a super poly target?" Before going on a massive screeching ramble about how lucky Makoto was that he'd messed up his combo on the previous turn and left an extra dragon on the field that normally wouldn't be there.
Oh my god.
Calling Makoto a whole bunch of names that I can't.
30-year-old, mid-30s to 16-year-old. Yeah, just our best and brightest representing Yu-Gi-Oh players, am I right? I can't believe, I mean, I think it's so hilarious. I would have been like, oh my god, and then I would have shaken their hand. Honestly, like, if you had that in your deck, countering my deck, like, the god of cards, the god of card games wanted you to win today. You know, like, I think that's so funny. That's so situational.
I'd repeat, if I want to keep this video monetized. After hearing all the commotion, of course, the judge of the event quickly rushed on over to the table. "Dude, calm down. If you don't settle down, I'm going to have to kick you." Before the judge could even finish his sentence, his opponent had done a full 180 and immediately socked the judge right in the nose, while screaming, "And fuck you too." Now, after hitting the judge, it must have hit him what he'd just done, as he just immediately picked up his cards and belted it out of the store.
I'm sorry. I need like his photo plastered on wanted posters at every single tournament. Mid-30s, by the way. Mods dox this man.
Not even bothering to pick up his playmat. After the event concluded, the store owner contacted the police and the judge pressed charges.
Yeah.
Whether or not anything came from that, Makoto doesn't know, as he never heard about or came across the guy again. But since the guy never came back, Makoto did end up getting to keep the playmat the guy left behind, which he's kept to this very day, and sent me—
That's so funny. This is his badge of honor. This is his trophy, his war trophy. You know, like when you behead someone and you keep his skull?
a picture of to show in the video. And that is going to mark the end of today's tale. Thank you so much, Makoto, for sharing your story in the comment section of one of my previous videos. And as per usual, if you too have a story or tale from your time playing Yu-Gi-Oh!
The
and would like to have it recreated in the series, feel free to write it down in the comments below. Just make sure to leave enough context.
Sorry, I need a dramatic reenactment of this.
Video. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to see more stories just like this one, I've created a full playlist of
I
the
would
series,
laugh.
which I'll leave at the top
Like,
of the
I would
description,
laugh
or
in
you can click that little
disbelief
card
and
on
be
screen
like,
now.
slow
Thank you
clap
guys
it
for
out.
watching, and I hope
Be classy, guys. Stay classy. Like, a 16-year-old beats you? Okay, go home and cry about it. This is what Yu-Gi-Oh! Is about. Sometimes you just draw the out, you know? Like your one-turn Dragon Link board was high skill, bro. Like, sometimes somebody will just draw the out. Okay, when you behead someone... Well... It's a war trophy, is it not? I would frame it. How many war... Like, imagine if you went to like a tournament and every time you won, you would steal their mat. It's like the ante. Like, it's better than taking their card, okay? Like, and then you hang them up and you show off your wall, your collection. Oh my gosh. Well, that sure was 2019, huh? Also, I'm curious. The poll has jumped to 40% baseball cap. You guys are more baseball cap fans than beanie fans? That's kind of normie of you. I think beanies are more stylish. Maybe I should just make a beanie just to force you guys to get some drip. Baseball caps are, you know, how do you do, fellow kids? But I guess that's okay. Or maybe you guys are all just unks. And you're past the age of wearing beanies. Is that it? You can't be showing yourself wearing a beanie in public? Or is it because you already have a beanie? You already have Leo or Miwa's beanie. You don't want to double up. He doesn't deserve his playmat. Yes, spoils of war. I'ma duel you all and steal your playmats. And then make you buy a Majokko Meimi branded playmat instead. Nice. I mean, last time I wore a cap. Right? I'm like, huh? That's true. Unks do love caps. Baseball caps. I don't really get it. If I make it colored, would you wear it? Would it... Like, if I design the colors on it to not just be black, would that make it unwearable? I'm a little worried. They're neat against the sun? What are you wearing? A sun hat? You're wearing like a... You're wearing a sun visor? Like a farmer? I guess they were indeed used that way for baseball games, but I don't like baseball. That was a fun video. Okay, if I watch any more, do I have time? Everything else is like so long. Everything else is so long. I did put this one, but apparently this is not the one you guys were talking about. Sinful spoil cinematic lore in 11 minutes. Like, that's not it, right? I don't know. Does that not explain wait for us properly? You didn't hop over to rig the poll for baseball cast? No, it was solidly it was at least ahead, but now it's 40% and the other one's 33. Before it was more like 36 to 30 or something as well. Add a propeller to the beanie. Did you watch the video of the grandpa that one with Exodia? We haven't, but they told me it was just the same video as the previous one that I've watched before, but I only watched the match. I didn't watch a cinematic recreation of the match, right? But like when I clicked on it, I thought like by infamous scandal, I thought they meant like something, well, illegal, like punching judges. But that event, it was not a scandal. It was just a cool match, wasn't it? Calling it a scandal is a bit much. So I thought it was about something else. Seen too many people with crusty beanies? What? Just throw it into the wash. Why wouldn't you throw it into the wash? People assume you're balding if you choose to wear any hats? What? People assume if you're balding? No, hats are like a fashion statement. I like hats. But then again, I mean, I get cold ears in the winter, so I'll wear hats then. The scandal's a different one? That's what I thought. Like, if it's a scandal, that doesn't just mean a cool win. It means something bad, right? The difference between the beanie and the cap is 12 votes. 12 whole people. Maybe the field center people are skewing it. The grandpa broke video? Oh, it's this one. Oh, okay, that makes sense. They both have Exodia in it, so I mistimed. I interpreted which one. Okay, then I did watch this match before. The super insane FTK Exodia draw. Great. With one more draw? Okay, so I have seen that one before. Maybe I should really just do a day to watch all of the White Forest lore. How long are they? How long are they anyway? I'm kind of curious about the other ones, but I think we should end it here because it's pretty late. I won't say I'm sorry for yapping though. I kind of just want to chill and do whatever I want, you know. We'll just do some simple streams so that we can still stream and relax and I don't have to work as hard. Unlike the setups that I will have to do later on for other streams. Play. Okay. Let's see who else there is. Ooh, read intro now. You wanna watch the scandal one? It's 20 minutes long though. It's 20 minutes long. I never have enough time to do all my streams and yap at the same time. It's okay. Once I get all my yapping out, I will I'll be more focused. Yeah, I mean, you glad we would turtle at 0 Exodia. Another sheep getting way past midnight. My bedtime! My bedtime ruined! How do we have videos to your queue? I guess you can suggest some, but it doesn't really mean I'll watch it. I'll watch it if I find it interesting. I have a lot of videos to watch that, like, my staff son has been begging me to watch. I have a whole playlist of Hearthstone trailers that they really want me to watch. Yu-Gi-Oh! Player reacts to Hearthstone trailers. And then also a lot of World of Warcraft videos as well. That's just because that's their hyper interest. I don't know if anyone else is interested in the World of Warcraft content. I do think it's interesting though. No, Logs, what the heck? Are you just happy you're unbanned now? Is that it? Thanks for the 100 bits. At least she's back to work and hale and hearty again. Maybe React VTuber arc. What do you mean by React VTuber arc? I always sprinkle one or two in. It's like a good way to watch and inform myself of different things that people talk about. Just stop now before it gets any later. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to raid out. I am trying to. Hearthstone suddenly. It's not suddenly. It's TCG related, and I want to watch StarCraft related stuff. And I still have. It's been like 500 years since I watched Warhammer stuff. There's like so many things to watch, and I talk too much. I yap too much, and 1 hour videos kill me. I just need to stop and dissect everything. About Joey Wheeler's deck, I do want to watch Joey Wheeler's deck, but to be fair, I don't have any faith for his deck to begin with. It's not really surprising that Joey's deck is not any good. It's more surprising if Kaiba's deck isn't any good, and Yugi's deck was never any good. He's just plot armor. Honestly, after the video, I think Kaiba's deck made sense. I don't know what to tell you. Most decks back then were kind of bricky anyway, right? Like, sure, he ran some stuff that weren't optimal, but like, any more optimization and there was no conceivable way you can like make him lose. For as much as Kaiba was defeated in the anime by Yugi, with Yugi's terrible trash deck. Sorry, his grandpa's deck has no bad cards, but like, optimize it even more. There's no way I can imagine Kaiba lost. At least pretend, yeah, Yugi's really situational cards and really BS use of magical hats or whatever, and Kaiba must have bricked somehow. Joey's first deck is worse than the first deck we got in Master Duel. Huh? But like, Master Duel was already pretty advanced, like, all things considered. No, like, we got it like fairly recently. I would imagine it were being worse than like the structure decks that like they printed out in the beginning of the game. Maybe that'd make more sense. Crush card is nuts. Crush card is so nuts they could never let it resolve. I think that's very funny. They just never could do it. Are you gonna play Pokemon Champions? I don't know. I don't really know too much about Pokemon Champions. It seems very competitive though. I'm not really good at competitive Pokemon, as I've never really played that. Is it only focused on competitive Pokemon? Can you play it like casually too? Kaiba's chooses a certain way he wants to win and gets tunnel vision. As he deserves to be. I do want to win with my eyeball on my side, okay? I want to play with my favorites. Oh wait, Mochi is still on? What the heck? She's on Twitch only to do the Minecraft drops event? Is she doing the Minecraft sponsorship for Twitch? I don't know if she is, but it means I can read her. She also has like a bazillion people watching her for the drops, I would assume. So that's cool. Stream for 2 hours and 30 minutes. She streamed only 2 hours and 30 minutes ago? Dang. Yeah, there's like a Minecraft sponsorship or whatever. I saw, and you know I don't play Minecraft, so I don't know if I even have access to it. The Twitch sponsorships are honestly so funny half the time. Because like what they offer you is like peanuts. The base pay is like, would you like a base pay of $60? And then everyone that signs up gives you like $15, and I'm like, not really. No, I don't care that much. Although there is an Arknight's Enfield sponsorship. Once again, $60 base pay. Not great. $20 for new user. That's okay, I guess. I mean, like, there's enough people who would probably play Arknight's Enfield. I don't know about, like, you had to, like, sign up for a whole new account, and you usually have to play it to a certain level. I'm pretty sure. They, like, they give you a bonus for at least a certain amount of minutes per day. Then you get, like, an X amount of money. Yeah. It's on the front page of the sponsorship. Yeah, that's pretty good. They do try to like push people, but I mean she's a actual partner. I am not a Twitch partner, so I don't get really access to all that cool stuff. But you should download my Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship that I am sponsored by. That gives me a base pay of much higher than $60 and $20 for new person. The Honkai Star Rail. Yeah, the Honkai Star Rail one was a little bit better though. Overall, it still earned me, I think it still earned me like $200 at the end of the day, which was a very reasonable amount. And like the amount of work they asked for in order to just get $60 is like kind of BS. I guess it depends. Sometimes they only ask for like a one stream or whatever, and ads and stuff like that. Okay, thank you guys for hanging out with me. It's Meimi. Remember to keep Cupsy alive in your heart and maybe your decks. Majokko. Please wish me luck. Please send me so much support to tell Meimi, please. Meimi, please finish your work. Please do your taxes. I don't know if I'm gonna be strong enough, honestly. I'm just feeling like, what if I send $3,000 to the government and just say I'll finish doing them later? I'll just forward them a cash advance of $3,000 and it's like, don't bother me. I'll eventually do my taxes. I don't want to do it. If I'm strong, maybe I can do some work on a member stream or something. I don't feel like I'll do it. I feel like I'm so bad at remembering to do my work. I'll ever tweet you post. No. It's not even just that. I have to finish some videos that I owe and song recordings, and I have to practice for the Sunday event that I agreed to, and I don't know any of the songs because I'm dumb and I don't even know the story of Yu-Gi-Oh after all this time because I'm a fake bridge watcher at this rate. I don't remember any of this stuff. Pays them to do your accounting. Dude, like no one can do my accounting. First of all, also she's Canadian. How is she gonna do my US taxes? The worst part is I have to pull up a spreadsheet that I didn't make. I need all of my expenses. You guys don't understand how hard it is for an independent contractor, freelancer, tax person to do their own taxes. Because I need to find every single expense I've ever used on stream ever and log it all. to also not get, you know, I have to be accurate about it. And I have to see which ones were expensed already, which ones were like refunded to me, and which ones weren't, to expense it in like all my earnings from the various different sources I have. Usually just glitch stars. It's usually paid for me from glitch stars, but not always, right? About my love of Kaiba. It's not about Kaiba, it's about Atem. It's about Atem, that's the problem. I don't really know his life and story. I don't know him like that. Oops. Okay. Well, I'll do my best. I'll do my best.